At just 6 years old, this kid was already wrecking 15-year-olds. He called his own brother useless because he was a total embarrassment. Even those annoying teenage bullies at school. None of them were spared. The boy's fighting style was savage. He didn't care about right or wrong, he just broke everyone. But obviously, his mother hated this behavior and made him promise he would never act that way again. So even while taking intense beatings, the boy refused to fight back. Until the day men in suits appeared before his mother's restaurant. Someone important to the story had just died, but I'll get to that later. From that day forward, things were different. He was sent to that delinquent school from his younger days. The kids who tormented him started laughing right in his face. He was told to sit in the back, and he did. The bullies quickly swarmed him. They taunted and tried to intimidate him. But this time, the boy didn't care. In fact, our main character, Seth Kang, said he'd never forgotten their faces. Their anger flared, a fight about to erupt. But Super Saiyan Goku, beside him, ordered everyone to shut it. He was mad they were interrupting his nap. Obviously, the bullies scrammed. They wanted no part of a Kamehameha. Later, Goku wakes up, sees Seth sleeping like a princess, and just leaves. This gives the bullies their chance to return. Was that on purpose? They were about to jump our protagonist mid-snooze. But a girl stood in their way. She wasn't just the class representative. She was the same girl Seth had defended when they were kids. However, Seth wasn't about to hide behind a girl. He actually missed his old schoolyard pals. Seth warned that he only held back before, because of his mom's promise. His dad, however, told him to never let anyone mess with him. And now, the beatdown was on. When Goku got back, Seth was already napping again. The girl was just stunned. Seth had effortlessly dismantled all 3 bullies and then went back to sleep. That's what the kid with the broken nose told his boss, but he failed to mention who did it. Of course, the big guy stormed into the classroom to confront him. But waking the boy up triggered a flood of memories. This kid was the monster who thrashed him and his brother years ago, and it looked like Seth remembered the whale too. He started sweating bullets. He bolted from the room, and I'm pretty sure he ran straight to the bathroom to clean his pants. He seized the chance to call his brother and warn him. The next day, a new teacher strode into the room. Veins bulged on his head when he saw 2 boys sleeping in the back. Furious, the man with tree trunk arms came up behind them. He yanked their ears, roaring at them not to sleep in his class. But when the girl said Seth was the new transfer student, the teacher nearly had a rage-induced heart attack. A little while later, they're on the school track. They must run 3 laps. Whoever finishes first is safe. But last place will pray they were never born. That is their punishment for sleeping. Seth is too lazy to run, but Goku starts jogging. Slowly. Then, Seth mutters that it would be embarrassing to lose. This absolutely enraged Goku, so he exploded into a sprint. Seth matched his pace with a cheeky grin. Goku called him an idiot and pushed even harder. Of course, this turned into an all-out war. Both gave everything they had to be first. They were faster than Usain Bolt. The teacher's jaw nearly hit the ground. He never imagined that lazy kid would run so hard. It made 0 sense. Elsewhere, a national wrestling tournament is underway. A blonde man is matched against a muscular giant. The blonde is crushed instantly. His opponent is a monster. This man is Brock, the brother of the coward who ran from the classroom to call for backup. He just heard that Seth has returned. Brock is coming back. Immediately. In the council room, the teacher is chewing them out. No more sleeping in his class. The teacher even asks Victor about his next competition. But the boy says he hasn't signed up. They are talking about the professional boxing league. Later, they're both back in the classroom. And naturally, they both fall asleep. Brock has just arrived at the school. Word of his return spread like wildfire. There wasn't a single person at that school who knew him and didn't fear his name. Even the student council panicked at the news. Seth was the only one sleeping peacefully. Victor wasn't asleep. He had gone for a cardio run until he ran right into Brock. The man asked where class 1 to 3 is, but Victor ignored him. This made Brock furious, and he snatches his shirt. Victor hits a dramatic pose, warning Brock to let go or face death. Brock just scoffs, asking if he knows who he is. But Victor simply deadpans, admitting he has no clue while twisting Brock's arm. In that moment, Victor lands a clean shot to his chin, forcing him back. He follows up with a flurry of fists against his opponent. But Brock lunges, grabbing him by the neck. Brock starts crushing Victor, asking if this was all he had. He admits Victor has potential, then introduces himself with a threat. He'll end him right here. Just then, he spots the gym teacher nearby, who sighs. Fighting again. Stat sees the brawl as he leaves, wondering what is wrong with this school, completely unaware he's the cause. Meanwhile, in the student council room, a meeting is underway. President Jason Chin begins, stating they all know why they're gathered. He confirms Brock is back, and although the reason is unknown, he'll bring trouble. He introduces Brock, the national wrestling rep, and Victor, the featherweight boxing champ. He adds that the gym teacher luckily broke up their fight, 1. Council member asks why Brock even returned, guessing he just wants to make a mess. This member, the Taekwondo captain Diu, notes Brock should be training for nationals. However, another person retorts that it's his school too. He needs no reason. But Gabe questions if they think Brock actually missed this place. Jason turns to Sam, asking if he knows anything, since they were childhood friends. Sam says Brock mentioned picking up some new kid, but he doesn't know why. This reveal only deepens Jason's confusion as the meeting proceeds. At that moment, Seth is heading home. He finds a black car parked, his driver fast asleep inside. After waking him with a light tease, they drive off, unknowingly watched by the class rep, Sophie. She spots Seth in the car just as her friend calls out. To her, the driver asks if Seth is visiting that place again, and he confirms. That night, they drive past his mother's restaurant. Seth watches her work for a moment, then tells the driver to move on. They soon arrive at a Chaman, building for a company called the Sunshine Group. At the entrance, a man greets him as boss. Seth exits the car to a line of bowing employees. Annoyed, he asks how many times he has to say it. Don't call him boss while he's in his school uniform. This triggers a flashback of our protagonist, before his father's grave on a rainy day. He stares at the tombstone's photo until a man appears with an umbrella, urging him to leave the cold. Our protagonist asks what kind of man his father was. The man replied, his father conquered all of Korea with nothing but his fists. Seth then asked about his mother and why his father was never there. The man explained that his older brother always looked out for him. He reveals that sometimes his father would leave work just for a glimpse of him. As Seth processes this, his uncle shares his father's last words. Never let anyone see your tears, because it's shameful. They recall, watching from a distance as bullies tormented a younger Seth. Back in the present, President Jason enters the protagonist's classroom, telling his entourage to wait outside. He steps inside, immediately spotting the two troublemakers sleeping while other students tense up at his presence. Sophie is impressed by the president's visit, while her friend wishes they could switch classrooms. Jason greets Sophie, and when she asks why he's here, he says he's looking for the new student. She asks if something is wrong, but Jason says he just wants to ask a few questions. Just then, Seth stirs awake loudly, drawing everyone's attention. The moment Seth faces the president, he's summoned to the council room. He just asks, "Who are you?" making Sophie panic before she explains who Jason is. Our protagonist thanks him for coming and asks if they can just talk right here. Jason's patience wears thin. He simply tells him to follow, grabbing Victor before leaving the room. Sophie insists the president is a nice guy and tells him to just go right after. He nudges Victor to wake him, briefly explaining the situation. Hearing this, Victor shoots up, knocking his chair over and yelling, "What does everyone want with me?" He storms to the council room, and Seth asks Victor to wait up. He then notices the class representative staring at him. He gives her a slight, reassuring smile, saying he'll be right back before following Victor. In the council room, Victor dramatically drags a chair over. After getting comfortable, he sits down and asks why he was called. Jason adjusts his glasses, cutting to the chase. He asks if they know a Brock Chang. Both seem clueless, until Victor recalls yesterday's brutal beatdown. Jason then begins to explain that until 2 years ago, this was an elite academy for athletes. The nation's top talents were scouted to study here. From all over the country, Victor wonders why he's here, but our hero is completely oblivious to the story about it. Jason clarifies the school is normal now, all because of one person, Brock, who caused a storm of problems before he vanished. But now he's back looking for the new kid. The president demands to know their connection. After a beat, Seth admits he has no idea who Brock is, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. Meanwhile, in the counseling office, a teacher talks to Brock, mentioning his spot on the national team. He asks why Brock looks so unhappy about his dream. Brock simply stands, saying he's leaving. The teacher calls out, offering one last piece of advice. He pleads with him to never give up on sports, but Brock just gives him a cold stare and walks out, letting the door click shut behind him. Back in the council room, Jason reveals Brock's dark past. Apparently, several students were suspended. By the time Jason arrived, it was already too late. Brock stood over them, bloody but victorious. Many promising athletic careers were destroyed that day, forcing them to quit, while Brock nearly got expelled. He explains that a top-tier judo team member was scouted for the national team before the incident. Afterward, the school's sponsors all disappeared, and it became an ordinary school, though the clubs remained. Jason reveals that the one who saved Brock was that teacher who kept him out of serious trouble. Seth, however, is starting to get bored of this tale. The president stresses again that Brock returned for him. Victor, now irritated, glances sharply at Seth about this, while our hero remains totally clueless. As the day ends, the two friends head out, leaving school only to find the class rep waiting. Our protagonist immediately spots her there, waiting for them, and Victor flashes a teasing smile. Sophie asks if he's all right, and Seth says yes, making his exit, wishing Seth some good luck. Confused, Seth watches as Victor waves them goodbye. He asks if Sophie was waiting for him, but she's flustered. She hides her blushing face behind her bag, trying to form a sentence. But he doesn't get it. Finally, she asks if he remembers her at all, him directly. He bluntly says she's the class rep. Annoyed, Sophie tries to jog his dense memory. She asks if he remembers when they were little. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head from spring daycare, and that they were close friends. A small, hopeful smile appears on her face, while Seth recalls how they'd always play at his house. Her smile grows as they start to remember, playing in the trees and even a quick kiss on the cheek. He then says she shouldn't worry about it. He points to his face, vowing to keep her secret. Seth explains they were just little kids back then, but her face falls at his casual tone. "You waited all this time just for that?" he asks. Suddenly, the student council members start to leave. She complains loudly, asking if he was waiting for them. He joins the president, leaving a bewildered Seth alone. Watching them go, our protagonist thinks they get along great and just smiles to himself. As he walks home, he thinks about his own childhood. Our protagonist smiles, lost in thought until he spots his ride parked oddly on the side of the road, sleeping soundly again. He gets in the car and is greeted by a sleepy mumble from the driver. He's so on edge. The driver jolts awake, apologizing. He then asks if they should stop by his mother's restaurant so he can say hello. Seth says no. "Straight to the company," he orders. They soon arrive. At the Sunshine Group building, in the office, he looks completely bored by all the paperwork, asking what's important. But his uncle cuts him off, demanding a more professional tone at work. The two lock eyes in a tense standoff. Seth asks if this is really necessary since he's not the president yet. His uncle reminds him, however, that Sunshine Group was built by his father's hard work. As the only son, he is destined to inherit it. But our hero protests. "I'm only 17A. With that, his uncle's temper flares. "Sunshine is not some average corporation," he shouts. "Sunshine is just a fancy name for a gang. A front for their real business. Their company manages every illegal racket that pops up in the Underworld." His uncle tries to calm him down, reminding him he still has 2 years before officially taking over. But his uncle adds that it doesn't matter. He's the boss's son, already accepted by the executives. Our protagonist sighs just as a call comes in. Seth's uncle answers. The voice on the line says people from Boozin' have arrived. The line goes dead. He's furious when a door creaks open, and the uncle demands what they think they are doing. Just then, the Boozin' Group's boss, Derek Paik, storms in, asking if he wasn't welcome. The uncle calls it betrayal, but Derek angrily retorts that he won't accept Seth's rule, calling him just a boy. This enrages the uncle, who's held back by Seth, as he steps into the tense standoff. Our main character glares at him, asking how Derek's nose is feeling after their last encounter. He claims he was careless, so Seth offers him a rematch. This seems to excite the protagonist, who smirks, saying it's perfect timing for his bad mood. He launches himself at Derek, who reacts as our hero closes in, and the sound of a sickening crunch is heard. The next day at school, Seth says goodbye to his driver, with Jason watching him arrive. They lock eyes for a moment before Seth enters, the gates both on alert for Brock. Meanwhile, Brock orders his men to bring him the protagonist, by any means necessary. Jason then spots him watching the entrance from a distance. In the council room, the president explains the situation, telling them to avoid Brock at all costs. Gade scoffs, asking who Brock thinks he is and why they should be afraid of him. Sam explains that as a national athlete, Brock has no reason to mess with them. But this just infuriates Gade more, since the school's current mess is all Brock's fault. The president ends the argument, stating there's nothing they can do. But those words make Gade snap, reminding them this was an elite athlete school that lost everything. All because of him. They all know it's true, but feel powerless. Gade, enraged, kicks a chair, yelling he must reclaim what Brock stole from him, no matter the cost, elsewhere. Goblin sneaks into Seth's room to find him asleep again. He carefully wakes him up, asking him to talk outside. Seth groans he's sleepy, but Goblin insists it's important, so our hero reluctantly agrees. He asks if they have to talk outside, and gets a nod, while Victor watches them leave the room. As they walk the halls, Sophie looks on, worried about what's coming. Back in the schoolyard, Brock is bored after crushing every student, even Gade, who was called for backup. Brock yawns, asking if that's all, which makes Gade absolutely livid. The athlete throws a powerful kick, but Brock easily blocks it. In that instant, Brock seizes his leg, whispering that he should have said his prayers. He then swings Gade around and slams him into the ground. After the easy victory, he's still bored, staring at Gade's unconscious form. Then he mutters he'll make sure the kid never walks again. But he's stopped by the council president, who arrives to end the chaos. Brock recognizes him, and Jason demands to know why he's here, as he has no beef with the school. Brock explains. He has no issue with the school. He's just looking for the new kid. Jason sternly tells him not to cause any more trouble on school grounds. Brock just smirks, saying that even though Jason isn't scared because he's a rich kid and council president, he is still superior. But the president stands his ground, stating that he won't let the entire school get dragged into trouble over him. Suddenly, our protagonist appears, led there by Goblin. The two powerhouses lock eyes, and Seth realizes this must be the infamous Brock. Recalling Goblin's brother, he grins wide, saying Brock hasn't changed a bit. In response, Brock readies himself for a fight and steps toward our hero. Seth feels the energy, his hands trembling slightly before he clenches them into fists. But Jason steps between them, blocking Brock's path. Brock warns Jason not to interfere if he values his health. Yet, the president holds firm to his decision, ordering them not to fight on school property. Brock finally loses his patience and decides to attack the president. At that, Seth tells Jason to get out of the way, shoving him aside. Our hero knows Brock came for him. While the others are stunned by his action, Jason tries to warn Seth not to cause more trouble for. Our hero guarantees this won't go down here. He points to the gym, a perfect stage for a real fight. He tells Brock to pick his poison. Any fight will do. But Brock just gives him a death glare, completely silent. Seth smirks, totally unfazed by the intense stare. Brock finally moves, hand raised, but Seth just mocks him. Does he really look like he's afraid of a fight? His defiant gaze stuns the entire crowd. Time for a sportsmanly duel. Now, where's that gym instantly? Rumors of a legendary fight spread like wildfire. The battleground. The famed boxing club, of course. Inside the ring, the two warriors finally face off. The fight begins. Seth casually stretches, a smirk on his lips. Brock just rips off his shirt, warming up his arms. Suddenly, the council girl taunts Jason. "Aren't you going to do something about this?" she sneers. From the bleachers, even Nathan can't believe his eyes. But just then, the PE teacher storms in. He roars at the crowd, and everyone panics. The council girl is quick to point her finger at Jason. But instead of stopping it, the teacher tosses Seth gloves. "You'll be needing these," he says with a grin. Plot twist. He's the referee. It's MMA rules, 3 rounds and 3 minutes per round. Seth gives the teacher a knowing, confident grin. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a boy bursts in. He's screaming about the epic fight in the boxing gym. Hearing this, Sophie's face fills with worry. Victor jolts awake at the mention of Brock's name. The two rivals lock eyes with deadly seriousness. Our protagonist decides to poke the bear. Was this all because he beat him once when they were kids? He even calls him a sore loser for holding a grudge. This just makes Brock's blood boil even faster. He'd ever lost. Isn't that reason enough? The teacher rings the bell. And so, it begins. Brock lunges for Seth's face. Seth evades, sensing weakness. In a flash, Seth counters, grabbing Brock's arm. The payback is already in motion. A brutal knee smashes into Brock's gut as he's pulled down hard. Gasping for air, Brock struggles to his feet, but Seth gives him zero room to breathe. A sharp blow to the neck sends him crashing down again. The entire crowd is left completely stunned. Seth stands over his fallen foe, victorious. He turns to the ref. "Aren't you gonna start the count?" But the teacher just smiles. "No need to rush it." That strange response sends a chill down Seth's spine. He's on his feet, breathless, eyes locked on Seth. Brock manages to stand, glaring at Seth. The crowd erupts. This fight is far from over. Just then, the class representative rushes into the gym. Seth coolly watches his opponent. The beast charges, roaring that he should have stayed down. But with blinding speed, Seth dodges the attack. He then yanks him back, hoisting him into the air, and slams him down with every ounce of his strength. Seth looms over him. "Do I look weak to you now?" His fist is already hurtling towards Brock's face. Brock can only watch as the punch connects with crushing force. A wave of shock washes over the crowd. Seth keeps punching until the teacher finally yells, "Stop!" The barrage ends, leaving behind a bloody mess. Our hero looks up and asks again, "Do I look weak?" Meanwhile, at Sunshine Hospital, Brock is wrapped in bandages. He wakes to find the PE teacher watching over him. The teacher asks if he's back with the living. The diagnosis: a mandatory 2-month break. They fixed his nose. But that was just the start. He suffered a skull fracture and a broken rib. The teacher already gave his sports team a cover story. Just a training injury, he told them. Then he lectures Brock for starting this over a kid's fight. But Brock just smirks. He couldn't care less. He's found something far more interesting than wrestling. Back at school, Seth's arrival freezes the classroom. His cold gaze alone makes the other students tremble. They flinch when he simply stands up from his desk. Out in the hall, he sees pure terror on every face. Everyone is terrified of what he might do next. In the bathroom, he overhears a group of students talking. They're talking about him, of course. "The new kid actually defeated Brock," one says in disbelief. Their chatter dies when they see him at the entrance. Seth approaches with a polite smile, asking them to move. They instantly ditch their cigarettes and bolt. Just then, a new challenger appears. Victor enters. He stops beside Seth. "You free after school?" His eyes are blazing with fury. "Brock was my friend." He calls out his target for a one-on-one fight. That night, Victor stands ready before the school's boxing ring. He waits for Seth. Tossing his bag aside, he pulls on his gloves, remembering his humiliating defeat by Brock and how Seth finished the job so easily. A burning anger surges through Victor. He was afraid, and he hates himself for it. Hours pass, but Seth is a no-show, which only fuels Victor's rage. He continues his lonely wait. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine Group building, Seth is drowning in paperwork. He tries to leave, saying he has to meet a friend, but his uncle flatly refuses. Seth insists his friend is waiting for him. Still, his uncle won't budge, and Seth can only look on, disheartened. The next day, Victor pours his frustration into intense training at the gym. He pushes himself relentlessly until a man approaches, telling him not to overdo it without a fight scheduled. Victor snaps back that he needs to be always ready for anything. The man claims boxing won't pay well, suggesting it would be smarter to switch to MMA, but Victor declares he's not in it for the money, leaving the man speechless. He explains that it's okay, because he made a promise to become a world champion, and he won't give up until he achieves it. He then calms the man down, saying they'll get a fight soon before heading off to school. As Victor leaves, a sleek black car pulls up. Several men get out and ask the man to sell the building, promising they'll pay whatever it's worth. Arriving at school, Victor marches into his classroom only to find Seth sleeping on a desk. The sight instantly irritates him. Remembering Seth and Brock's fight, he yanks Seth's chair, forcing him to wake up groggily. Looking at the clock, Seth complains that it's not even 7 yet. He turns and sees Victor, who demands if he thought it was funny leaving him waiting. Seth explains he was swamped with work, and that's why he couldn't make it. Victor is baffled by this work story, as Seth just yawns from pure exhaustion. He threatens Seth not to even think of running away again, but our protagonist just smirks as he stands, asking why else he would arrive so early. He declares that he's not the type of person who runs away from a challenge. Those words set Victor off, who cracks his knuckles in pure rage. With that, Victor lunges at him, aiming a punch right at Seth's face. Our little monster doesn't even move, letting the punch fly toward his face. But as Victor connects, he realizes something is terribly wrong. Seth had caught the punch with a single hand. "Not bad," he remarks. But then, he begins to squeeze his fist until a finger breaks. Even in agony, Victor continues to glare at him. Intensely, Seth coolly asks if he still wants to continue. At that moment, Victor readies a punch with his other fist to take Seth down. But every punch is dodged until he's cornered against the wall. Victor charges, taking advantage of the opening and preparing a direct hit to his opponent's face. But Seth simply slaps his fist down, leaving Victor's arm useless, much to his shock, trying to press the attack. Victor prepares his other fist, but our protagonist is tired of defending and finally goes on the attack, just as a boy arrives in the classroom, freezing in shock at what he sees. Seth was about to be hit by Victor, who was also about to get punched himself. When Victor spots the student, he figures it's better to postpone this. For later, during class, everyone curiously eyes the two after what happened. But they both just stare, straight ahead, ignoring each other. Hours pass in tense silence until Sophia arrives, calling Seth for lunch. He immediately brightens up, saying they should go together, which confuses her.
Victor just sits there and scoffs, muttering that they'll find out who wins soon enough. But then he puts
his head down and goes right back to sleep. When the two return, they see Victor sleeping. So Seth lies down, to sleep as well, while Sophia just sighs. At the end of the day, Victor gets up from the table and tells Seth to follow him. As they leave the school grounds, he just keeps walking, and Seth tries to ask something, but Victor cuts him off. Still, he asks if they've arrived, and Victor turns around just to see him,
getting into a black car. "I don't have much time," Seth says, telling him to get in. After they're both inside
the car, the nervous driver asks where he should take them. That night, the driver smokes a cigarette to pass the time in front of Victor's boxing gym, asking if he can finally go home. Just then, the black car returns with the same men. The goons return, now armed. They approach the gym, but the driver just casually smokes. Meanwhile, inside, Victor summons Seth to the ring. Seth glances aside, noticing a framed picture on the wall. It shows a fighter with a child. Victor impatiently tells him to hurry up. Seth did say he was busy. As Seth enters, Victor admits his interest since the transfer. Our hero just smirks, ready to tease. He asks how Victor noticed him while snoozing in class. Victor fumes at the comment, but Seth just wants gloves. But Victor refuses. No gloves this time. He declares this is his sport, his rules. An intense stare-down follows. Seth loosens his tie, then removes his shirt, and that's when Victor sees it. He's stunned by the sheer number of scars on Seth's body. "You scared?" Seth taunts, poking the bear. That pushes Victor over the edge. The fight begins. Victor lunges with blinding speed, aiming to land. A clean hit on Seth's face. But a voice shouts his name. His coach appears, panting, and stops the fight. He asks about the men outside, piquing their curiosity. When Seth steps out, he finds his driver, easily handling the thugs who tried to storm the place. He asks what happened, and the driver explains. They were planning an attack. Our main character wants to know who and why. The driver is clueless about their motives, so Seth grabs one for a little chat. Back at the Sunshine Building, the truth comes out the gym has massive debts. That's why the collectors came knocking. Seth asks if a forced takeover was the ultimate goal, but the goon claims they just wanted to buy the gym. Seth turns to his uncle, asking for his call. His uncle flips the question back at him. Meanwhile at school, Victor is a no-show, and the teacher asks around, "Does anyone know where he is?" All eyes turn to Seth, suspecting he was involved after yesterday's events. Sophie glances back worriedly, but the teacher shrugs it off and starts class. Hours crawl by, and still no Victor. The classroom door slides open. It's Victor. He walks straight to Seth's desk, demanding they talk. The two head outside, leaving a very concerned Sophie behind. Near the school building, Victor confronts him. He stands before Seth, holding an envelope. He shoves it forward, asking what it is. He explains that he got it yesterday. Victor reveals his father's huge debt was cleared, with interest. Seth plays dumb, asking what he means. This just angers Victor more. "Was this your doing?" he demands. Seth's casual reply, "What's the problem?" Victor explodes, telling him to stay out of his family's affairs. Our hero simply questions his fragile pride. That's the last straw. Victor grabs him by the collar. Seth calmly tells him to return the money if he hates the help. But Victor can't. The collectors have vanished. "What did you do to them?" he asks. Seth breaks free, telling Victor to just focus on his boxing. He reminds him of the promise to his father, become a world champion. Victor freezes. Stunned, he knows. Seth adds that he can challenge him anytime. With that final word, Seth begins to walk away. Victor can only watch him go, completely bewildered. Back in class, Sophie is anxiously staring at the door. She's waiting for her hero to return. When he appears, she jumps. "What are you doing?" he asks. She fumbles for an excuse, claiming she thought he went to fight again. Seth smirks. "Were you worried about me?" She immediately blushes, launching into her class representative speech, saying she's just responsible for them. Seth jokes that he won't fight their classmates, noting she hasn't changed one bit. Sophie looks confused. He explains she has always been kind and concerned about everyone. As he leaves, Sophie just watches him. But they're not alone. Someone is watching them. The council president glares, annoyed by their closeness. He mutters that Seth should know his place, elsewhere, in a Japanese-style home. Derek waits patiently. A man in a kimono covered in tattoos asks to enter. Beyond the door sits the leader of the Sanu Anakai gang. His name is Maduki Rishin. Derek bows deeply, apologizing. The leader simply states his profound disappointment. He is utterly let down by his subordinate. Derek begs again for one more chance to complete his mission. He explains that since the heir isn't confirmed, they can seize Sunshine with the gang's support. At that, Rishin slams his pipe on the floor with force. He then mentions that he'd heard the heir was very young, but he reminds Derek that young or not, he is still the heir and must be handled with caution. He orders them to find the heir's weakness. Being so young, he must surely have one. Seth's friends sense a fatal flaw, a weakness he must overcome. They warn him to stay calm and not to screw up this time. Just then, trouble walks in, led by a recovering Gabe, who immediately starts yelling. He demands to know who the new kid is. Seth introduces himself. Dade glares, asking if he's the one who defeated Brock, ordering him outside. But Seth doesn't move, asking if he's some kind of dog. The disrespect infuriates Dave. Then Victor arrives, telling him to get lost. The other boys tense up. As Dave fumes, Sam appears, warning him not to touch the new kid. Sam announces Seth is joining the judo club, confusing everyone. The two begin to argue loudly. Seth is just confused by this drama. Then, another visitor arrives at the door. Looking down the hall, he spots another group approaching the head of the Moon Club.
Damon Shaw is annoyed to see the head of the Keno Club was also on his way here.
It's Scott Choi, with his own crew. Seth just fixes his hair, wondering what is happening. Seeing this circus, Sophie steps in to take control. She says their racket is disturbing the class. They all give lame excuses. Sophie isn't buying it and promptly kicks everyone out. She shuts the door and tells Seth he can relax now, but she forgot about the other door. And they all barge back in. Ignoring Sophie, they swarm Seth with offers for their sports clubs. As Seth weighs his options, Sophie tries to herd them out again. Just then, a teacher arrives. The gym teacher shows up, annoyed by the chaos. After a tense silence, he takes charge. The teacher dismisses them all to their rooms, realizing the fight is lost for now. Everyone leaves, but Gabe vows this isn't over. The teacher then turns his attention to Seth. He calls Seth to the counseling room, leaving him baffled. Inside, the teacher gets to the point. He reminds Seth this is an athlete school and pressures him to join a club. Seth is confused. Then, the teacher brings up Brock. He says he was a hot recruit just like Seth in his first year. Before he started brawling, Seth realizes the teacher just wants to manage him. To prevent more trouble, Seth politely declines, saying he's simply too busy. The teacher scoffs. How could a first year possibly be too busy for sports? He thinks Seth is just messing around. But our hero replies that there's more to him than it seems. He points out that the other students are the problem, not him. The teacher is speechless. Seth tells him to keep the other students away. But then he adds a warning. He doesn't run from a fight. Meanwhile, Jason is eavesdropping, hating his arrogance. Jason goes to an abandoned building where some delinquents are gathered, smoking. They're surprised to see the council president. He tells them he needs help taking care of someone. Later that day, Seth is heading to his car. As he walks down a secluded path, a figure ambushes him from behind with a wooden plank. Sometime later, Seth starts to wake up. He's facing the punk Jason hired. The thug smirks and starts taunting him. With his head bleeding, Seth gets up. The thug strikes his back with the plank, but then Seth
turns and glares with that classic main character look. One of the goons scoffs.
He says Seth looks weak for the guy who beat Brock. Getting to his feet, Seth speaks. He calls the situation interesting. The leader is surprised by his lack of fear. Just then, the thug with the plank attacks again. But this time, our hero is more than ready. He dodges and lands a precise strike on the hand. The attack disarms him, sending the wood flying.
The leader is impressed with the move. The boy just screams in pain, his hand completely shattered.
It's totally ruined. Seth calls him too noisy, then drops him with 2 clean punches. He knocks him out cold, then asks who they are. Before they can answer, Seth says he doesn't care.
He just wants to finish this quickly. Furious, the leader calls him arrogant and orders the attack.
The pack closed in on the protagonist. Seth coolly observed his adversaries, and as the leader gave the order, they all rushed him. Our hero let out a bored sigh, bracing for the fight. And just like that, he began to dismantle them. One by one, they fell to Seth's precise blows.
One of them tried to sneak attack with a chain, but Seth easily freed himself, smashing the guy's face.
Another goon tried grabbing him from behind, so the protagonist used the chain boy as a weapon. He threw him into his accomplice, taking them both down. He then grabbed the chain, a playful smile on his face, the leader's face flushed with rage. "Finish him now!" he screamed. His men reached for their bats. It was time to end this. But as they swung, Seth dodged the first clumsy attack. He danced between them, delivering a flurry of blows, clearing a path through the thugs, until he was caught, by surprise, held in place as another thug approached. As the boy readied his swing, Seth launched a swift kick to his face, throwing the other against a wall. "Now free!" The protagonist turned on the one who held him, unleashing a brutal series of punches. Another enemy tried a cheap shot with a bat. The blow landed on the protagonist's head. He stood up, feeling a sharp, stinging pain. He saw his own blood and something inside him snapped. He turned to his foes and charged the remaining. "Boys, Their leader could only watch, frozen, as his entire crew was completely wiped out,
defeated by Seth, who stood tall. That's when he remembered this was the same kid who
demolished his friends with a brick when they were younger. As Seth approached, the leader cowered in fear. The protagonist grabbed his neck. "Tell me," he demanded, "who sent you after settling things?" He headed back to the school. Meanwhile, in the student council room, the president waited with 2 others. Jason wondered why he hadn't heard from his goons yet. Seth reached the council room and swung the door open, shocking the president. He walked in slowly. Jason jumped to his feet. "What are you doing in here?" he demanded. The protagonist just smirked at him. Then he grabbed the president's neck and slammed him on the table. Our hero leaned in close. "Why did you attack me?" But then Sophie walked in, looking for Jason. She found Seth interrogating him. Seth let the president go. "You're a lucky guy," he said. He walked to the door as Sophie watched. Terrified, he understood the situation and just left. The next day, she sat at her desk, unable to forget what she saw the night before. Just then, Seth's car pulled up with his uncle, who said, "I won't ask what happened, but I am providing you with bodyguards." Seth insisted he didn't need them. His uncle pointed to the cut on his face. "Doesn't look like nothing." The two argued. Seth tried to end it. "Don't do that." But his uncle reminded him that they
were having trouble with the leaders of Boozen and Penn. It's better for you to be prepared.
Seth just asked that they stay out of sight. When he got to class, Sophie flinched. At his desk, Victor teased him. "What a shame," he said. "Did they beat you up?" Seth explained it was 11 against 1. Victor just called it nonsense. Then, an announcement came on.
Seth was called to the principal's office. Sophie and Victor grew curious. Victor asked if it was about Jason.
"His uncle is the principal, and his father owns this school," Victor warned. "You should be. Careful. You don't know what he's capable of." When Seth opened the door, he saw Jason with several adults. The principal, Calvin Shin, confirmed his name. "You've caused many problems since you transferred."
At that moment, Jason let a smug smile escape. He knew exactly what the outcome would be.
The principal listed Seth's supposed fights, including assaulting the council president. He concluded by announcing that Seth was expelled. The president's smile widened until he noticed Seth was just staring at him. "Are you serious?" he asked calmly, then pulled out his cell phone. He made a call. A few seconds later, he was talking to his uncle. "By the school I go to." Moments later, several black cars appeared in front of the school. Seth's uncle stepped out of one.
A convoy of black cars descends, bodyguards in tow. Calvin sees the uproar caused by his uncle.
He wonders what Seth did this time. Just then, the group storms the principal's office. Jason tries to ask who they are, but the driver pins him down. A sharp command tells him to be quiet. Approaching the chaise, principal. The uncle presents a single envelope. The man erupts in fury at the blatant invasion. The uncle calmly tells him to simply read it. After a tense stare, he tears it open, and his face
pales at its shocking contents. The proof was undeniable: the Foundation's illegal activities.
Years of corruption, exposed. The uncle's terms were clear, his silence for the school. Calvin seethes. He tries to complain, but a hand to his neck silences him. Then the uncle mentions another damning fact. He'd been pocketing the students' lunch money. A calm resolution was best. Later, at home, Calvin talks to his brother, admitting he was forced to sell the school. His brother stares, utterly bewildered. "Have you gone insane?" he asks, getting only weak excuses. He snatches the documents to see for himself. The buyer was the Sunshine Group, a known band of criminals. At that moment, Jason enters the room. His father demands to know what happened at school. Jason recounts the recent chaos, and his father immediately picks up the phone to call a senator. "Heard of the Sunshine Group?" he asks. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine Building, the uncle explains the plan. "It was easy," he said, "because they were guilty." Seth asks about potential problems, but his uncle lists their crimes. Our protagonist is shocked by the sheer volume. He's amazed so much was uncovered in a single day. The uncle notes his own harsh school days prepared him. They were always prepared. He then asks who will direct the Foundation, assuming Seth would choose the successor. But despite his uncle's assumption, Seth hadn't even thought about it, yet. The next day, Seth heads to his desk as usual. As he sits, he notices Victor watching him. Intently, Seth catches his eye and stares right back. A silent, intense staring contest begins. Victor is the first to break, looking down. From afar, Sylvie gathers the courage to approach Seth. She asks if something happened. She hadn't seen him after the incident at the principal's office. Seth asks if she was worried, even after seeing that side of him. "We're classmates," she replies simply. Our protagonist gives a light chuckle and smiles, telling her not to worry. But suddenly, the classroom door bursts open. It's Jason, and he's yelling for Seth. The class president's visit shocks everyone into silence. Jason sneers, asking if Seth thinks he's some scary criminal. But as Seth stands to confront him, Jason panics. He slams the door shut and flees, leaving Seth dumbfounded. Back in the principal's office, the gym teacher knocks. A man inside gives him permission to enter. Seth's uncle gestures for him to sit. The teacher asks if he was looking for him and how he could possibly help. The uncle then offers him the job of new school principal. It was an order from the school's new owner. Later that day, Seth leaves, but Jason waits for him in an alley with his friends. He explains their target is the guy who wronged him. One of the boys is
Unimpressed, they're just jumping a high schooler. Still, he really needed the money.
but when he sees who it is, he's stunned. Seth gets into a car. Jason is confused as the boy gets angry.
Yelling he won't touch him and throws the money back. The whole group flees, leaving Jason behind.
His anger grows, desperate to learn Seth's true identity. He sees a line of black cars escorting Seth away, and the sight crushes his spirit. At his mother's restaurant, she notes he seems to be having fun. He agrees that so far, it's been entertaining. But when Seth asks why they don't live with his father, the mood instantly becomes tense. Seeing her reaction, Seth tells her not to answer. His mother forces a pamshamedi smile, saying she'll tell him some other time. Seth excuses himself, leaving his mother alone. She watches him leave with worried eyes. Her mind flashes back to when Seth's father had asked to separate. Seth was only a baby then. She'd begged him to stay, but he refused to put the two of them in danger. Looking at her son now, she understands. Back in the present, a man named Derek enters her restaurant. It has been a while, he says. His arrival makes her incredibly anxious. On the way to school, the uncle reveals the new principal is the gym teacher. As they analyzed the school's grim data, Zeph saw its poor state and asked about using company money. The uncle's scheme was to invest $3 million or more, aiming to restore its athletic glory. Zeph wondered if it was
Even possible. But the uncle claimed the students could assist. He declared that in Korea, money
is power, and Zeph suddenly recalled they were loaded. Meanwhile, at school, two classmates were napping through their teacher's lecture until a phone buzzed. It was a call from their gang leader. Answering it, he heard Derek's provocations, but was annoyed Zeph didn't recognize him. As he tried to explain his reason for calling, Zeph warned him it was class time and disconnected. Knowing he'd just call back, Zeph simply turned off his phone. Meanwhile, in a construction site, Derek heard the notice that the phone was unavailable. This irritated him to no end, with Zeph's mother sitting before him. Derek ordered his goons to hunt him down, vowing to finish Zeph this time. At that very moment, our protagonist dreamed of Victor's spiky hair, thinking he'd get hurt if he touched it. At the end of the day, as Zeph left school, a silver van screeched to a halt before him. Derek's henchmen emerged from the van, blocking Zeph's path. Our protagonist asked who they were. They just told him to follow. At that instant, his driver arrived, questioning what they were doing. Once the henchman turned and recognized the driver, Rod, he got furious they would boss around his own boss. Zeph spoke again, asking what they wanted. In response, a henchman nervously pulled out a cell phone. They explained that it was a request from Derek, and Zeph snatched the phone from their hands. The second Zeph glanced at the screen, he was horrified to see his mother captured and tied to a chair. The henchman immediately noticed Zeph's enraged expression. Using the hand holding the phone, Zeph landed a vicious punch when a second goon tried to retaliate. He threw the phone as a distraction and landed another strike, taking advantage of the blow. He slammed the man down, still furious, with two teeth now embedded in his fist. He held the man's head, demanding to know where his mother was. After finding out, the entire bodyguard convoy sped to the location while Zeph called his uncle, who begged him to remain calm. Our protagonist screamed, remembering they had his mother, but his uncle warned him not to stoop to their level. Back in captivity, Derek was again trying to call, failing, and completely baffled why. He told Zeph's mother he had nothing against her. He just felt a child shouldn't be running sunshine. However, his mother stated that Zeph would do a better job than him, irritating Derek. She called him a simple delinquent as she rose from her chair, towering over him. The protagonist's mother lost her smile, her gaze turning serious and aggressive. Then, the uncle revealed something to Zeph that left him utterly shocked. The
protagonist was in the car, seething over what they did. His fleet of cars soon arrived at the
designated spot. Zeph began to exit the car. His uncle was waiting. Adjusting his tie, He asked where his mother was. The man just gestured inside with his face. Without hesitating, the boy began running. He bolted up the stairs. Arriving with force, he kicked the door open. His mother was serene, as if nothing had occurred. Surprised, Kang called out for his mother. Looking around, he saw all the men lying on the floor while the woman was standing. Derek was being held up by his shirt. The boy asked what was going on, seeing his mother standing there. He was in complete shock. Suddenly, his uncle arrived, apologizing to the woman and saying he would leave the rest to her. Terrified, the man started screaming, begging the boy to save him, hurt and trembling. He kept pleading for someone to save him. As the woman walked off, the uncle bowed his head, showing his respect for her. Leaving, she told her son to come, as they needed to open the cafe. Frightened, he stared at his mother, who remained completely serious. Later at the cafe, Zeph asked what had happened, dodging the question. His mother asked what he could mean. Curious, he asked how she did it. Smiling, she replied that it's a secret, leaving the protagonist even more bewildered. However, she promised she would tell him everything when the moment was right, but the boy said he still didn't understand. Happily, she told him that he doesn't need to understand because she is still his mother, no matter what. After her answer, he could only accept it, a silent stare. Outside, the driver smokes calmly, a car pulls up, and the uncle steps out. Instantly, the driver bows low. The uncle's sharp gaze falls on them both. Suddenly, his expression twists into pure rage, lost in a memory. Seth was just a baby. His mother played with a yo-yo, but the game went wrong. It struck the boy's head hard, sending him down. Shocked, he erupts into desperate tears, wailing and screaming. His mother frantically tries to calm him down. She tries the yo-yo again. He dodges, but with his clumsy baby movements, he just ends up toppling over. And he's on the ground once more. She scoops him up, hugging her son tightly. His father just shakes his head at the chaotic scene. In the background, the uncle watches it all, a silent keeper of secrets. Back in the present, he is with the driver outside, breaking the tension. He calls out to Rami. Then, he drops a bombshell the Yakuza were behind the entire Buzin rebellion. Rami stands there, stunned into silence. Then, pure rage as he curses them. He spits curses at the Yakuza. The uncle tells Rami to protect the boss better. The man bows, promising he will. And he's told he can keep the gun. A grin spreads across Rami's face, thrilled by this unexpected gift. Changing the topic, he asks about sending someone to the school. Rami explains that the leader of Senu Anakai, a guy named Maki Ryan, is after the boss. They need more bodyguards. This grabs the uncle's attention, Rami continues, saying they need an operative, someone who can pose as a new student. Later, at Sophie's house, she's poking at her food, clearly upset. Her father watches her, worried. He carefully asks if something happened to her. The girl just mumbles that it's nothing. But dad mode is activated. If someone is bothering you, just tell me. I'll handle it. She laughs, reminding him he's a prosecutor. He replies that his daughter's well-being is what truly matters, but she insists it is not a problem at all. Don't worry about it. But her tone says otherwise. He stares intently, knowing something is definitely wrong. It really seems like something happened. Sophie denies it again, asking to just eat. Frustrated, her dad goes silent. She just keeps spooning yogurt into her mouth. A little later, out on the balcony, her father makes a call. He's on the phone with Jason. This is Sophie's father. On the other end, the student council president says he was just about to call. He reveals there have been some issues with the new student, and he was unsure whether he should inform her father. The man's knuckles turn white as he grips the railing. With restrained fury, he demands to hear everything. Meanwhile, Kang's mother arrives at the cafe, asking where her son is. The uncle tells her he's at home. She asks if he needs anything, but the uncle says no. He only wanted to say he was sorry. She stands, telling him not to worry. The uncle insists they'll take her home, since it's not safe. Smiling sadly, she asks if he has forgotten. She then says that she will stay away out of love for her son. He just needs to focus on protecting Seth. Her words leave him speechless. He remains silent. In his room, Seth sleeps restlessly, tossing and turning. Finally, he shoots up in bed. He can't sleep. Fear grips him as he wonders where his mother is. Now, let's switch gears to Rod, the driver. So who is this guy? Turns out he's a racing fanatic. Sometime later, at a dojo, an old man puffs on his pipe. Did you fail? He asks his subordinate. The answer is yes, annoyed. The old man mutters about untrustworthy Koreans.
His subordinate stands, asking what to do about some shine. The master retorts with his own question.
Is there a leader at the prep school? The man confirms it. The master's face turns grim. Send Akira. Just the mention of the name sends a shiver down the subordinate's spine. But the old man is resolved to win. We will use everything we have. Meanwhile, at Young Gym High, the courtyard is full of students. From his new office, the new principal watches. He was just the PE teacher before this promotion, he eyes. The mountain of paperwork and sighs deeply. I was just a teacher. How am I supposed to handle this? Before he can spiral, the phone rings. The principal quickly snatches it up, on the other. And a voice announces they're from the Sushine Corporation. It's the uncle, calling with some news. He announces a new transfer student, ordering him to be placed in the same class as Seth Kang. The principal questions this decision. The line goes dead. He was given an order, not an option. Then, a knock sounds. The sudden knock makes the principal flinch. The door creaks open. He sees who it is, and his face pales with fright. It's Brock, looking surprisingly healthy. Shocked, the principal stammers. What are you doing in my office? School. With a serious look, he congratulates the new principal, but then makes a request. Favor? Confused, the principal asks what it is. He bows his head, asking to enroll in the school. His reason, he just wants to graduate. This leaves the principal completely baffled by the bizarre situation is happening. Meanwhile, in a packed classroom, students listen to their teacher, who announces new students, sparking confusion. She glances sideways, signaling for him to enter. Come in. The door slides open, and an immense presence fills the room. When the new student turns, everyone gasps.
They're frozen between shock and fear. The teacher asks for an introduction. Casually, he states his name is Brock.
Chang, sending a wave of panic through the class. Hearing the whispers, she demands silence and calls for the second transfer student. Another figure enters, standing shoulder to shoulder with Brock. He introduces himself as Jun Kim, pleased to meet them. Instantly, all the girls are captivated by his stunning looks. A wave of jealousy washes over the guys. The nervous teacher fixes her glasses, wondering if these guys are even high schoolers. Facing the class, she tells them to take the empty seats in the back. Brock moves first, and with every step, the
students shrink back in fear. Their walk to the back of the room is a silent, intimidating march. Stopping before our protagonist, he stares him down. But Seth is unfazed, returning the gaze with a
challenging smirk. Sometime later, a luxury car pulls up to the school. The driver informs Miss Oren of their arrival. Arrived, speaking a foreign language, she asks about the school. She fixes her hair, saying she cannot wait to see the protagonist. Back in class, Victor and Seth are napping as usual. The two new students sit beside them, casting a tense shadow. The teacher asks the class about the upcoming graduation trip. However, the room is dead silent. Breaking the tension, she looks to the back, asking if they'll attend. Jun Kim gives a charming smile and confirms he is going. With a cold expression, Brock says nothing, just glancing aside. Seeing the two sleepers, he mutters that he will go too, a bit. Flustered, the teacher dismisses them for the day. As she leaves, she urges them to befriend the new guys. The moment she leaves, the mood shifts. Suddenly, the two delinquents wake up and rise. Just then, Brock also stands, startling the kids in front of him. Looking at the big guy, Kim just watches the scene unfold.
Approaches Victor and Seth. Seth stays silent, watching him, but Brock steps in, blocking the path.
Victor scoffs, deciding to leave them to it. However, the big guy's arm shoots out, stopping him. Arm, the size difference between them is comical. Irritated, Victor asks what he's doing. From the corner, the new student just watches the commotion. A smirk plays on his lips. He seems to be enjoying this. Later in the schoolyard, with his hand in his pocket, Victor asks if he wants a fight. Brock replies that he hopes the teen isn't that stupid. Enough to try? That remark makes Victor explode with rage. Furious, he calls him a bastard and tells Suknum to beat him up, calling him an easy target. However, the big guy just stays quiet. He drops his bag to the ground, remembering his last fight with this guy. He had the upper hand, and if not for the teacher, he would have finished him completely, without hesitation. He gets into a stance and dares Brock to attack. But the big guy says they will do it in the ring. He's implying they'll use gloves. Confused, the blonde asks what he means. By that, Brock explains he wants to learn boxing, and he can learn properly by fighting him. The blonde. This bizarre request leaves Victor completely dumbfounded. At the same time, outside the school, his classmate trails behind him. Stammering, she calls out his name, too nervous to speak. Seth asks if something is wrong. Replying, Sophie says no, and asks if he is free on Saturday, which catches him off guard. She hands him 2 tickets, explaining she got 2 VIP passes, showing him the tickets. She says she heard it is a good movie. Our hero accepts right away, surprising the girl. She asks if he is serious, and he confirms it. A wave of relief washes over her while holding the tickets. She smiles, saying, "That's great." Seeing her smile gives the protagonist an idea. He asks if she is free today, asking if she wants to grab a bite. Sophie freezes for a moment because the invitation was so unexpected. He says he found a really good place. Then, a slow smile spreads across her face. "Excited?" she says. She knows just the place, and her stomach agrees. He smirks, asking if she can handle spice. Laughing, she retorts. "Who can't?" She asks if his spot is any good, as the two banter while the sun dips low. Just then, our hero's ride pulls up in front of the school. A figure approaches the car as the driver waits. Then, a sharp rap on the window gets his attention. Recognizing the face, the driver lowers the window, asking what happens if the boss finds out, but the mysterious man just grins. "Don't worry, the new student says our boss is on a date." Utterly confused, Raimi can't make sense of it. The student switches topics. "You gotta smoke." He mutters he needs a cigarette, claiming this student act is suffocating. Annoyed, the driver snaps, asking if he's insane for wanting a smoke in that uniform. Glancing down, he admits the man is right. Laughing, Ronnie lights up anyway, and Kin says he's a true delinquent. While smoking, he asks how school's going. The driver says they're just kids, but still the driver insists nothing can happen to the boss. The new student tells him not to worry, revealing a hidden blade in his sleeve. "You already know what I can do." Later that night, Victor is fighting Brock in a boxing gym. He throws punches while Brock defends, but his speed rapidly increases. Brock maintains his defense, but now, with great difficulty, the blonde sees an opening and prepares to strike, landing a hard blow to the big guy's ribs, who winces in pain. Before he realizes it, another blow is coming, this time near his face. With no time to react, he takes a left hook square on the jaw. Victor is laser-focused on the fight. Brock starts to wobble, catching his opponent's attention. Confidently, he asks if he really wants to continue. The man stays quiet. Opening his eyes, he asks, "Is that all you've got?" Reacting to the taunt, the blonde gets so irritated his veins start to pop. Throwing another punch, he yells that Brock can't even fight properly. He keeps throwing more and more punches, as Brock remains on the defensive. Victor is already sweating from the effort. Opening his eyes, Brock still stays defensive. Winding up for another hit, Victor says the bully wanted to learn boxing and tells him to try. Hitting him, aiming for his head, Victor goes for a final blow. However, something catches his eye. For the first time, Brock manages to dodge the punch. The two stare at each other, frozen, trembling. Brock prepares to counterattack. He lunges forward with all his might. The punch nears, and Victor defends himself. After that, he stumbles back until he hits the corner of the ring. He prepares himself as the big guy gets ready to attack. Brock tries to land another blow, but Victor ducks under it. Quickly, he lands a perfect uppercut. After the punch, he returns to his stance, but the man just watches. Annoyed, the blonde wonders if this guy will ever manage to hit him once. Interrupting his thoughts, Brock asks what he's doing and tells him to attack. Hearing this, Victor becomes enraged and calls him a bastard. The two rush at each other with full force. Meanwhile, in the movie theater, our potential couple is watching an action horror movie. Sophie is trembling with fear. She grabs onto the protagonist's jacket. Cleverly, he places his hand right over hers, noticing the contact. The girl looks down. In response, she pulls back shyly while the boy just laughs. Sometime later, the movie ends. Everyone starts leaving the theater. Seth and Sophie are leaving as well. He asks if the girl liked the movie, and she says yes. In turn, the protagonist says he enjoyed it too. Smiling, she says she's glad to hear that and asks if he's heading home. But he interrupts, asking if she doesn't want to. Grab something to eat. Confused by the question, she hesitates. The boy asks if it's not normal to eat after a movie and if that's not how dates work. Stammering, Sophie asks, "This is a date." Suddenly, he grabs her hand, happily. He says he knows the perfect place. Inside the Sunshine Building, they enter a restaurant. The girl starts looking around. Leaning in, she whispers, asking if the place is expensive. Smiling, the boy tells her not to worry and to just eat. A waiter comes to the table, placing down silverware and plates. She then thanks him for it. As the man walks away, the girl sighs, which leaves the boy confused. Continuing, She says she still thinks it's too much. The boy tells her not to worry, because it's free. Sophie asks what he means by that, and the boy explains that the restaurant belongs to his company, so they can eat without paying. Still not fully understanding, she asks what he's talking about. The protagonist replies that it's complicated, but that he's richer than she thinks. After hearing this, she smiles, intrigued. The new student asks if she thinks it's a lie. No, that's not it, Sophie explains. So why was she laughing? Flustered, she admits that. She got jealous hearing he was rich, to hide her face. Seth asks about her second day.
Her cheeks burn bright red. Elsewhere, a fleet of cars cuts through the road. Inside one
sits our hero, his uncle, and their driver. The uncle breaks the silence, vowing to send men to Jeju Island. He knows the Japanese gangs are plotting something, but it's just a school trip, the boy argues. Nothing bad could happen. Hearing this, the uncle goes quiet. A heavy silence fills the car. The car halts. Stepping out, Aisai pauses. He tells his uncle not to worry, that nothing is going to happen. Then, he slams the door. With arms crossed, he walks off. The uncle calls for his driver, ordering him to follow the boy. But Jab is already there. Brady says, confused. The uncle knows, but having another man there will ease his mind. Following the command, Ronnie happily accepts. He's thrilled about a free trip to Jeju. They quickly board a plane. Later, on Jeju Island, the students are buzzing with excitement. Suddenly, the teacher appears, delivering a swift bonk to the head. She tells them to pipe down. Are they all babies? Now get
on the bus. Once they're boarded, she does a head count. The driver gives the all clear. The bus departs. Soon, they arrive at the GU Tours Hotel and start piling out. Among them are
Sophie, Brock, Victor, Kim, and Seth. The teacher gathers the class, checking if everyone is off. She scans her clipboard, announcing their rooms are on the 8th floor. Their names are
posted on the doors. They have 1 hour to unpack. As the buses leave, inside the hotel,
the students scramble to find their rooms. Our hero finds his door. His roommates will be Seth, Victor, and Brock. He cracks a smile. What a team. Down the hall, Kim mentions that he's staying in the room right next door. Stepping inside, our hero thinks it looks nice. He immediately claims a bed for himself. In the background, Victor calls out to Brock about the big bed. Brock just stares back. Got a problem. A tense standoff begins. 1 hour later, the students gather, chattering away. A teacher reminds everyone to pay close attention to
their bus. Since other schools are here, they must return by 3 p.m. sharp. Hearing that,
students begin to board. Meanwhile, Seth is napping peacefully, but a soft voice calls his name. It's Sophie, asking him to take a walk. He happily accepts. Elsewhere, Victor is lounging on the grass, but something catches his eye. A group of students is walking past, looking like they're up to no good. Victor scoffs, noting they're Chinese and look pretty tough. Rob just walks past them calmly. In another spot, Kim is having a smoke when someone taps his shoulder. It's the driver, Rami. They immediately start chatting and laughing. At the same time, Seth and Sophie walk down a staircase, but someone suddenly blocks their path. Our hero just stares. It's those students Victor saw earlier. One smirks, saying Korean girls are pretty, then asks her to hang out. Hearing this, Sophie immediately tenses up. The guy wonders why she's with this pretty boy instead of them. Seth says nothing, but his eyes darken. He asks what their problem is. The students just smirk. Wordlessly, he glares at them, his anger palpable. But then, Sophie steps forward, stunning everyone. In fluent Chinese, she asks them what they want. Seth is completely shocked. Even the other students are stunned. She tells them not to give Chinese people a bad name. One of them recovers, asking how she knows their language. Another one sneers, asking if the skinny kid is her boyfriend. Sophie ignores them completely. Turning around, she puts a hand on our hero's arm, telling him to go. He calmly obeys as they walk away. The thugs mock them, infuriating our hero. Later, at a park, he finally asks her, "You speak Chinese?" She explains that she lived in China for a few years as a child. Because of her father's work, she still studies to stay sharp. He's amazed. But then he asks, "What did they say?" She tells him not to worry. It was nothing important. Standing up, our hero announces a bathroom break. With a menacing glare, he says he will be right back. But he walks toward that familiar staircase. From the top, he calls down to the group, staring at them with a wild look in his eyes. Then, he leaps down with everything he has. Sophie is just sitting on a bench waiting. He returns, saying the bathroom was far, and she says it's fine. She asks what's next on the agenda. He points nearby, saying the view is great and invites her to go take a photo. Laughing, they soon head over. A man arrives, shocked at the scene. His colleagues are all over the ground. He asks what happened, then punches a guy's head to wake him. He asks what went down, nervously. The thug says a Korean kid defeated their whole group. Their leader scoffs, asking if he's not ashamed. He vows they will catch this Korean kid now. Looking back, he orders his men to split up and find him. Nearby, 2 students are walking by. When something grabs their attention, 2 angry Chinese students appear, asking if they attacked their friends. As one prepares to punch, his buddy says it's not them and to keep searching.
Wandering around, they find Victor asleep. One man says there's a Korean boy right here.
The group starts to close in and surround him. One of them rudely kicks him awake. Waking up, Victor asks what they want, but the leader says it's probably not him. Annoyed, he stands up.
Asking again what they are looking for. He questions who they think they're looking at and asks if they want to fight.
The blonde starts to get up excitedly. However, the Chinese student orders him to sit. His words are cut short by a punch straight to the face. The impact sends him crashing to the ground. His classmates rush over. Victor just asks what that guy was saying. Elsewhere, Rock is on the grass, looking at the scenery. A voice calls out, making him turn. It's a Chinese student asking if he's the one who beat up his boys. He notes that Rock looks pretty strong. Rock stays completely silent. Suddenly, the guy charges forward with a punch, but the big guy blocks it. While still turned away, he stops the punch by catching the guy's hand, trembling. The man says nothing. Brock thanks him, saying he was just starting to get bored. Gritting his teeth, the man calls him a brat, preparing for another attack. He tells Brock to let go, but the big guy is unfazed. He easily blocks the next punch, too. Brock quickly spins, grabbing the man from behind. Irritated, the guy calls him a damn bastard. But Brock just squeezes him in a bear hug. He lifts him high with all his might and finishes him with a deadly wrestling move. The students watch, stunned by the fight. Brock tells them all to come at him, calling them bastards. A while later, students start heading toward their buses. Outside, the teacher is taking attendance. Many are already on board, and that student who got punched earlier is still mad, still irritated. In their seats, the new couple is laughing. Someone gets on, catching Seth's attention. The one who entered is actually Victor. This makes the main character curious. As the blonde walks past, he passes their seat and sits down behind them. Brock also boards the bus. He walks down the aisle, and our hero is confused now, too. The 2 latecomers have arrived. He just watches them both quietly. We see how Victor defeated his foes and what happened when Brock fought. Some time passes, and the
couple keeps on chatting. Entering the bus, the teacher asks Sophie if they're all here. She stands up
and looks around to check, but she says the new student, Kim, is missing and seems annoyed. The teacher had warned everyone to be on time. Meanwhile, Kim is out smoking with the bus driver. The 2 are talking. Suddenly, a woman approaches, and the driver gets nervous. Kim turns, getting ready. He starts to pull a weapon out of his sleeve. However, it's just their teacher, the killer Aura. With a vacant stare, she asks what the new kid is doing here. The man nervously thinks he is completely screwed. That night at the hotel, Brock stares at his reflection. Seth is on the bed listening to music. Victor is in the middle of his push-up training. Then Brock looks over at the main character, noticing the stare. Seth removes his headphones to ask what's up. The man replies that he will see soon enough. This leaves the boy confused, but he just smiles and puts his music back on. Elsewhere, the driver Kim is meeting with the teacher. Model, fuming, she confronts the student smoking. Do you realize how bad that is for you at your age? I really thought you were better than the others. She sighed. Where did you learn this, however? He calmly shows her an ID card. He was born in 1991. She's stunned he's 27 years old. That makes him 3 years older than her, he explains. He had to drop out due to family problems. But he still wants to learn, regardless of his age. She's floored. She thought he looked much older. Suddenly, he grabs her hand and steps closer. So, can you let it slide just this once? With a charming smile, he pleads. Please. Flustered, the teacher finds herself agreeing. She will. Outside, the driver watches nervously. He wonders if everything is proceeding smoothly. Meanwhile, a nearby child points. That man looks strange, he tells his mother, later that night. In a karaoke bar in Jigu, a man is drinking, complaining loudly. These Korean drinks are as weak as my men. The 3 henchmen stand by, nervously silent. One of them finally speaks up. We underestimated those kids. At those words, the leader stops drinking. His eyes flash with rage. You lost to a bunch of Koreans. He smashes the bottle over the underling's head. You useless bastards, he screams. Have you no shame? Bring that boy to me tomorrow. Head bleeding, the subordinate says nothing. With a crazed look, the leader asks a question. Do you remember the uniform you're wearing? Some time later, Bob Ronnie, the driver, approaches a restaurant. He enters, and his presence catches another man's eye. Raising a hand, the man greets him. "It's been a while," the tired driver says. The man asks, "What about Jab? I heard he was supposed to be here too." "This is Joe Young, the Juju branch chief. He's a part of the Sunshine Group." The driver explains Jab is with their boss. But Joe presses, "Isn't Jab the head of the bodyguards?" Bob replies that they have other matters to attend to. Changing the topic, Joe suggests they eat. Bob is stunned by the lavish spread of food. The man urges him to eat, pointing out the GIU fish. Ronnie thanks him gratefully. As he eats, Bob is overjoyed by the incredible flavor. Seeing this, the man seems pleased. He comments, "It must be tough, serving such a young boss." But the driver just says it's been fine. Joe adds that he heard Derek brought the boy in. Bob's mouth is too full to respond. A sly smile crosses Joe's face. "There's one more thing," he says. "Derek mentioned you beat him up." The revelation makes Bob start choking. Joe calms him down, saying it must be hard. "Eat while you have the chance." After stuffing himself, Bob sighs. About to burst, he thanks him for the amazing meal. "It must be nice," he says wistfully. Joe doesn't quite catch his meaning. Bob continues, "Living in a place with food this good." Hearing this, a strange look crosses Joe's face. Then he begins to smile. He says Gigu was once great, but is now being invaded by the Chinese. There's a lot of work to be done. The driver listens in silence. Joe explains that the tribe is trying to invade their territory. Confused, Bob asks, "Shouldn't you notify Peter?" Joe explains it isn't official yet. They're causing trouble with money, but so far, there haven't been any physical confrontations. Relieved, Bob thinks it doesn't sound like a big deal, but Joe argues otherwise. "In a way, you're right," he says, revealing a bombshell. "The head of the tribe is here right now." Ronnie has no idea what he means.
Joe clarifies that it's just a high school trip. He was simply notified to keep an eye on things.
Bob says their boss is on that trip, so all is well. Joe scoffs. "It's just a school trip."
What could possibly happen? He then offers drinks with sashimi. Bob excitedly agrees, but then declines.
He explains he must take care of the boss. Joe insists it's just one drink. "Besides, all these boys are thrilled to see you again." Awkwardly, the driver caves. "Fine, just one." A short while later, at the hotel, the school buses begin to arrive. The students start gathering in the lobby. Hiding behind a wall is a Chinese student. He's on the phone, reporting in. "I've found him. I will follow and report back." Soon after, the buses depart again. A teacher announces they will be hiking Mount Heisen, a great 5-hour trek to the summit and back. The students let out a collective groan. The teacher tries to calm them down. She explains that if it's too hard, they can head back down. But they are absolutely forbidden from going anywhere else. The bus finally arrives at the location. As they disembark, one student looks defeated. At that moment, another car pulls up. Inside, a man is watching them, on his phone. The trip begins. After leaving the buses, the students start their hike. Soon, everyone is enjoying themselves, including our main character, Sophie, and their classmates. The Chinese exchange students are also among them. Victor and Brock are walking side by side. Suddenly, a group appears, blocking their path. It's a large crew, and one of them says they've come for them both. Victor is completely confused by this, elsewhere on the
path. Seth and Sophie are walking and chatting. But then, a man appears, catching the boy's eye. He says
that they need him to come with them. He explains their boss is waiting. This man also has a large group with him. An annoyed Sophie asks what they could possibly want now. The man retorts that they aren't there for her, and that she should just keep quiet. Sophie starts to argue, but our hero puts a hand on her shoulder, telling her to go on ahead, leaving her puzzled. The man simply waits for an answer. With a glare of pure anger, Seth says it seems they're here for a fight. Speaking in Chinese, the man says it's time to begin. Seth has no idea
what he's saying, since he doesn't speak the language. The two stare each other down, and Victor prepares to attack. He tries to throw a quick right hook, but the big guy dodges easily. The blonde is shocked by his amazing reflexes. Instantly, the man lands, a clean shot to his stomach, giving him zero time to react. The blow is powerful enough to send him flying back, but he manages to stop himself from falling, as intense pain grips his gut. As a result, he falls to his knees, trying to call the man a bastard, but before he can even finish, he collapses completely onto the ground. This startles Brock, leaving him stunned, while our protagonist grows furious at the sight. Excited, the Chinese man continues to taunt them. Brock is disgusted by this. Then, the new student moves forward and starts walking. With a menacing look, he calls the man a piece of garbage. He rushes the big guy, aiming a kick, but his opponent ducks and dodges it.
The new student is surprised by his agility. He immediately repositions for his next move. However, a
fist comes flying toward his face. He barely manages to evade the powerful blow. Right after, he prepares a counter. But before,
he can move. The big guy kicks him right in the chin. In disbelief, our hero realizes this opponent is way too fast for his size. After the hit, the man looks thrilled, while the new student prepares to block the incoming attack, deciding to leap backward. The big guy throws another kick, but this time Seth manages to block it, though it sends him flying. Still, he lands firmly on his feet. Seeing that he wasn't knocked down, the Chinese man is surprised, and our protagonist smirks, saying this is getting fun. Elsewhere, Sophie rushes to find the teacher, getting her attention. She quickly explains the situation, leaving the woman in shock. Nearby, two men are sitting and talking. It's Kim and the driver, smoking and chatting. But they soon realize something is wrong, looking
over. The driver asks what's happening. Kim replies that it looks like trouble is brewing now. With that, the driver
snuffs out his cigarette, hoping nothing serious has occurred. Both men get up and head over to investigate what is happening. Back in the woods, the fight between Seth and the Chinese leader rages on. Our hero tries to land another punch, but his opponent evades it. Next, he attempts a counter with an open palm, but the new student dodges again. The two exchange blows intensely, but neither can land a clean hit. Brock watches the battle in total disbelief. The other Chinese students can't believe their eyes, as they expected their boss to have won the fight already. At one point, the Chinese leader tries another strike, but he misses again. Seth smiles, excited that he's finally found an opening. He quickly goes for another hit, but the big guy dodges once more. He then starts a spinning attack, trying to land a blow. His fist gets closer and closer. He strikes his opponent's head with his other hand. However, our hero starts laughing. This completely unnerves the big guy. He's laughing because he stopped the punch by grabbing his opponent's arm. With a crazed expression, he asks if that is all he's got. Meanwhile, Kim and the driver arrive on the scene and start watching the fight. Kim is impressed by the battle's sheer intensity. Bob observes and notes that the fighter is incredibly strong. Kim then asks if he's actually a student, and Bob says he almost defeated Peter. The man is stunned, and the driver explains it happened 2 years ago. Nervous, the man is silent after that response. Yan looks at the fight and comments that things are getting messy, seeing his arm trapped. The Chinese leader starts cursing in his own language, calling the boy a little brat. Quickly, he breaks his arm, free, and tries an immediate counter, grabbing the protagonist's wrist. With his free hand, he readies himself to throw a punch. Analyzing the situation with focus, the new student prepares to strike back, but he just barely blocks the blow. But our hero yanks his jacket, closing the distance. Suddenly, Seth slams him with a powerful headbutt. The Chinese leader staggers back, reeling in pain. Seth moves in for the finish, but a foot whips past his face out of nowhere anew. Challenger smoothly dodges the attack. He somersaults back, creating some space from the opponent. Completely shocked, he can't process it. Staring at the newcomer, he demands, "Who are you?" It's a guy in sunglasses, telling his partner he's lost. "Step aside," he says. The big guy is furious. "I'm not done," he roars, telling him to scram. The man replies, "You're already too hurt. You'll have problems if you keep this up." Enraged, the brute yells, "I can't lose to a Korean." Seth's eyes narrow. Something's coming. He approaches them, asking again, "Who are you?" The newcomer dodges his strike with ease. Seth pivots back to the big guy, landing a solid punch, right in the face. The man in sunglasses is shocked. Seth readies another blow as the big guy writhes on the ground in pain. From behind, the man in shades moves to attack, but Seth senses the movement, grabbing his arm mid-strike. Just then, Bob and Kim arrive on the scene. Kim looks absolutely furious, with Bob right behind. The three of them now face off. Then, their driver pulls something from his jacket. It's a strange-looking weapon. Kim reveals one too, from his sleeve, approaching the enemy. Confused, the sunglasses guy asks, "Who are you?" The trio is ready to throw down. Suspicious. Seth stays quiet, eyeing Kim. The man in sunglasses is also silent. Breaking the tension, Seth mutters, "This is a mess." He's annoyed they're making it seem like he actually lost to that punk. He glares at the Chinese man, who starts to look nervous. Without a second thought, Seth charges. He throws a punch, but his opponent dodges again. Quickly, he grabs the man's ponytail with a vicious tug. He uses his free right hand to prepare a devastating strike. The punch connects squarely on his face. The blow is so strong that he starts bleeding, flying backward to the ground. After the impact, Seth just stares, dummy. Later. At the Sunshine Group headquarters, the uncle and our main character sit in a tense silence. The uncle recalls Seth's promise to not cause trouble, but the boy just listens. He turns to scold Kim and Bob for their failure. They both apologize, saying they are truly sorry. About it, the scolding continues. Of all people, you just had to fight that guy. Seth argues back. Should I just run away then? In response, the uncle gives a heavy sigh. He thanks the two men, realizing Joe is caught in a huge mess. Later, in another building, Joe sits in his room, clearly disappointed. He silently watches his two battered henchmen.
All bruised and bandaged from the fight, the man can only wonder what he's supposed to do now.
Furious, the big guy swears in Chinese he won't forgive this. Once again, Joe wonders what to do. The man with the ponytail vows revenge on the Sunshine Group, completely desperate. Joe again asks himself what to do about this disaster. Meanwhile, at Yongjin High School, Seth looks a bit down, spinning a pen in his hand. He's all alone in the classroom. At the same time, in the boxing gym, Brock is training hard. He punches the bag again and again, totally focused. In the background, someone else is training. It's Victor, and he is absolutely furious, recalling the fight he had with the big guy and his easy defeat. Gritting his teeth, his rage explodes. He then glares at the punching bag, unleashing his fury. Determined, he keeps training, more focused than ever. He will get stronger. Meanwhile, the teacher finishes her lesson and makes an announcement. I have some news, she says. We have a new student? The class starts murmuring. In her mind, the teacher sighs. Why do they all end up in my class? Looking to the door, she calls out, You may come in now. It's a girl. As she enters, the entire room is instantly captivated. The teacher explains she's a transfer from Japan. Please be kind to her. Instantly, all the students, especially the boys, are completely smitten. Introducing herself, the girl says, My name is Akira.
Our hero sees a suspicious smile. He grows wary, but simply observes her in.
Return. Elsewhere. A phone shatters the silence. Someone answers. It's the leader sent to Nakai, who,
upon answering, asks for a status report. The voice on the line confirms the girl is in. Pleased.
The man orders her to handle things quietly. Once the boy disappears, he thinks, Korea will be all theirs. Meanwhile, at Yongjin High, the new girl is at her desk, and Sophie can't help but watch. She thinks Ankura is truly beautiful, just like a doll. The new girl is staring at something. Curious, Sophie wonders what has captured her attention. Following her gaze, she realizes she's staring right at the protagonist. Shocked, Sophie wonders if the new girl is already into Seth. Akira notices she's being watched. A sadistic smirk spreads as she meets Sophie's gaze. Sophie feels a chill run down her spine. Quickly, she scrambles over to our hero's desk. Grabbing his arm, she asks if he wants to go to the cafeteria, suggesting they get something delicious. The sudden offer just confuses Seth. As the two begin to leave, the new girl calmly watches them go. Just then, a car arrives at the SE school. Inside, Bob and Kim sit across from each other, smoking. The driver tries to make small talk. Dejected, Kim says they have no other choice. He remembers when Seth got furious about having bodyguards inside his classroom and demanded they be removed. At least, he sighs. Seth is with the driver, laughing. The man agrees it's better than nothing. They share a chuckle. Changing the subject, Kim asks if Bob knows anything interesting. This piques Bob's curiosity. He then explains why he wanted to go to school so badly. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Akira walks toward the pair. The sight startles Sophie. Smiling, Akira asks where Sophie was, saying she'd been looking for her. She greets the class president, admitting she isn't used to Korea, and asks if they can be friends. Sophie reluctantly agrees. Looking at the boy, Akira asks if he's her boyfriend. As Sophie stammers, the ever-direct Seth confirms that he is indeed her boyfriend. Sophie is absolutely floored. Intrigued, Akira asks if that's true. Our hero tells them to enjoy their time and says he's leaving. But suddenly, he stops. He glances back at the girl. Akira asks why he's leaving so soon. Seth says he has other things to handle right now. He then starts walking away, blushing and surprisingly happy. Sophie just thinks about what he said about them being a couple. That night at his mother's cafe, she asks why he's there after such a long time. He says he was on a school trip. His mother replies that she already knew that. After a moment, he finishes his coffee and calls his mother over for a talk. He mentions that a transfer student from Japan arrived today. Interested. His mom remarks the girl must be pretty, noting it's the first time he's been interested in a girl, and asks who he likes. Dodging the question, the boy says that's not it. He adds that something feels strange about her. Curious. His mother asks what it might be. He reluctantly reveals that the new girl gives off the same vibe as his own mother. This leaves the woman both shocked and annoyed. Our protagonist wonders if he's just imagining things. Looking away, his mother stays silent, her irritation clear. Back at school, a door opens to the rooftop. It's Akira, silently observing something below. She wonders how she should get rid of him, sensing a strange gaze. Seth looks up, but he sees nothing there. Realizing she was almost spotted, Akira quickly vanishes from the protagonist's line of sight. She smirks, thinking he's not entirely useless. Lifting her skirt, she reveals several hidden weapons. She then drops 2 thigh straps to the ground.
Reaching down, she pulls out a weapon. It's a bizarre-looking needle. With a terrifying look, she
mutters that she could explore Korea a bit if she finishes this mission fast. Suddenly, someone appears, in the background, stating that the lineage continues. This startles Akira. The woman says if she leaves now, she'll pretend this never happened. Seth's mother asks what she thinks of the offer. Quickly, Akira spins around. She
hurls her needle toward the woman. The weapon flies right for her head. Without concern, the woman catches the
needle, sighing. That was too easy. Seeing this, Akira begins to sweat nervously. The woman says she'll also let that behavior slide. With a terrifying gaze, she notes Akira looks quite young and asks what she plans to model. Akira's mind is racing. Who is this woman? She has to escape, and quickly, her needle whips past her head. A last-second dodge saves her, but it still slices her cheek, drawing blood. Glancing aside, Akira sees a blur of motion. Seth's mother is charging at her with terrifying force. She's about to kick her head off. The blow just grazes her hair, leaving Akira frozen solid in shock. The woman says nothing, only watching. Faced with such overwhelming power, Akira is completely paralyzed. Just then, the woman raises a hand toward her face. With a piercing glare, she seizes Akira's cheek, asking if she's bad, at listening, making the girl cry in pure terror. Meanwhile, in class, the teacher notes the empty seats are absent. In the background, a student scrambles in. It's Kim, scratching his head and apologizing for being late. A bit flustered, the teacher tells him to take his seat. She continues her speech to the class, saying they are going to have another super fun day. Seth is stunned to see Kim. That surprise quickly sours to irritation. The two of them face off in the school courtyard. The boy says he told his uncle he didn't want Kim coming back to the school, but Kim just apologizes, explaining he asked Seth's uncle for permission to return. This response leaves the young master totally confused. Kim explains that he genuinely wants to attend school. As he starts to kneel, he says the uncle told him to get the boy's permission, but Seth stops him mid-kneel, telling him to just stay out of his sight. This response shocks his subordinate. Seth then explains he doesn't want a bodyguard, but a friend. Lowering his head, Kim whispers a thank you, but Seth grabs his jacket, telling him that if he's going to be so formal, he should just disappear. Nervous, the man starts sweating bullets. Then the boy tells him to relax. After their chat, Seth walks away. Kim just watches him, a slow smile spreading on his face. Back on the rooftop, Akira is frozen with fear. She glances behind her, but the woman tells her not to even think about running. With a chilling aura, she orders Akira to take her to the leader right now. In the classroom, the teacher is explaining the lesson. In the back, Seth is just trying to get some sleep. Later, he lifts his head, bored, out of his mind. Time slowly crawls by, teachers switch, and the lesson continues. Finally, the school day comes to an end. Seth is drained from the monotonous routine. He stands up to finally leave. In the background, Sophie watches him, worried by how he is acting. Outside, our protagonist heads for his car. Bob welcomes his boss, asking where he wants to go. The boss responds that he wants to go to his mother's cafe. Sometime later, they arrive at the location. However, Seth sees something that leaves him completely confused. It's a sign saying the cafe is
closed for personal reasons. With that, he quickly snatches his phone. He decides to call his mother, but she
doesn't answer. A message says the number is unreachable. The boy thinks that something doesn't seem right. Back with the two, Akira is trembling before the woman. She's then forced to the place where her leader is. The lady tells her to wait here without thinking of escape, and she has no choice but to obey. Upon arriving, the woman shoves open the door. She sees 2 men in sharp suits. One of them states this is a restricted area, and she replies she's here to see the boss. The bald man demands to know which gang she's from. She says she can't. waste time talking to him. Then she glares at them with killing intent. Both men are startled by her expression. The bald man begins to reach for something in his jacket, but there's no time. As the lady instantly drops both of them, they fall hard to the ground. After the blow, the bald man is dazed but furious. He quickly pulls out a device from his jacket and slams a red button. The lady keeps on walking to meet the boss. She reaches a room and kicks the door open. A man in a fully tattooed kimono demands to know who she is. The lady remains silent. Irritated, he asks if she's going to answer. In response, he snaps his fingers, calling his associates, several. Men armed with blades emerge. On the other side, even more men appear, this time holding firearms. He questions what a woman is doing all alone in a place like this. Reacting to his remark, the lady just sighs. With a murderous aura, she says anyone attacking her with those toys better be prepared to die. Just that one response leaves the man completely terrified. The conversation goes on, and she reveals why she is really here. She tells him to pay very close attention, because they're after her son. The tattooed man stays silent, listening, frustrated. The lady starts adjusting her tie, asking if they are ready to begin. Sometime later at the boxing gym, Victor and Brock are training. Both of them seem exhausted from the workout. Moving in, the big guy prepares a full punch. He tries to land a right. The blonde weaves aside. He counters with a sharp left hook, but the big guy's guard is solid. Instantly, the blonde's right fist flies toward his head. He lands a clean punch, but Brock manages one too. Their fists connect simultaneously, a perfect trade. Victor steps back, both fighters sizing each other up. What's the next move? Then, a voice asks why they aren't in school. Their intense stare-down becomes a glare. It's Sith saying he missed them. With a grin, he asks if he can join in. They both just stare, dead serious. Not a word. Rob starts taking off his gloves. Then he steps out of the ring, stunning them both, confused. The new student asks if he isn't going to fight. The big guy smirks. Wait your turn. I'll beat you up soon. The boy just smiles in return. Then the blonde tosses his gloves at him, demanding to know what he's doing. Put on the gloves and get in here. He asks if boxing seems easy just because he can fight. Hearing the provocation, the boy just smiles back. He then picks up the blue gloves from the floor. Victor explains they'll fight 4 rounds of 3 minutes each, promising the boy will beg for mercy. Gloves on, the boy simply says. Let's get started. Inside the ring, our hero starts dodging the flurry. The blonde throws a left hook, but Seth dodges it with a smile. Victor prepares another strike. He aims a right punch this time, but the newbie dodges again. That's when the blonde realizes something's off. Seth throws his own punch, but the blonde blocks it. In his mind, he wonders just what this kid is. After the punch, the boy steps back, creating distance. The blonde is already starting to lose his breath. He questions how Seth is so strong, staring at him. Our hero is just excited, but Victor is getting angry. He shouts that boxing isn't a street fight, you bastard. He roars and quickly charges forward. The fight continues. Meanwhile, back at the dojo, a group of men is sent flying through the doors. Seeing this scene, another group sweats nervously. She defeated all those men around her so easily. They were all terrified, as she looked like just an ordinary old lady. One brave man charges with his sword, but he's quickly met with a fist to his face. He falls hard, joining the others on the ground. A bald man charges. He screams for her to die. The woman reflexively looks back. The man holds a sword, ready to stab her. However, he ends up hitting something else. Shocked, he sees he stabbed his own companion. She had used a body. One of the fallen henchmen became her human shield. Furious, he readies another strike, but her hand is faster. Without mercy, she strikes both of his eyes. With incredible force, she slams him backwards. The bald man hits the ground. Without hesitating, she glares with a murderous aura at everyone. Then, she begins to stand up, nervously. They all watch her carefully. Behind her, a man with a gun tells her, "Don't move!" Another man starts to shout, rushing at her with a blade. He tries to land a direct hit, but the woman dodges, ducking down. She swiftly sweeps the man's legs, throwing him into the air. In that moment, she spots the knife one of them dropped. She kicks it. The knife soars toward the man with the gun. With great force, it strikes him straight in the chest, piercing him. The lady has already taken down another one. With one hand, she grabs his sword, delivering a fatal blow to her next opponent, defeating him. She took them down with just one sword strike, now covered in blood. She still hasn't said a word. Looking down at the man she just defeated, after all this humiliation, she finally speaks. The sound of her voice terrifies them. With a murderous aura, she says she will slit the throat of anyone who dares to stop her. Elsewhere, 2 men are in conversation. The blonde man asks why they aren't having a drink. The other says an ambassador has no reason to drink with the prosecutor. But the man insists they've been friends since university, and that good friends can drink. The other tells him to stop the nonsense and asks for the real reason, for the visit. He then asks if Sophie hasn't told him. He explains that it concerns his school.
He put his brother in charge, but some thieves took it. The prosecutor responds that there was nothing illegal.
About that, irritated, the blonde man asks if they should just leave things as they are. His friend asks what he wants. In a rage, the blonde man says he wants everyone to know who they messed with. The prosecutor says there's nothing illegal about the Sunshine Company, and even if they investigate, they won't find a thing. The other man laughs, saying they're just gangsters and they will soon learn their place. Place? What if they find someone stronger? But the prosecutor insists they'll find no one willing to defy the city. Sunshine Group. The ambassador retorts, maybe not in Korea, but his brother is in Japan cleaning up the mess. Hearing this, the man falls into a tense silence. The ambassador continues, claiming it's the Incheon biggest day in Japan. Annoyed, the man asks what he's plotting. The ambassador grins, saying he isn't making a big problem. He just wants a few people gone. The other man begins to rise from his seat, declaring he follows the law. As he walks out, he states he'll pretend he heard none of this. Hearing that, the ambassador's rage finally boils over. Cursing him, he screams that he made him a public prosecutor, and this is his pathetic repayment. Back at the dojo, the massacre is complete. The lady looks relieved after all this madness. She defeated a scarred, tattooed monster sitting before the painting of Japan. An old man watches, wondering what is happening. Confused, he questions who this woman is. His eyes widen as he senses movement. The lady noticed his shift and charges forward with a sword. She strikes, slicing right through the painting of Japan. The old man is terrified, realizing he was barely missed by the blade. With a chilling aura, she warns that if he ever touches her son again, she will end him. Later at the main character's school, he looks annoyed, arms crossed. Sophie watches him, filled with concern. For him? Just then, the final school bell rings over the speakers as Seth gets up from his desk. Sophie rushes over to him. She calls out, saying he probably doesn't feel like being at school and asks if he wants to grab a bite. With a forced smile, he apologizes, but he has to be somewhere else right now. He starts to leave, and the girl is left behind, confused. He tells her he'll buy her something nice next time, and that he's sorry. In silence, she just watches him go without a word. Outside the school, Seth heads toward his car. His driver asks if he wants to go home. The hero tells him to drive to his mother's cafe. Upon arrival, the boy steps out of the vehicle, entering. He's shocked to find his mother doing just fine. She greets him, asking if school was fun. Stunned, the boy asks where she's been. She replies that she had things to handle, then asks if he was worried. Of course he was. Suddenly, he notices someone else there. He points a finger, asking if she is who he thinks she is. His mother explains that the girl is a new part-timer, and she heard they were classmates. But Seth just stares, not comprehending a thing. He gives the girl a friendly look. He asks if she'll be here tomorrow, and she confirms it. Seeing this, our hero can't believe this wild coincidence. At that moment, somewhere else in the city, a scarred man demands to know what's going on. This is the boss of the great three-headed phantom, Maduki. Ryunosuke, a man arrives carrying a briefcase. He sets it on the table and opens it, showing a massive amount of cash. The boss looks at the money in silence. He replies that taking down Sunshine won't be easy. Then the blonde man asks him what he means. He explains they have their own rules and are on the same side. Utterly confused, the blonde doesn't get it. Maduki continues, saying that's not important, and asks what they can offer his group. The man says their boss will help them start businesses in Korea. The boss observes that opening businesses is something they can also do themselves. Just then, the blonde man asks what he truly desires. The leader wants something that makes big money. For example, helping transport goods into Korea. If they handle that, he will manage the rest. This offer leaves the man completely stunned. Ryunosuke adds, they'll dismantle the Sunshine Group's operations, and the man stands to gain the most. Smiling, he says he'll give them lots of time to think it over. Glancing at the psycho, he invites him to try the hot springs. Meanwhile, in Jigu, someone is beating Josh Young senseless. He's been thrashed in every way, leaving him battered and broken. Suddenly, a new figure arrives. This is John Lee, the branch manager of the fearsome black group, Mandoy. John stares at the broken man on the floor. He tells him that even for the black group, he asks if this isn't getting a little boring. His subordinate replies that if he felt that way, He should have said so. He declares he's not here to bargain and asks again for the man who hurt his brother. At night, inside the Sunshine Group president's office, the uncle is watching. He seems deep in thought.
All of a sudden, the phone begins to ring. He walks over to it, picks it up, and answers. Joey is on the other line. At that moment, the uncle spots the phone, held by a bald goon. A voice crackles through, one of the thugs
Snatches Joey's phone, ordering them to bring the guy who hit his brother. If not, they'll face the consequences. They'll destroy the group. Hearing this, the uncle's fury ignites. He demands to know who dares to speak. The man identifies himself as John Lee, leader of the rival group. In response, the uncle delivers a chilling warning. If he ever touches Julie again, he won't make it out of Korea alive. John Lee is baffled, asking what he's talking about. Just then, a small bird lands on a tree near the school. Seth watches it calmly. The classroom is mostly empty. Suddenly, the door slides open and Ether walks in. His eyes lock onto the main character, and he abruptly rises from his seat, walking toward her. He gets close and says they need to talk. The two of them begin climbing the stairs. Sophie, meanwhile, spots Seth and Akira. She wonders where they could possibly be going. She hides by the rooftop door, peeking through a crack. She knew she had to follow them. Annoyed, he asks her what she's really after. Nervous, Akira asks what he could possibly mean. The protagonist says it's too weird. How did she just happen to be at his mother's cafe? The girl claims it was just a coincidence. Not buying it, he asks if he looks like a fool. He demands to know her link to his mother. Cornered, she says it's nothing, which only infuriates him more. Trembling, the girl finally starts to confess. Through tears, she admits his mother is causing her trouble, still spying. Sophie is left completely stunned beside her. The hero himself is equally shocked. Sophie then appears on the rooftop, calling out to him. Seeing her there only adds to his confusion. Back at the dojo, Rio arrives, sliding the door open. He finds it strange that the gang's entrance is unguarded. He opens the main door, calling for Rugen, but stops, shocked. He sees the old man sitting on the floor in silence. Walking in, he asks what happened here, with a weak smile. The old man asks what brings him here. Runo says he needs a favor from the Chang gang. They have to get rid of Sunshine. Sweating, the old man nervously says not here. This strange reply leaves Runos utterly confused. Shaking with fear, the old man says to do what he wants. They're finished. Hearing this miserable response, Maduk can only stand there in silence. Later at school, students begin to head home. Sophie walks, calmly, until something big catches her eye. It's the club captains, all looking for new recruits. The taekwondo captain, judo head Sam Choi, the wrestling club's leader, Damon Shaw, and the head of kendo, Scott Choi. Annoyed, he asks what they want. Yu calls him arrogant, telling him to shut up and follow them. Hearing that, our protagonist just starts to laugh. Vam and God watch with crazed expressions. From a window, student council president Jason sees it all. Deeply irritated, he mutters, wondering if the main character thinks he can get away with this. Later, inside the gym, despite being surrounded,
our hero remains calm. He asks what the four captains want. Annoyed, Gabriel calls him an arrogant punk.
Unfazed by the insult, Seth asks why he's arrogant. What exactly did he do? In response, the man says he runs his mouth too much, acting tough just for beating Brock. Sam Choi enters the chat, saying, "Things are complex." The upperclassmen hold a grudge against this new student. With his arms crossed, he reveals rumors that the seniors are actually afraid, unimpressed. The boy asks if they plan to gang up. On him, this just makes you angrier, asking how a newbie dares talk to a senior that way, changing his entire demeanor. He gives them a final warning. If they keep this up, he might just kill their precious seniors. Yu calls him a madman. Suddenly, Scott steps in, telling his friend to hold on. At this point, protagonist is clearly annoyed. Smiling, the kendo captain says they won't attack together. After all, they're not thugs. He suggests the freshmen face him first. In response, our hero says nothing. A moment later, he's already on the mat. Scott says fighting barehanded is dangerous, and that the boy should know that, with his hands in his pockets. The boy says it's fine. It's not his first time fighting like this. Hearing this, Scott asks what he meant, now deeply irritated. He declares the boy is truly arrogant. Without warning, the leader charges at him. A wooden sword flashes towards his face, but Kang easily dodges. Scott quickly shifts the direction of his attack. The hero ducks under the swing, getting close to his opponent's legs. excited. He just gives a sadistic smile. As the kendo captain struggles, someone watches them from the shadows. Jason curses his 4 lackeys, hissing that he told those idiots to attack the boy all at once. Suddenly, a new figure appears beside him. The president jumps, startled, staring at Kim. He demands to know who he is. Using some kind of code, Bob remarks on their boss's location, which clearly unnerves Jason. Kim continues the conversation, adding that fights are always so much fun to watch. Jason's confusion boils into pure rage.
Back in the fight, Kang lands a heavy punch on his foe, powerful enough to shatter the wooden sword.
After that hit, his opponent starts to crumble. Just then, the newbie senses another attacker. It's the taekwondo captain, flying in with a powerful kick. However, the boy dodges it with ease. He then bumps right into Damon Shaw, the head of the wrestling club. He grabs him hard, taunting that this isn't some friendly sport. He tries to slam him.
Kang is just irritated. Another guy grins, saying they're going to mess him up. Excited, the boy simply says,
"That sounds good." He then smashes the back of his head into Damon's nose, grabbing the blonde's jacket, shocking everyone. He hurls Damon towards the taekwondo captain, who barely dodges his own teammate. It was a close call. He then realizes our hero is closing in. Seth moves to deliver a devastating punch. The blow lands square on the guy's face. The sheer force of the punch slams the man flat on the floor. After the hit, he glares at the last 2 standing. The judo and kendo club heads immediately turn pale. They're terrified. Beside them, Jason can't believe his eyes. A cheerful Kim remarks that Seth is holding back. Bob adds that when fighting Mopa's hammer, Seth broke all his teeth. Then Kim casually asks a question. He asks if he remembers Axe, whose eye Seth destroyed, laughing. Ronnie confirms he does, and that he almost wet himself. He laughs hard, saying the boy completely destroyed Axe, and he was even smaller back then. Recalling the fight, Kim mentions Axe even used knives, but still lost. Bob notes he chose the wrong weapon. This observation surprises his colleague. Listening to all of this, a guy named Tim begins to sweat profusely. The student council president wears a look of total defeat. His champion has been crushed. Seth looks down. He stares at his fallen foe, smiling like a complete madman. But the look vanishes as he glances to the side. He glares at the judo club head, who after seeing all that is nervous and absolutely terrified. Trembling, the guy says he didn't want this fight, but our hero tells him to just attack already. Suddenly, he sighs. A terrifying aura erupts from him as he warns them all to leave him alone. He then turns to leave. However, someone calls his name, making him stop. He turns to see who it is. Kim is waving at his boss. The driver Bob looks on with concern. Seeing this exchange, Jason panics. A frightened Ronnie calls his partner crazy, but he confidently replies that they're just classmates. They keep calling his name. Kim thinks the president is responsible, asking what they should do. Instantly, our hero's glare turns ice cold as he stays silent. Avoiding his eyes, Jason gets even more nervous. Seth finally tells them to leave it, calling him a mere idiot, patting the president's shoulder. Kim says he's lucky his boss is showing mercy. Rhodey assumes that. Jason lacks the guts to fight his boss. Soon after, they walk away, leaving the student council president alone. Sometime later, at another location, the uncle opens a door with a serious face. He enters an unfamiliar area. He descends the stairs, arriving to meet the leader he'd spoken to on the phone earlier. They face off with zero friendliness between them. At that moment, he spots his colleague, who has been suffering. He immediately moves toward him, but 2 men stand in his way, blocking him. The uncle orders them to step aside. The bald men do nothing. Staring at the leader, the uncle asks if he came alone. He tells the 2 guards that they should move now if they don't want to die. At that, the leader signals for his men to stand down. They clear the way for the uncle, kneeling before his partner. He asks if he's all right. The man just smiles. He says he can manage, but asks to keep it secret because it's embarrassing. In response, the uncle remains silent. From afar, the leader asks why he is complicating things over a single student. The uncle replies that he is no ordinary student. He warns the leader he'll let him live only because he didn't injure Joe any further. Hearing this threat, the leader becomes furious. As he stands, the uncle declares that his courtesy toward Kim. The Black Mandoa group ends right now. In turn, the man sneers that sunshine is big in Korea, but a small fry
compared to the rest of the world. The uncle then asks if he received permission from his own boss for this.
About Sunshine's business. Annoyed. The man claims it's personal, but the uncle presses on, telling him to ask his boss. If it's a war he wants, he'll gladly provide one. Raising his voice, the leader states he's here for the kid who beat his brother and asks why he is making this difficult. Taking off his glasses, the uncle reveals the boy he seeks is the one who did this to his face. Seeing the
scar, the leader is stunned, furious. He declares the uncle has to beat him first to even see the boy.
The man stays silent, intrigued. The uncle sets the terms. If he loses, he'll leave and never return to this place again. The leader breaks the silence with a laugh. Full of rage, he adds his own condition. Then, he summons the bald twins, Jay and Ho. He declares the uncle must beat them both before he'll fight. Glasses off. The uncle glares silently. The bald twins stare back with killing intent. Suddenly, the two charge at him at once. One aims a palm strike, the other a devastating punch. They connect with
a chop and a gut punch. But the uncle feels nothing, just glaring back with pure
hatred. Both twins are terrified by his resilience. A fist flies towards one of their faces, landing a solid blow right to the nose. The impact sends the bald man flying backward. The uncle then swiftly pivots, grabbing the other twin by the throat. With terrifying strength, he lifts the bulky man by his neck, squeezing hard. The leader watches in terror, unable to process what he's seeing. With a look of disgust, the uncle stares him down. However, he chooses not to finish him, instead tossing the man into some drawers. The leader claps slowly, admitting the uncle is strong, and asks if that kid really managed to beat him. Rising from the couch, he approaches the uncle. They lock eyes with a fearless gaze. The uncle utters a proverb, asking if the man knows what it means. As the uncle remains silent, the leader's rage boils over. He screams that it means there is always someone stronger than the strongest. Suddenly, he lunges forward, slamming his opponent with an elbow strike, strong enough to push the huge man back. The leader laughs, satisfied, but his victory is short-lived as he senses something is off. His opponent is still standing firm, mockingly. The uncle asks, "Is that all? Surprised?" The man wonders how that powerful blow did nothing. The uncle then scoffs at his proverb, saying that's
what they call a frog in a well. Suddenly, a voice shouts for them to stop. The fight freezes. A man walks toward the two combatants. He bows to the uncle, saying his boss sends his greetings. Annoyed, the
leader demands to know why he's here. Just then, a man named Chun whispers something in his ear. Hearing it, the leader grows even more furious. Apologizing, the man asks for the uncle's forgiveness and if they may be
permitted to leave, adding that their boss will compensate for the incident. However, the man from Sunshine says nothing in response. Changing topics, the uncle declares they are not leaving just yet. As he leaves, the leader vows he will return. The uncle coldly states that next time he comes, he'll kill him and tells him to pass that message to his boss. Storming off, the leader is seething with rage. Later, at the protagonist's house, he's dead asleep, but his peace is shattered by a ringing phone. Groggy, he finally answers. It's Sophie, asking if he wants to hang out, maybe see a movie. Together. Our hero instantly accepts, asking if she means right now. She says it is too early and suggests 1 in the afternoon. Delighted, Doobie grins, saying it is a plan. At that moment, on a highway bus, the hero's mother reads a book on her journey. As the bus reaches its stop, she looks back and tells Kira to hurry. The young woman follows with a suitcase, trembling nervously. The two
women start climbing a hill, Kira struggling with her suitcase. A snake appears, and she completely freaks out. The older woman just sighs, exhausted. They press on through the dense forest. However, they begin to see a structure. Cresting a hill, they find a secluded dojo. Tira is wiped out from lugging her suitcase. The entire way. At their destination, the mother slides open the heavy door. An old man is sitting there, looking up in surprise. She bows deeply, calling him master. He asks why she has returned. Peeking around, Kira asks who this old guy is. But then she spots someone else, the bus driver. Bob is also there. Eavesdropping? Surprised, the mother looks at him. She remarks how much he's grown, calling him little. Brother? This leaves the man completely baffled. She then turns to the girl, grabbing her attention and telling her to wait right there and do nothing. A nervous Kira quickly agrees. Meanwhile, our hero arrives at the cinema
for his big date, embarrassed. He asks if she waited long, but Sophie insists he didn't, asking if
he slept well. Changing the topic, he asks what movie she wants to see. The two begin browsing the movie posters. Soon, Seth is holding a poster for a horror flick called Witch. Meanwhile, Sophia has posters for a cute kitten movie. They show each other their pics, and a silent, awkward debate begins. Sophie mentions they saw a scary movie last time and suggests the kitten film, admitting she likes cats. Suddenly, a voice calls her name. Looking up, she freezes. It's her father. Here, for some unknown reason, he calmly stares down our boy, who has zero clue what's happening. Curious, Sophie asks her father what he's doing here. The man suggests they see the movie later and invites them for a meal. The trio heads to a suspiciously formal restaurant. Seated at the table, her father tells his daughter not to worry and just eat. Flustered, she asks why he's suddenly doing this. With a charming smile, he says he just wanted to finally meet his daughter's boyfriend. She presses, asking if that's the only reason. In turn, he says it's her first boyfriend. What could be more important than that? At this, her head drops and an awkward silence falls. Seth senses something is seriously wrong. Her father's gaze on her is incredibly odd. From afar, anyone could feel the tension at their table. Breaking the silence, the man suggests they eat. A little lost, our hero quickly agrees. Back at the temple, Akira sits and waits. A man passes by, but the girl pointedly avoids. His gaze? He tries a different angle, but she just turns her head away. Even as he walks off, he keeps trying to see her face, nervous. The girl wonders what that was about. Soon, she sees someone approaching. It's the same man, back to bother her again. Frightened, she wonders where she is. At the same time, inside the temple, an old man declares the girl outside has taken many lives. A woman adds that she also possesses human powers. Surprised, the man asks if it's true. The lady says she hoped to leave the girl in his care for a time. Annoyed, the man says that he already had a purpose. Arguing, she insists everyone has a right to protect their innate power. Mockingly, the man says that's rich, coming from the one who gave up being heir for a man. Hearing this, she falls silent. Bowing, she offers her apology. Stroking his beard, he explains she's the best at training, that no one is better than her, so she must be the one to handle it. The woman asks if he plans to send his student away from the temple, but he questions how he could ever keep her contained in the mountains. Again, the hero's mother says nothing, staring her down. He tells her to go, saying he will watch the girl for a few days. Receiving his approval, she begins to stand. With a deep bow, she thanks her master. Back at the world's most awkward lunch meeting, the future son-in-law and father-in-law sit in silence. Finally fed up, our hero says if he has something to say, just say it. Already, he knows he didn't send Sophie away for nothing. In response, the father says the boy knows exactly what he's talking about. This just leaves our hero more confused. Smiling, the father clarifies that what he does isn't that important. Getting annoyed again, he makes it clear that the hero's true identity is what truly matters. Seth is completely silent after that bombshell. Continuing, the father says he heard Seth is the heir to the Sunshine Group, and that 90% of Korea's businesses work under his company. Our boy is a little surprised, but still says nothing. Shockingly, the man says he won't tell his daughter, leaving Seth stunned. However, he explains that if his daughter stays with him, she could be in grave danger. At that moment, he pulls something from his jacket. It's a photograph, which he slides onto the table. The photo shows 3 people, and he explains it was taken at the ancient airport. He says he's only helping for one reason, and this will be the last time. Standing up, he warns that if there's even a slight chance his daughter gets hurt, Sunshine will disappear from the face of the earth. After his threat, he just walks away, holding the photo. Our hero stares at it. A terrible feeling washes over him. Sophie returns, sees her father is gone, and walks toward our hero, who quickly calls her over, where her dad went, trying to act casual. Seth explains that something important came up and he had to leave while hiding the photo in his pocket. Utterly irritated, she demands to know why her father, he humiliated her before ditching the movie. But quick on his feet, Seth saves the date. Her eyes lit up at his suggestion. Really? She beamed. Taking his hand, Sophie urged him to hurry. The date was perfect, and yet our hero couldn't shake a weird feeling. After the film, they walked, and she sighed. Wasn't it amazing? Seth just shrugged. It was all right. At that moment, she blushed, bursting into a small laugh. I can get home from here, she said, genuinely happy. She thanked him for the movie date. In response, the boy admitted he had fun, too. Sophie waved goodbye, telling him she'd see him tomorrow. After a final wave, she was gone. Instantly, his ride pulled up. And just like that, the boy's hand trembled. As he grabbed his phone, he had to call his uncle. At the hospital, his uncle watched over Joey, oblivious to the phone. Buzzing, he stared at his partner, now brutally injured. But it was impossible to read his reaction, thanks to his sunglasses. The call went unanswered. Frustrated, the boy summoned his driver. He tossed a crumpled photo at him, ordering him to identify the people inside. With practiced ease, his driver caught it, opening and smoothing it out. His eyes went wide. The man was shocked, confused. Seth asked if he recognized the men. His driver confirmed it. Annoyed, the young master demanded to know who they were. He began
to explain. They were from Japan's notorious Phantom Gang. Specifically, its 3 monstrous leaders.
the guys in the photo. The absolute worst of the 3, including the big boss himself, a man named Meduki, or Yunosuke. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an old man was lost in thought, his 2 Chinese leaders utterly crushed. Turning, the elder sighed. He'd warned them not to be so reckless. This was the head of the Black group, a faction of the Mandu gang, his name Mai, and the fuming leader before him was his son. Apparently, his brother was humiliated, but Mai retorted that this petty incident wasn't worth attacking Sunshine. Confused, his son asked, "A petty incident?" Suddenly, his father roared, "You fool, leaving the sun," completely stunned. Didn't he know why their gang had left Korea alone for so long? Perplexed, the man asked if the Sunshine group was really that powerful. His father clarified that Sunshine wasn't the real problem. The problem is her. The old man's mind drifted back. He was surrounded by his men, staring down an opponent. Then, a figure appeared atop a shipping container. Looking up, a cold sweat broke out. Then, under a full moon, a woman appeared beside his foe. She radiated immense power and a dangerous aura. Just the memory of her made the old man tremble, his hand tracing a scar she'd likely left him. He began pacing the room, placing a heavy hand on his fuming son's shoulder. With a deadly, serious gaze, Mai warned that his son should stay far away from Korea for now. The command left his son utterly bewildered. Then, Mai began to leave. Back at school, the big guy was apologizing to his brother, blaming himself. But his brother shot that down immediately. It wasn't his fault. Still seething, the big guy swore he'd get revenge, no matter the cost. He just had to trust him. The next day, however, Seth seemed a bit distracted. He sat on the couch, talking to someone. His mind replayed his father-in-law's chilling words. If he's in even the slightest danger, Sunshine vanishes. That single phrase made his blood boil. Outside the room, someone was watching. The man who'd been lost in thought earlier. A flashback, his driver said some thugs were tailing the boss. But Jake was he needed him to watch Seth until Jake was back. The man fiddled with his weapon, considering it. Then, a strange smile crept onto his face. Of course, he'd said casually. Back in the present, he kept his eyes on his boss. But it seems the young master's senses had sharpened. He'd noticed. Staring out the window, Seth commented that the weather was really nice. Meanwhile, outside the school, 2 men approached. Victor asked if he was okay, offering to handle it. If he couldn't, Brock said nothing. Both wore grim expressions as they entered the school, heading for the principal's office. The principal was just spacing out. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door startled him, snapping him from his trance. He opened it to find Brock and Victor. The ex-teacher, the principal, was completely surprised to see them. The big guy cut right to the chase. They were there to ask for a favor. Back in the protagonist's room, the principal's voice came through a phone. Hearing it, Seth was totally confused, as was his companion. Sophie was just as clueless. On the phone, the principal's voice was grim. Get to the gym. The deadline. Before lunch ended, a bad feeling crept over our hero. Sensing a trap, he instantly rose from his seat as the girl watched him go. She was clearly worried about what was coming. But the newbie just moved on. A murderous energy rolled off him. He was beyond irritated. He stalked past Kim without a single word. His lackey, however, just kept watching silently. Ethan and the principal were already there, seeing Kim arrive. All 3 stared at the main character. Let's get started, Brock grunted, confused. The rookie said nothing, just glaring at the Ishanin's principal, silently demanding answers. The man explained that the big guy wanted a rematch, then asked what Seth thought, but the rookie's cold stare was his only reply. That's when Victor intervened. He explained that Brock simply wanted a fair fight. Unless you're too scared to accept. Smiling, he prodded. The boy. Seth grinned back. Victor's right. With a crazed look, Seth said the reason was irrelevant. Kim also headed for the gym to see the show. He arrived to continue his little research project, completely hidden. Meanwhile, the new student was casually stretching. It was then the principal tried to offer him gloves. The newbie refused, saying that wearing them made it feel like a game. This confused the principal, because it was, in fact, a sport. He insisted there were rules. Seth told him not to worry. He wouldn't be held responsible. Hands in his pockets, he casually walked toward his opponent. "I've been waiting," he growled. "Lunch is almost over." Brock glared back, focused. The fight began instantly. Brock threw the first punch, but the new student had been waiting for this exact moment. He dodged it effortlessly. The big guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Trying to counter, the new kid threw a right hook, but his opponent was quick enough to dodge. In that instant, they locked eyes. Then the savage dance resumed. Elsewhere, a man in a trench coat spoke to his boss. "We found him." The boss smiled. "It's time to move. We can't afford to waste any." More time. Back to the brawl. Brock was laser-focused, charging with all his might. In a flash, the boy landed a hit, deflecting Brock's entire attack. He was clearly enjoying this. Fight. Seth's left hook slammed into his opponent's face. The blow sent Brock staggering back, nearly losing his footing. But somehow, he was still standing. The rookie was impressed. A clenched fist flew towards him. Brock swung a heavy downward punch, but the new kid was too fast. The two were in a dead heat. The principal nervously analyzed the battle, remarking that Brock was a true monster. He recalled when Brock was just a first-year student. He had crushed every upperclassman who came to test him, but that thought made him even more nervous about Seth. Who the hell was this guy? Both prepared for their next exchange. The big guy threw a punch, but it was dodged. Seth aimed to strike Brock's head, but that was evaded too. With his guard up, he stared down his opponent. Suddenly, Seth feinted with his right hand. Alarmed, Brock saw the move and prepared to defend himself. Seth's left fist connected, but Brock blocked it just in time. While holding the block, Brock studied him. His opponent wore a completely psychotic expression. Just then, the bell rang. Startling. The principal. But Kang kept swinging while Brock kept blocking. Seth was clearly thrilled. The principal jumped in, telling them to stop at once. He explained that lunch was officially over. They could finish later. Seth did not like that idea one bit. Their eyes met. Brock looked completely gassed. The newbie turned to leave. Then, he called out to Brock with a grin. "I'll be in touch." The comment left Brock completely rattled. In the background, Victor watched the entire exchange in silence. He was quiet, but clearly shaken by what he'd witnessed. Elsewhere, a scarred man was on the phone. "We're ready," he said. The voice on the other end replied, "We'll take it from here, so there's no need to worry. Your reward will be handsome." The gangster smirked. Time to get to work. He was in the back of a chauffeured car. It was a black sedan, looking very much like the protagonist's. But behind him, a whole fleet of buses followed. Cigarette in hand, he said, "Let's finish this job quickly." Sometime later, at Ancient Airport, the defeated leader began to depart, followed by his brother, Model, smarting from their defeat. His brother's men were also thrashed, gripping a photo. He demands Alvin's location. The man in sunglasses replies he was at a school. His team shaken. He glares at the protagonist's picture, seething. He mutters, "We lost this round." Meanwhile, Sophie looks back silently, her concern for Seth obvious. The new kid also seems bothered by something. Outside, B is smoking, completely alone. Suddenly, he spots something unusual. A car and a convoy of buses pull up to the school. But they drive right past the entrance. Confused, the driver wonders what their plan is. These men parked their vehicles just a short distance away. They quickly exit and start running towards the school, judging by the buses. A huge mob is gathering, still smoking. Bob watches them silently. The henchmen assemble for their mission. Their leader steps out of the car, a disturbingly happy look on his face. Seeing this, the driver grows immediately suspicious, tossing his cigarette. Bob approaches, and the man finally notices him. The bald man asks who he is, but Ronnie says nothing. He stands before the boss and his army of goons. Opening his mouth, Ronnie commands, "Open it." The man asks what he is even talking about. The driver closes the distance, grabbing a thug by his shoulder. With a calm expression, he pulls the man by his jacket, ready to smash his head into the fence. The thug starts to get nervous. Then, Bob pulls out that strange weapon from his pocket. Instantly, he readies himself for battle. His entire demeanor shifts as he stares down the bald man. With a burst of great courage, he leaps, trying to vault clean over the fence. But while in midair, he somehow hits his foot on the top. A flash of panic, and he faceplants right into the ground. The henchman ends up sprawled out in the exact same pathetic pose. Getting up, he groans in pain and grabs his phone. Kim hears a notification buzz. Tim checks the message on his phone. His eyes widen in surprise when he reads the screen. It is a message from his boss's driver, saying they've arrived. Shocked,
Kim jumps to his feet abruptly.
Making a loud noise. The teacher looks over, startled and confused. With a smooth and charming smile, he explains he just needs the restroom. In the background, the teacher dismisses him. Irritated, he walks out without another word. A stiff Maeve watches him go, her suspicions rising. At the same time, in the school gym, Victor taunts Brock that he's about to lose, but the big guy is silent, offering no reply. The blonde continues, telling him to back down so he can train with him more. Hearing this, Brock gets incredibly irritated and snaps back. No! He insists he still has more to show, confusing his colleague, continuing. Brock states his specialty is wrestling, and from now on, he'll fight his own way. Suddenly,
someone kicks the gym door clean off its hinges. Both boys are stunned by the violent entrance. The man who broke the door
strolls into the gym. He's holding a baseball bat and followed by several other thugs. In response, Brock and Victor just stare back in anger. The man demands their attention, showing a photo of Cephas. Sophie asks if this boy is here. His partner says that Seek is obviously here, and suggests they search elsewhere, offering a reward of 10,000 tael for whoever finds him. The man agrees, and they begin to leave. But one of the students calls out to them. Turning, the man asks what they want. Brock demands to know why they are looking for that kid. The man with the Vegeta-like
hairstyle seems confused by the question. Looking for a fight. Victor and Brock advance on.
The henchmen are now swarming the school, searching for the new student. Many of them gather on the first floor. They split into smaller teams to cover more ground efficiently. One of the groups begins to head up
a staircase, but their path is suddenly blocked by a single person. It is Kim, the now loyal friend, who asks
what the three-headed Phantom Dang is doing here. One of the bald thugs asks who he thinks he is. He coolly replies
that he is from Sunshine. With that, Kim leaps into the air. He clears the entire staircase in a single bound, landing
before the stunned henchmen. They are all packed closely together. Ken remarks he could get expelled from school for what is about to happen. He swiftly stabs a bald man in the gut with a knife. Then he prepares to strike again, without any mercy. He delivers a flurry of stabs with his weapon. After the assault, several men collapse. A pool of blood spreads out, horrifying everyone nearby, Kim declares. That, thanks to them, he is definitely getting expelled. In the classroom, the teacher drones on about translation. Seth sits with his eyes closed, listening to side chatter, but a strange feeling makes him restless. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the man is slacking, off yet again. Suddenly, the door is kicked wide open. Startled, a smiling monster asks if he's the new principal. His whole gang files in behind him. A pleasure, he smirks, in shock. The principal jolts up, demanding who they are, taking command. A henchman steps up. In a flash, he appears behind the principal, as if teleporting. He forces the man back into his chair with one hand. Nervous, the former teacher just stares, unable to process what's happening. The monster pulls out a photo. He demands the principal bring him this boy. Now, it's a photo of Seth Kang. Confused, the principal utters the new student's name. The monster confirms it, ordering him to bring the boy.
Or he'll die. The principal says he'll just call the police. His trembling hand reaches for the landline. Amused, the monster asks if he really knows what will happen. At the same
time, in the school's boxing gym, Brock asks again why they want the boy. The man with the wild hairstyle seems to hear nothing. The two students remain quiet. Suddenly, the thug charges with a baseball bat, cursing. Without hesitation, Brock's fist smashes into the man's face. Instantly, the man is sent staggering. Brock finishes him with another punch to the face. Seeing this, the other henchmen are stunned. Even Victor is surprised by Brock's sheer power. Fearless, the big guy glares at everyone. The knife-wielding thugs rush the high schooler. Annoyed, Brock just yells at them. He grabs one by the face, squeezing hard. Then he pummels everyone around him. Seeing this, Victor gets annoyed. He joins the fray, hating this kind of mess. Soon, the two of them are beating down thugs together like a pro duo. Back to Kim, who just defeated a dozen henchmen. The remaining goons are getting irritated. They rush him, screaming that they'll kill him, one of Samti. Them, holding a sword, prepares to strike, but Kim dodges with ease. He counters, sinking his knife into the man's neck. It's a fatal blow. The man collapses. Irritated, Kim wonders when his
partner Ronnie will show up. Outside the school, Ronnie the driver checks on the fight after being swarmed by goons. He notes they just keep coming. He's worried for Kim, but even more so for Seth,
their boss. Suddenly, he laughs like a maniac, yelling that Kim shouldn't worry at all. Quickly, Ronnie charges the rest of the henchmen. In class, Seth hears the chaos erupting outside. The noise echoes loudly, suspicious. He's eager to see what's happening. Back with Kim, see. He's up.
Prepares to counter. A man tries to stab him, but Kim dodges, flinging his knife into the man's arm.
The thug is now pinned, hanging from a locker. Moving fast, Kim grabs the man's knife, charging forward. He lands the final blow to the man's chest. Kim looks a bit worn out, more henchmen arrive on scene, and Kim feels the pressure mount. A security camera catches a thug yelling or cursing. Suddenly, a blonde thug's flying kick sends Kim crashing to the ground in the classroom. Seth stands up, confusing his teacher. The protagonist looks on, curious about what's going on. He says nothing as he heads for the door. He tells the teacher not to let anyone else leave, then with his hands in his pockets, he calmly walks down the stairs. Soon, he spots it. Someone is on the ground, defeated. He realizes a fight is underway. A group of men are surrounding his subordinate, Kim, sweating. Kim is left with only a knife for defense. The newbie watches silently, but as he glances aside, he notices something useful, a fire extinguisher. The thugs close in on Kim with their weapons drawn, but something catches Kim's eye. His boss is approaching from behind them. Seth hits one with a fire extinguisher. The impact echoes with a loud clang. The thug's head slams into the lockers. After the hit, Seth looks absolutely ecstatic, nervous. The leader orders his men to get the boy. Excited, they all charge. The young man, with no fear. Seth faces them with a psychotic smile. Quickly, he opens the chime eyes extinguisher, spraying it directly at the approaching thugs. As they're blinded, he takes full advantage. He throws the extinguisher into the cloud of smoke. Excited, he decides to leap right into the fog.
Chaos erupts within the smokescreen. He moves unseen, a ghost slipping through the mayhem.
His target, one of the operation's leaders. A powerful grip seizes the man's head as he's pulled into the dark. He's slammed down with monstrous force. It's an instant knockout. Kim, his subordinate, just stares in awe. Sighing, the new guy gets on the phone. He alerts the principal, who nervously dials the police for help. He blurts out that gangsters are attacking, that the entire school is crawling with monsters. His voice is pure panic. "Can you please hurry?" he begs. A nearby monster glares at him with amusement, but the operator just begins her speech. She explains an election ceremony has tied up all available officers. They simply don't have enough staff. She promises to send the nearest unit when possible. Then the line goes dead, leaving the principal abandoned. "Hello," he stammers into the phone. His hand shakes. He knows they're doomed. Meanwhile, the monster called Chip just grins. Suddenly, a subordinate shouts an announcement. "We've finally found the boy." This news changes everything. Chip's face lights up with sheer delight. Elsewhere, Seth has already cleared out most of the fodder, but a few remain. They're shaking but still standing their ground, trying to escape this mess. The new guy asks his men a question. "Did you reach my uncle?" he presses. His subordinate admits he didn't pick up. They only left a message.
Seth's face pales at the terrible news. His subordinate bows, apologizing over and over, but Seth just cuts him off.
No matter what, this has gone too far. The subordinate insists his safety is all that matters at this point.
Seth pauses, looking solemn for a moment. Shaking it off, he changes the subject, giving a new command.
"Let's move this brawl outside," he orders. His men agree. Meanwhile, Bob is running his own cleanup operation.
An attacker tries to sneak up from behind. Without looking, Bob delivers a perfect counter. The enemy just crumples.
He hits the floor, completely limp. Bob smirks. "Time for some home run practice." He smashes another goon's face. The guy soars like a baseball off the bat. It looks like Bob has cleaned house effortlessly. But then he opens his eyes. He spots something completely unexpected. His boss, Seth and Kadum, are still fighting their way through the school. The driver stares, totally shocked. He sees Kim grinning like a maniac, but their boss is a stone wall of seriousness. As the trio walks down the hall, they're met. It's Brock and Victor, who apparently had their own party. They cleared out the entire gym, annoyed. Seth tells them to butt out. The sweating blonde just shrugs it off. Brock smirks, saying it's a bit late for that. This just ticks the main character off even more as they walk on. A new figure emerges from the corridor. My, why is everyone taking a nap?" he asks, approaching the group. He tuts, calling them careless. "You're damaging our gang's reputation," he scolds. Seeing him, a flicker of recognition. The new guy knows him. It's Miduki Inui, one of the three heads of the terrifying three-headed phantom gang. The largest gang in all of Japan, Seth demands to know what Inui wants. The monster asks if he came to play. Inui declares his goal to take the head of the Sunshine Group's leader. Furious, Seth gives him an invitation. "Then come and try it." But his loyal men move to shield him. In response, the gang leader summons Kyle. He introduces him as the #1 fighter in Japan. Kim and Bob immediately brace for the coming battle. Kyle blitzes toward them in an instant. A clean punch lands square on Bob's jaw, stunning him completely. At the same time, he kicks Kim in the face. The moves are executed with blinding speed, even surprising Seth Kang. Outside Yongjin School, a single police car pulls up. It parks out front as an officer exits to check things out. He scans the scene, seeing nothing wrong. "Looks quiet," he says. "Let's just tell the station it's all clear." He even suggests they take a break. But his partner spots something odd. "Hey, what's that over there?" "What is it?" his colleague asks again. He points to a bald goon, out cold near the fence. The officer freezes up. A cold sweat breaks out on his back. He looks around and sees more bodies. Dozens of men scattered on the ground. His partner is stunned. He scrambles for the radio, shouting, "This is Unit 5 at Yongjin High School." But he cuts his report short, hearing a sound. He turns to see a sleek black vehicle has just pulled up. The rear door slides open silently. 3 men step out, the one in the center being a branch leader of Sunshine Group. His name is Gated Lee, also known as White. Suddenly, more black vans pull up. Reinforcements have arrived. Dozens of men pour out of the vehicles. They start advancing on the 2 officers, who are visibly terrified. White calmly asks if they are the first to arrive. Stuttering, the cop asks for his name. White just ignores him, glaring at him. Then, more cars roll in, clearly for backup. A man steps out of one vehicle and approaches. He's the Somin branch leader, another Sunshine Group big shot. His name, Jonas Yongjin. He notes that White is already here. A sinister smile reveals his gold teeth. White remarks it's the first time the big brother has summoned them in years. Jonas fixes his tie. He throws a deadly glare at the cops, not uttering a single word. Over the police radio, a voice asks for a sit rep. They question if backup is required. There are far too many thugs for just a few cops now. White asks his partner if he should move in first. The partner says they need to contact the big boss first. One gangster notes that nearly everyone is already on site. The Sunshine Group's various crews are itching for a brawl. White is on the phone, talking to the big brother. He reports the team is assembled and asks for the green light. And this big brother is none other than Uncle Jake, who tells them to hold position, as he is en route. Uncle Jake is in a helicopter, heading for the school, back to the fight where the driver and Kim got pummeled. Japan's best fighter now faces Seth. The 2 of them lock eyes. Someone in the back mutters, calling the guy a bastard. The fighter glances back, giving him a cold stare. Annoyed, they demand to know who he is, but their boss suddenly bellows their names. Startled by the shout, they immediately shut up. With a smirk, Seth tells them to stay out of it. He plans to handle this fighter himself. The bald man gets into his stance. Thrilled, Seth tells him to bring it on. In a flash, the fighter's hand whips towards Seth. Before he can even react, it's a close call. But Seth dodges, a thin graze on his cheek. Realizing the man's speed, Seth's face turns serious. He resets his stance, ready for the next move. The fighter launches another strike, but Seth evades it again. He keeps up the assault, but the fighter refuses to yield. Meanwhile, Seth keeps on dodging, though it's getting tougher. Victor gasps, amazed at the man's speed. He can't believe how Seth is avoiding every single strike. Rock just watches the fight silently. Kim and Rodney, though battered, seem calm. They have absolute faith in their boss. Inside, students are glued to the window. The teacher yells at them to stop and focus. One kid is filming the whole thing, while another points out the cops have also arrived on scene. Oh boy, the teacher thinks these punks are a nightmare. Suddenly, Sophie comes to the teacher, asking if she could go outside. She's worried sick about Seth. A bit confused, the teacher allows it. Back in the fight. Seth finally seizes his opponent's wrist, prepping a counterattack. His fist flies straight for the fighter's face. Incredibly, the fighter leans back, dodging with a Matrix-style move. It's an iconic scene. They both jump back. At the same time, Seth touches his own cheek, stunned by how close that was. He grins. Now this is getting fun. The 2 glare at each other, readying for round 2. Without warning, Seth rushes the fighter. Excited, the man just smiles, practically telling him to bring it on. They close the distance in an instant. Both fighters ready their fists, both the fighter and Seth narrowly avoid each other's strikes. Tense, Seth sees his opponent's wrist closing in. Then, in a brief distraction, the fighter aims a kick at his head. Seth ducks under it, dodging the blow. Swiftly, Seth prepares a saikes, left hook. But the bald fighter dodges that too. He tries to get Seth in a lock, but reacting just in time, Seth blocks the incoming knee. The force of the impact pushes Seth back. The fighter smiles confidently, but Seth just grins. back, saying, "All right, now it's on." His words leave the bald fighter completely baffled. Suddenly, a new sound cuts through the air. From above, Uncle Jake's helicopter descends. It lands directly in front of the school. This grabs everyone's attention, even the monster fighter. He clearly knows who is arriving. Someone begins to rappel from the chopper. Of course, it's Uncle Jake, here to help. At once, several more people start to move. The area is now swarming with Sunshine Group members. In shock, Victor can only ask what is going on. Uncle Jake walks to the front. He bows deeply to Seth, calling him sir instantly. Every single person there bows in unison. In the classroom, the students are totally lost. They wonder what's happening and why they are all bowing. The two cops outside are just as bewildered by the bizarre scene. Nearby, on a rooftop, a group of Chinese gangsters watch on. One of them, with a ponytail, asks his brother if Seth was the one who beat him. His brother confirms it. The man then asks if he could win a rematch. His brother says nothing. Glancing at his other partner, the ponytail guy says that things have just gotten way more complicated. He asks for their next move. The man in sunglasses replies that there are too many Korean cops swarming the area. He suggests they pull back for now. With a smirk, he adds he wants to see how this all plays out because things just got interesting. A voice cuts in, asking if it's really as fun as he claims. Instantly, the three thugs spin around to find the source. To their shock, Seth's mother stands right in the middle of them. The man is stunned. He never even sensed her approach. With a chilling aura, Seth's mother stares down the Mafia boss. As backup arrives, Ken tells them to stay out of it. However, Uncle Jake starts to protest, but Seth insists on winning this fight fair and square. Jake goes quiet, hearing his conviction. Meanwhile, two men watch the protagonist on security monitors. They sneer that everyone fell right into their trap. Annoyed, one asks his subordinate if he thinks Seth is going to lose. Jake says that's not the issue here, telling him to just look around. Countless men are already knocked out. Across the schoolyard, with more piled up near the buses, seeing the carnage, Kang is at a loss for words. His subordinate politely asks the boss to leave the rest to him, to stop things from getting worse. He tells Seth this battle is his alone, asking if he gets it. Hearing this, Seth just silently watches, facing the gangsters. Seth apologizes for the delay. He invites them to pick up where they left off. The bald fighter just glares back, noticing more people have arrived. Overjoyed, the Mafia boss orders him to finish the kid. Following the command, the fighter lunges toward Seth. Seth clenches his fists, ready for the impact. The fighter closes the distance in a flash. Suddenly, a voice shouts for everyone to stop. Both the hero and his foe freeze in place. Everyone there is startled by the powerful voice. It's Seth's mother, who has just arrived, completely changing the atmosphere. Her sudden appearance leaves everyone speechless. The moment she appears, the Mafia leader immediately shuts his mouth. She glances at a security camera without a word. Then, her gaze shifts to her son's subordinate. She orders him to tend to anyone who's been injured. Jake, confused, questions her. Command. She finishes by telling him to escort everyone else off the school grounds. Jake tries to object, asking what she could possibly mean. Impatient, she sighs with a murderous aura, asking when he started questioning her orders. At that, Jake begins to tremble, visibly terrified. Three men then approach the woman. One of them, Ian, is her subordinate. She tells him to treat anyone who was hurt in the brawl. Ian immediately scrambles to obey. Continuing, she tells the others to clear out and delay the police for 5 minutes. Everyone moves to follow her commands. In that moment, Seth finally registers that his mother is here. Looking at her son, the woman tells him she'll allow him to fight. But first, there's something she must say. The protagonist listens with his full attention. His mother says his position doesn't end with just him. She explains that a leader bears the weight of every battle. He can't just fight based on his feelings. Hearing this, Seth is left completely stunned. Everyone starts clearing the area, following the woman's directions. As the bald fighter walks past her, she remarks that he hasn't harmed her son. So for now, she will spare him. Terrified, the man has no idea what she's talking about. Suddenly, the Mafia boss and his goons approach, demanding to know who this woman thinks she is. He screams that some random lady won't interfere. He then insults her. Recognizing the fool, she calmly gives him 2 choices. First, he can gather his men, get on the bus, and leave quietly. Hearing option 1, he immediately starts cursing her out. Without a second thought, she slices a piece of his neck,
stepping on his goon with casual ease. Seeing this, the man is in total shock. The woman
warns that if he interrupts again, he's dead. She asks if he understands. Everyone is frozen in place.
terrified by her words. The Mafia leader is seething, but says nothing, clearly scared for his life. After that, she
Explains option 2. The bald fighter and Seth will have a one-on-one duel. At this, Seth is surprised, trembling. The Mafia boss can't grasp what she's proposing. She continues, saying that whoever wins gets whatever they desire, or rather, what the people watching on camera desire. Glancing toward the lenses, the boss realizes she knew about them all along. Nervous, he claims they have nothing to lose, smiling. The woman tells him not to worry. As she turns, she makes it clear she is a woman of her word. Seth, still confused by his mother's gamble, recalls her threat about losing his position if he should fail to win. The thought weighs heavily on his mind. With a grim look, he wonders how disappointed his father would be to see the heir of the Sunshine Group lose to a thug like this. Hearing that, the young hero smirks, declaring that victory was certain. Inside, Sophie and her teacher were heading downstairs when they noticed a strange scene. Below, a bald man was sprawled on the floor. Confused, they cautiously continued down the stairs. At the shoe lockers, they found more people collapsed on the ground. Panic began to set in. Sophie fumbled in her pocket for her phone, desperate to find help. She started dialing the police, but her teacher said they'd already been called. But the call connected anyway. Sophie heard the voice and knew. "Dad?" she asked. He responded, confused why his daughter was calling him now. She explained the chaos at school, and that police hadn't shown up yet. She whispered that gangsters had invaded, making her father's blood run cold. Instantly, he promised, "Daddy's on his way!" The terrified teacher urged them to rush back to class. At that very moment, a new group swaggered in. Sophie spotted them immediately, men from the Sunshine Group. One of them noticed her, too. They cornered the two girls. The frightened teacher demanded to know who he was. The man just ignored her. He knelt by a body, checking for a pulse. Then, he opened his jacket, revealing medical tools inside. He pulled out a scalpel, noting the person was still alive. Sophie's mind raced, thinking only of her boss, Seth. Outside, the Sunshine Group's men were already forming a perimeter. Kang and his foe stood face to face. All their allies watched intently. From afar, the Mafia boss roared Kaida's name, startling the thug. He turned, receiving his orders destroy the boy. Kaio reached into his jacket pocket. He revealed a dagger, clearly planning to use it in the fight. Seeing his opponent draw a blade, Seth's eyes blazed with fury. His mother saw it too, but she simply watched in silence. Kaio began twirling the dagger with a wicked grin, ready to begin. An underling arrived, eager to assist his boss. He handed over a strange weapon, making Seth look excited, but Seth just yelled that he wouldn't need that cheap trick. On a rooftop, a gang member asked his brother what their next move was. His brother replied that today, they were completely outmatched, watching the fight. They both understood the Sunshine Group's immense power. Seth and Kaio were both primed and ready. They braced for a head-on collision. Seth was unarmed, while his rival clutched a dagger. Sometime later, at a school assembly, the principal was giving a speech to all the students. He welcomed the newcomers to the young public athletic school. He continued, hoping they would adjust well during their time here. Back in a classroom, students were busy chatting. One boy was staring intently at his phone. He called his friends over, asking if they had seen this. One friend asked what he meant. The boy said, it was the legendary school fight video. The clip showed the brawl between the hero and the half-bald thug. In the video, Seth lands a solid punch, but also gets slashed by the thug's dagger. Watching the clip, one kid called it fake, saying Seth was just acting. Another student shot back, saying it was 100% real, calling the first one a total idiot. Soon, the whole class was debating the fight. After a time skip, a student reveals that 2 years ago, Seth was the school's top dog who took on the Japanese gang. Another student was still skeptical, but the boy with the phone yelled that it's all true. Suddenly, someone entered the classroom. All eyes turned to the figure in the doorway. Introducing himself, the bald man announced he was J.K. Lee, a former head of the school. He sneered, a wannabe vlogger shouldn't believe fake videos. But then another person approached. A young man asked if he could please move aside. Annoyed, the bald man snarled, "What did you just say to me?" The boy calmly repeated his request, asking him to move. With a short fuse, the bald man threatened, "You must have a death wish today, huh?" But the boy didn't even flinch. Another person arrived. It was a girl with short hair who looked just like Sophie, but with a tougher aura. She
ordered the bald man to get lost immediately. Both the boy and the bald man were shocked by the girl's
sudden appearance, frustrated. The bald man postured, asking who she thought she was, giving him orders. He prepared to attack. She instantly grabbed her weapon as her partner also got ready to fight. She smashed the bald man on the
shoulder with her weapon as her ally closed in, landing a hard punch to his face. Together,
they unleashed a flawless combination, leaving the bullies completely stunned and terrified. Meanwhile, one student was still watching the video from 2 years prior. The footage shows Kim, a familiar face. He'd aided the main character back then, too. It is obvious from the video how much he's changed in that time. His whole look has been drastically altered, and his hair is cut short now. That number on his uniform, a clear sign of prison life. But today is different. It's his release date. Finally free. A wave of relief hits him. He spots a familiar car waiting just for him. It's his buddy, Bob, grinning behind the wheel. "You bastard," Bob jokes, waving him over. Kim heads toward the car, prepared to go. The back door swings open, and Kim freezes. Inside sits the main character, looking much older. Bowing, Kim's subordinate whispers, "The boss actually came." The protagonist smiles, saying he came to get his valuable friend, thanking him for his sacrifice. Kim dismisses it as nothing, expressing his own gratitude to the boss. The protagonist then asks if Kim still desires to attend school. Later, at Yanjin High, they walk towards the building. The main character observes, "So, this is it?" Stepping inside, he notes this school seems interesting. Elsewhere, in a secluded spot, a tiny bird soars over the woods. It's heading for a dojo nestled on the mountain. Within the dojo, an elder kneels, clutching small spheres. All at once, he shouts for Jin, who happens to be
dozing off while sitting straight up. After hearing his name yelled over and over, Jin finally stirs from his sleep.
"Shout!" The master gets his attention. Jin approaches the old man, awaiting his orders. But in just moments, Jin is already asleep on his feet. The sensei rises instantly and delivers a swift smack to Jin's head with a wooden staff. "You brat!" Stunned by the blow, Jin demands to know why the old master struck him. The elder replies, "Because I'm hungry." He calls Jin a brat once more and raises the stick again. Baffled, Jin can't understand the punishment. He'd already chopped the wood and filled the water pails, with his arms crossed. Jin protests, asking why he's in trouble when his chores are complete. The master says nothing, just glaring at him with a fierce expression. He turns away, telling Jin to pack his belongings. Stunned, Jin asks what he means by that. The elder repeats the command to pack his bags at once. Still confused, Jin asks if he is getting kicked out. The sensei answers with a question. "When did you finish middle school?" Counting his fingers, Jin estimates. It was roughly 2 years ago. The sensei declares that he should at least complete his high school education. This news leaves Jin absolutely floored. He demands an explanation. So the sensei says that Jin must both take the high school equivalency test and actually attend classes. Jin, utterly speechless, can't find any words. Sometime later, Jin makes his way to the city. The towering buildings completely mesmerize him. Humming, he skips along the path to his brand new school. He's instantly impressed by its sheer size. Inside, posters catch his eye. The National Boxing Championship with Victor, and flyers for an American Martial Arts League from the Czech group. He walks down the hallway, looking for classroom number 5. Inside, a man stands writing on the Kecheni chalkboard. "I'm your new teacher. My name is George Wu. It's a pleasure to meet you all," he announces. He explains that, as most know, this has become a sports-focused school. He argues that this means there are several promising athletes in this very class. He asks those students to raise their hands. And the 3 of them comply. George says sports are vital, but quickly reminds them not to neglect their academic responsibilities. Just at that moment, our boy from the mountains appears at the door, wondering what's going on. The teacher spots the unfamiliar face and asks, "Are you lost?" Jin explains he thinks this is his classroom, caught off guard. The teacher realizes it must be the transfer student's first day. Jin goes on to explain that, being a transfer, this is literally his first day in any school. He remembers his master's words about greeting his teachers with respect, so this day feels incredibly important to him. George, the teacher, approaches him, saying that they need to get everything sorted out properly. He directs Jin to an empty seat. Jin happily follows his instruction. He scans the room. The whole scene is a bit overwhelming. He introduces himself to the class, saying his name is Jin, and that he's never been to school before. The entire class is stunned by this news, asking if that's actually true. He confirms it. explaining he passed the equivalency exam to skip middle school entirely. Hearing this, the students are instantly intrigued. Meanwhile, a boy named Lance smiles. He's holding a piece of paper, looking around to confirm the address. He makes his way to a 2-story house, certain that he's at the correct spot. He presses the doorbell. The intercom buzzes, granting him access. The door unlocks and he enters, seeing a woman appears. With a warm smile, she greets him. "You're finally here." He's thrilled to see his sister. She playfully teases that he didn't get lost. Arms folded, he retorts that just because he came from the forest doesn't mean he's an idiot. She laughs, telling him he did well. She guides him inside as he slips off his shoes. As they climb the stairs, she asks about school. "It was fun," he replies, surprising her. "That's wonderful," she says. Reaching the second floor, she opens a door to a bedroom. She tells him that this space will now be his. Jin is stunned by the room she has prepared. She explains it belonged to her son, who now lives elsewhere but attends the same school. Jin finds this news puzzling. As she leaves, she says he will meet her son soon. Smiling, she tells him to drop his things and follow her. In the house, a hidden passage leads down to a cellar. As they descend into the darkness, she holds a candle for light. At the bottom of the stairs, she asks him to wait while she lights a few more candles to better light the area. As the room brightens, Jin is shocked. The basement is packed with all kinds of weapons. With a sly grin, his sister asks if it's time to test her little brother's skills. He has no idea what she's talking about. She then asks which weapon he wants to use. Ignoring her question, Jin warns that she's the one who'll get hurt. Stunned, she just stares at him. Jin reveals that as the successor of their clan. He was raised never to accept defeat. Their eyes lock after his declaration. She responds with a laugh, saying it seems she can't go easy on him. Meanwhile, back at school, in a meeting room, students are seated around a large table. One person is missing, his close friend, Sophie Kim, who is now the student council president, seems worried by his absence. She explains to the gathered club leaders that she's called them here for a specific reason. Mike Ham, the Taekwondo club's new captain, groans he's tired from training and just wants to get on with it. Paul Clark, the judo club captain, agrees, mentioning that. The boxing and martial arts captains are also missing because they're at competitions. After their words, a tense silence fills the room. Sophie nervously stays quiet. Suddenly, the door opens. It is Victor Chun, president of the boxing club and the reigning IVF Asian champion. He strides toward the table, soaked in sweat from an intense workout. "Sorry I'm late," he says with a smile. Sophie smiles back, saying it's no problem. The meeting just started. Victor pulls up a chair to join them. But Sophie quickly asks what happened to Brock. Victor says Brock has a competition next week, so he's been training for it. Surprised, Sophie asks if it's a new competition. Victor nods, then asks why. They're having this meeting right now. Sophie reminds him it's for recruiting freshmen not involved in sports, asking if he forgot about the freshman recruitment. A little shocked, Victor admits that he did. Ham, the Taekwondo president, interrupts them with a shout, annoyed. He tells them to stop chatting and start the meeting. Seeing his outburst, Victor stays silent. Sophie, the student council president, apologizes and says they'll begin. She explains the main point is a favor requested by the principal, which is why they are all here. Before they start, she makes it clear that no club is allowed to force freshmen to join. The second rule, all clubs must avoid any pointless competitions. Furthermore, any tests or overly intense training must be carefully reviewed. However, Sophie doesn't explain the third rule, and the meeting ends soon after. She dismisses everyone for the day as she packs her things. Victor remains seated at the table. Noticing he is still there, Sophie asks if he is leaving. Victor says he is, but has something to ask her first. He asks if she has received any messages from that boy. At his question, Sophie starts to tremble, shaking her head and saying no. Victor then asks if she's heard about him returning to school. She replies that she hasn't seen him in forever. With a smile, Victor tells her not to worry, saying that Seth promised his mother that he would graduate. Nervous, Sophie recalls all that happened, especially the terrifying memory involving Seth's mother. She remembers the brutal way she was saved by her. The memory of that day causes her to tremble even more, breaking into a cold sweat. From across the table, Victor sees her anxiety and asks if she is okay. Sophie says she's fine and quickly excuses herself, saying she has to go. Watching her, Victor sighed. Something about her was deeply unsettling. His mind drifted back to the final fight. He recalled Seth saving Sophie from that ruthless gangster. Stiff had been in the middle of delivering a painful lesson, but his mother stopped him from finishing it. Victor had seen it all. It was a bitter memory. His expression hardened as he clenched his fist with frustration. Later that night, Jin was at Seth's mother's house, staring intently at an egg. Meanwhile, the lady of the house was washing up. She glanced at him, asking if he disliked the food. He just rubbed the egg on his head. He assured her that wasn't it. So why wasn't he eating? He explained this was the first time anyone had ever cooked for him. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on her face. She told him he'd better get used to it. He wasn't in the forest anymore, after all. Jin laughed, agreeing. He finally took a bite, and his face lit up. Smiling, Seth's mother urged him to grow stronger for their rematch. But Jin's reaction wasn't what she expected. He began to tremble. Puzzled, she asked if he didn't want to. With his mouth full, he mumbled that he did. But there was one problem. He asked if she was truly okay with it. Her gaze fell to the bruise on her arm, a memento from their last sparring match. Trembling slightly, she admitted she couldn't remember the last time she'd used her full strength. Jin fell completely silent. Meanwhile, at Sophie's house, she returned from school, announcing she was home. Her father looked up from his paper to greet her. She commented on how early he was. He explained it was election season, and the company needed to maintain a low profile. Sophie then asked about dinner. He said he had already eaten what was prepared. When Sophie offered tea, he accepted. Then, her father casually asked how school had been. Was it tough? As she made tea, Sophie said it was just the same as always. He then asked about her future. Had she decided on a path yet? Sophie confessed she was still undecided. He wondered if she wasn't interested in law anymore. She respectfully replied that she admired his work, but didn't want to be busy all the time. Hearing this, her father grew pensive. He apologized for not taking better care of her. Sophie quickly tried to clarify her statement, not wanting to upset him. She just wanted to find something she could truly enjoy. Her father seemed confused by her response. She then explained her current interest was in sports marketing. She gushed about how incredible Brock and Victor were, champions at such a young age. Her father remained silent, just listening to her. She went on, explaining how since their school became an athletic academy, so much talent had emerged. Seeing their passion ignited something inside her. Breaking the silence, her father asked if she had considered the consequences. His stern gaze made Sophie feel uneasy. He then explained that the company managing Victor and Brock was controlled by the Sunshine Group. Sophie stood silently, absorbing his words. Her father, opposed to the idea, stated firmly it was an absolute no. He forbade her from getting close to that boy. Seth, shocked. Sophie listened, as he insisted she could do anything else, but he wouldn't risk her safety. Sophie stayed quiet, lowering her head as his protective stance became clear. The next day at school, Jin shuffled through the entrance, bruised with a black eye and a swollen nose. He grumbled about what kind of teacher he had. That left him so battered. Suddenly, he spotted a huge crowd and wondered what was going on. It was recruitment day. For school clubs, from sports to arts, everyone was trying to recruit new members. Excitedly, Jin thought, this is going to be fun. Behind him, a tall student politely asked for a little space. Jin greeted him. Hey, you sit next to me, right? The tall boy bent down, nervously saying hello. Jin asked if he was in a sports club, since he heard everyone had to join at least one. Embarrassed, the boy said he was just a class athlete. Confused, Jin wondered what that meant. Suddenly, a bald-headed student shoved past, demanding they move and calling them trash. Jin and the tall boy were stunned. The bald student snapped. What are you looking at? You want to get beaten up, Jin, with an innocent look, seemed not to understand. The bald guy repeated himself. He told Jin to move and stop staring. The tall boy swallowed hard, sweating nervously and staying silent. Trying to be friendly, Jin just asked, Are you in our class? Nice to meet you? This only infuriated the guy. This bald kid, offended by the word friend, grabs Jin's shoulder, snarling. Who said, We're friends, you looking for a death wish? But Jin, completely lost, offers nothing. In reply, whispering threats. The punk tells him to follow. With that, the bald guy turns and walks off. The tall kid is just left there, baffled by the whole display. Jin, however, simply watches, then follows him. Soon, they're alone in a secluded part of the school. The bald kid asks smugly, You really don't know who I am, Jin, with pure innocence, replies, Yeah, from class, I saw you. Enraged, the student calls Jin a total bastard, utterly confused. Jin wonders what the insult was for. Lighting a cigarette, the punk introduces himself as Jack Lee, this school's top dog. He then asks Jin if he's heard the name. Jin honestly responds, Nope, can't say I have. Jack's eyebrows shoot up in disbelief. At Jin's cluelessness, then, in a flash, Jin snatches the cigarette from Jack's mouth. At this, Jack's face darkens with fury. Jin smiles gently. Students shouldn't be smoking. Now on the brink of exploding, Jack readies, his fist to pummel Jin. He lunges forward, but Jin remains perfectly still. As Jack throws a right hook, Jin calmly drops the cigarette to counter, using just 2 fingers. He blocks the attack, leaving the bully stunned as his fist hangs in the air. Jin coolly states, and students shouldn't hit their friends. While easily neutralizing Jack's punch, he grabs Jack's jacket, holding him firm. Absolutely livid, Jack begins, spitting curses. Suddenly, a voice shouts for them to stop. Both Jin and Jack turn to see the source. It's Henry. Chang, the school's student council president. He calls out, accusing them of being delinquents. Puzzled, Jin questions if he's a bully. In his world, that word means something totally different from what he is. Desperate to explain, Jin says, I'm not a bully. Henry introduces himself as Henry Chen, a student representative for the school. Standing with an air of authority, Henry says his presence enforces school rules. He adds that he's head of the wrestling club, boasting he got 5th place. In the Winter Games, he insists 5th isn't bad, explaining that he only began wrestling last year. This just leaves Jin even more bewildered. Henry then reveals he's also the younger brother of the famous Brock Chang, which instantly terrifies the bald student. With a superior look, Henry asks the freshman if they get it now. The bald kid lowers his head, admitting he had no idea who Henry was. Watching this scene, Jin is utterly baffled by the situation, especially on his first day. Henry glares at Jin, scolding his attitude and ordering him to the student
Council room at recess. Pointing to himself, Jin asks if he means him. Without another word,
Henry turns and leaves, the bald kid trailing him, both of them laughing. Jin wonders if this is what people call social life. He turns to the tall student, smiling. Were you worried you're a nice guy? Later, at the J. Fox Boxing Academy, Brock is training relentlessly. The academy's director watches his practice. Just then, Akira, the executive secretary of the Sunshine Group, arrives at the gym. Seeing him, both Brock and the director are curious. The director asks what brings Akira there. He explains the president wants to see if Brock can visit. The idea shocks the director, reminding him the competition is so close. But Brock calmly agrees it's fine and tells him to inform the president he'll be there, in classroom 1 to 5, as the teacher lectures. Jin tries to focus and take as many notes as he can. Then the class rep comments that everyone learned this in prep school already and asks for a volunteer. But to everyone's shock, the one to raise his hand is the most unlikely student. Suspicious eyes fall on him. Jin walks to the board and solves the problem, leaving everyone stunned. The teacher is impressed too and praises the boy for studying hard. Jin replies there's not much else to do in the mountains. Of course, the topic of the mountains makes everyone curious, but he just says he studied to finish school early, laughing a little. Later, a new class starts, and the teacher asks for a presenter, as usual. But once, again, Jin's hand shoots up before anyone else's. And so he introduces himself, saying he grew up in the mountains with his incredible master. Some classmates give him weird looks, but the teacher seems intrigued. At lunchtime, the whole cafeteria is buzzing around one table. They whisper that he's a genius, a total nerd. However, Jin just shrugs it off, much to their surprise. Then, a massive upperclassman looms over him. He asks if Jin is going to the student council room. Jin glances at the clock and freezes. He's late. With that, he bolts from his seat, moving faster than ever, vanishing in a flash. 10 minutes later, he's still sprinting through the halls, but he is completely lost. Just then, a nearby door clicks open. As he turns around, he sees a stunningly beautiful woman. She eyes him curiously, wondering why. A freshman is wandering these halls. In a stroke of pure luck, this is the student council room. He quickly explains what he needs, and she points him to the last door. He offers a quick thank you, and since he's a new face, the girl warns him not to cause trouble. This immediately triggers Jin, who shouts that he's not a bad student, and her interest is officially piqued. The two part ways, and Jin finally enters the room, but when he looks inside, it's completely empty. Elsewhere, a big dude is enjoying a hot dog when a friend offers him some milk, a playing card visible in his hand. But it's another student who catches his eye, and his friend warns him that's the freshman who just joined the boxing club. With that, the friend calls out to the boy, who turns. The one who seems to be the boss asks for his name? That armband? It's the student council. The boy introduces himself as James Bew and asks if there's a problem. Apparently, his reputation as Korea's champion precedes him, so the council member tells the boy to follow him. James has no idea why, but he quickly figures out they plan to put him in his place. He is not amused. Back in the council room, the big guy swings open the door to find the bald kid from before. Terrified, Jin insists he's a good student, but the big guy had
totally forgotten he'd even called him. Oh well, he says it's good that he's here anyway, and tells them both
to take a seat. Despite their very different expressions, both boys comply. The council member starts his lecture. This school has extremely strict rules about violence. The moment he says that, the atmosphere shifts. Both of them have heard the stories about the incident from 2 years ago. Since then, the council passed a new rule. Now, if students want to fight, they need the council and athletic captain to approve an official match in the ring. And it just so happens the guy in front of them can approve those fights. That is, if the reason for fighting is legit. But before he can finish, James cuts him off. Done with the speech, the boy suggests they fight instead. He absolutely hates it. When people talk too much, the whole room is stunned. The boss's lackey says James is being incredibly rude. James smirks. You want to fight in his place. The lackey sees red, of course. James doesn't care at all. The council member then plays his trump card he brought Chain's brother. However, James is clearly unimpressed. So, will the little brother approve a fight with the older one? Upon hearing this, the assistant explodes. Don't you know who Henry's brother is? Oh, James is well aware. In fact, he came here specifically to defeat Brock and Victor. That leaves the two of them completely shocked. With that, James stands up. He's said all he needs to say and turns to leave, leaving a sour taste in the representatives' mouths. He walks right past Jin without even a glance. The assistant states that they must teach this rookie a lesson. Henry suggests they report him to Victor. But they weren't alone in the room. Jin asks if he can leave too. The assistant warns that if he says anything, he'll face a fate far worse than death. But Jin isn't intimidated one bit. The assistant tells the kid to get lost, and so he does. But to the assistant's complete surprise, before he leaves, Jin asks how to request one of those ring fights. Later, in class, Jin walks peacefully to his desk. However, it's clear the air between the school's three major players is anything but friendly. One of the students, a bald guy, starts staring Jin down. It seems he's working for the assistant, who calls him over. The two begin to whisper, plotting a little lesson for the newcomer. Meanwhile, at the gym, young Jin, the talk of the school, is training as usual, but as he trains, a subordinate reports some startling news, leaving him utterly stunned. A new freshman, James, had joined the boxing club. Meanwhile, James heard his name called. Turning, he faced the club leader's imposing aura. The leader questioned their connection. Seeing James's silence, the boxer assumed he was an athlete and told him to train. But the rookie said nothing. The leader didn't care if he bailed, just as long as he wasn't there to start trouble. After all, he was the club rep, an enemy of school violence. He turned to go, but James finally spoke. He revealed his true motive, asking for a one-on-one match in the gym. The leader's eyes lit up. In the ring, a fight was always welcome. And since James
looked thrilled, the boxer called him an open book and invited him to train.
The next day, the tension broke, and James noticed others. The bald guy asked if he was heading home, hoping to hang out. But little did they know, Jim was watching the entire scene unfold. At that exact moment, in Japan's Narita airport, 5 figures emerged, each radiating a more terrifying presence than the last. Finally, they gathered by a car, where Seth urged his colleagues to get a move on. Elsewhere, Sophie's father replayed the legendary school fight, where the hero fought with all his might in a brutal brawl. He faced a foe with blades, and yet, he not only dodged but countered barehanded. The clash dragged on, both taking heavy damage, from vicious kicks and punches. Then, the opponent got an idea, glancing over at him. Sophie, with a twisted smile. He used his coordinate. In that instant, our hero snapped. He lost all control. Pausing the clip, her father demanded to know if the young man was found. He was informed the kid just landed at Narita International Airport in Japan. As for why, the police were asked to cooperate. New info would be reported immediately. For now, it was quiet, but the father's mind drifted back to that day. Traffic was a nightmare, and by the time he arrived, chaos had already erupted. His badge meant nothing at first. The police
were completely overwhelmed. So, he sprinted towards the heart of the disaster.
And there it was, Seth over a defeated punk. But worse, his daughter was on the
ground, looking fragile and helpless. Like any father, he rushed to comfort her.
covering her with his coat and showing compassion. But even then, Seth's glare was so terrifying it put him right back on guard. Back at school, Jin was walking when he turned a corner and stumbled upon a bizarre scene. In an alley, thugs were being dismantled one by someone showing zero mercy. When it was over, the figure turned, revealing none other than James Bew, who barked, "What are you looking at? Jim wanted no trouble,"
and turned to leave, but was called out. James demanded to know why the bald guy was following him.
Jim explained he was worried about teachers finding out. Plus, he added that James shouldn't be bullying weaker guys. He could tell James was strong, but that meant he needed to learn some patience. Naturally, this preachy lecture just ticked James off. He lunged with a punch, calling them hillbillies, but the bald kid, unfazed, simply blocked the fist with a knee, showing insane flexibility. James started to realize who he was messing with. Jin's expression remained solid. Then, that look morphed into a smirk, which only enraged Bew further. He tried to reset his stance to attack, again, but the mountain dweller instantly closed the gap. He warned that he doesn't prey on the weak,
while threatening him with the legendary 1-inch punch. His superiority was already proven.
Jim then turned away, telling Bew to get those guys to a hospital, and with that, he left the bully, completely bewildered. Later, Jim continued his walk home, finally able to relax a bit. He climbs the stairs, suitcase in hand, settling in for his routine training, which reveals the incredible muscles sculpted onto his back, facing a row of Chinese blades. He closes his eyes, entering what appears to be a deep meditative state. In his mind, a phantom opponent materializes and he dodges every single strike before finally landing a hit, jolting him awake instantly. This ability to immerse himself in combat simulations leaves Jim exhausted, but determined to correct his every mistake. Later, at a high-stakes conference, the top figures of the Sunshine Group are gathered, awaiting an important explanation, or their marching orders. Before his captivated colleagues, our protagonist thanks them for their presence. However, the vice president of the rival black group, Joan Lee, states he will always answer when Kang calls. With a knowing smile, the CEO of Sunshine Group, Seth Kang, announces that he is finally ready. Beside him, Akira presses a remote, and a projector displays an image of a very specific place. Obviously, everyone in the room is impressed by the presentation. The hero announces that as of today, the High Osaka stage has finished all preparations. For this reason, he expects them to send competitors, as there should be no issues with the first match. Joan Lee asks if the hero himself will participate. With a smile, he confirms that he will. He asks how the athletes on his side are doing, and Seth comments that they'll still need 4 more. In that case, Joan stands up, clearly amused by all this. After all, with Seth alone fighting for them, it's more than enough to leave no room for doubt. He asks about weight limits or any rules regarding bladed weapons. But since the hero doesn't comment, Joan is satisfied, stating they'll see each other in 3 months at the stadium. Meanwhile, gang leaders Taiko Madoki Ryoshin and Madoki Ryunosuke remain perfectly silent. The old man asks if they even need to be there, and Ryunosuke reminds him that this is their home turf. Sometime later, back in training, Jim's sister asks if he is ready to start. The boy confirms that he is, and the woman immediately charges him with a training spear, moving with dangerous and incredible speed. Jin manages to dodge at the last possible second. Still, something catches his attention. Hidden within the attack was an incoming kick. And though he blocks it, it still causes some damage. However, this distance was perfect for a counterattack. The boy responds with a kick of his own, but his sister was far too strong to be defeated so easily. With a mocking laugh from the girl, the two began exchanging blows at blinding speed. At one point, the distance widens as they both reposition themselves. But while Jim was clearly struggling, his sister was just finding it amusing. Later, training time was replaced by a coffee break. Casually, the girl asks how school is going, and her younger brother says, "It's going great." So she questions him about his friendships, and though it's awkward, he believes he's made a few. His sister, however, specifies she's talking about girlfriends, and asks if their master had mentioned anything before he left the mountains. Because for her, at least, he had told her that she should seduce a strong man and bring him back to the mountains. And because of that, she couldn't return just yet, since the man she found wasn't quite suitable. Anyway, his sister tells Jin to find a good girl, and this time, a normal one. At another time, in an arena filled with a roaring crowd, the announcer grabs everyone's attention, because since his debut 3 years ago, he has defeated all his opponents in less than 1 minute. And now the 21-year-old Korean prodigy, Charm, was here to put on a show with a historic fight. However, his opponent for the night was ranked 7th in the featherweight division with 25 fights, 20 wins and 5 losses. John Krish introduced himself. Since this was the first time the Korean was facing a top 10 fighter, his coach advised him not to get nervous. However, the boy was certain that no one was stronger than Seth. So, as he put in his mouthguard, he stated that he had no reason at all to be nervous. The two stared each other down. As the gong sounds, the blonde fighter confidently rushes forward, only to immediately stagger after taking a brutal low kick from his opponent. The low kick created a perfect opening for another strike. With his head unprotected, Brock seized the chance to land an uppercut. Then, with another downward punch, he slams John Krisher into the ring floor with shocking ease. Naturally, the crowd goes absolutely wild. And to humiliate the blonde fighter further, Brock spits next to him before walking away. Then, as his final request, the boy asked his coach to move him up a weight class because these fights were simply too easy. This entire fight was being broadcast on a TV in the protagonist's hall. So Seth called Akira over and with a satisfied smile asked to join the ranks at Yeonju Public Athletic School in classroom 1 to 5. Some guys were
buzzing about Brock's fight yesterday. Everyone saw it. Total insanity. But even so, the
kid was bound to take down the champ. Suddenly, Julie burst in, covered in injuries, and a chill
shot down the students' spines. Annoyed, he snapped at them for staring, making everyone scatter.
Following him, other top dogs entered, strolling past the bald guy right to their
seats without a care. But then, someone else arrived. Someone Jade Lee desperately wanted to avoid.
He chanced to look, but froze when he saw Bruce behind him. The boy's voice was ice as he ordered the bald kid to back off. The memory of yesterday's beatdown was still burned into his mind. He didn't have the guts to argue. That's when Jin stepped in, telling James Boo to stop bothering weaker people. His innocent remark got everyone's attention. Of course, James, who was already ticked off, just clenched his fist. Jin was confused, but a girl nearby quickly grasped the situation. When nothing happened, Jin cheerfully said his new friend wasn't so bad. However, that same girl walked up to James, who instantly asked what she wanted. After sizing him up, she mockingly asked if the bald guy had wrecked him. To her, it seemed pretty obvious, but James warned her to watch her mouth. That's when she knew she was right. While James tried to act tough, she simply told him to look at his hands, because despite his stone-cold expression, he was shaking like a leaf. Yet, instead of making fun of him, the girl understood and decided to handle Jin herself. Later, in the chaotic cafeteria, Jin eagerly prepared for his meal. But then, his classmate appeared beside him with a mountain of rice, leaving him speechless. Anyway, they dug in like it was a contest, finishing everything in seconds. Jin's stomach was about to pop. To his shock, his friend stood up and went to the cook for seconds. At that, Jin admitted defeat. Just then, the girl from class joined them with a simple hi. The boy was totally lost. So, she got straight to it, saying he seemed pretty capable. Jin just asked what she meant, and she brought up James's defeat. The clueless martial artist still didn't get what she was saying, so the girl invited him to the rooftop. When Jin asked why, she just smiled and replied with a question of her own, asking if he had a problem. Then she stood, saying they'd meet after class, wasting no time. The boy asked his friend about it, and the big guy figured it was probably for a fight. But friends shouldn't fight, and Jin knew that well. Sometime later, back in the classroom, the boy started observing the girl. Even during the lecture, he kept his guard up, trying to read her intentions. Meanwhile, a sleek car approached the school gate and stopped right out front, as expected. Ankura stepped out first. With perfect courtesy, she opened the door, as if serving someone far more important. And then, the main character stepped out, ready to be back in this familiar place. In the principal's office sat the protagonist's uncle. Suddenly, he heard a quiet knock at his door. With that, Ankura entered with the hero, making the man leap to his feet. He knew the chair he occupied belonged to Seth. The boy then asked what his uncle thought, and if he liked the new job. Being a man of few words, he said nothing. So the boy inquired about his mother. The man said she'd taken a student a few days back. They locked eyes again for a long moment before the boy brought up the paperwork. However, the uncle didn't seem to care, which surprised Seth. Still, he told him to keep it that way. With that, our protagonist began changing into his new uniform, adjusting it just right. And since it was the same one he used to wear, a wave of nostalgia hit Seth. After a few seconds of silence, the uncle asked if he'd continue the plan. Seth's determined stare was the only answer needed. At this, the man made it clear that finding him was impossible. But Seth found it annoying that both he and his mother were acting like cowards. Besides, he didn't think hunting his father's killer was such a bad thing. His uncle tried to crush that hope, saying even animatry couldn't stop him. But with a confident smirk, Seth replied that's exactly why he was trying. Even so, his uncle didn't think his nephew strong enough. The words barely leave his mouth when a metal drawer smashes into the wall. The man is terrified, but desperately tries to keep a straight face. The hero reminds him that this criminal killed his father before he was born. He orders his uncle to stay out of his life for good. Later, leaving school, Jin hears someone shout, "Hillbillyton," and turns around. It's the girl from earlier, annoyed at being ignored. She confronts him about their meeting, this time. Jin gives her a single glance, then immediately looks away, dismissing her again. Utterly frustrated, the girl's patience snaps. She rips the bandages off, revealing her sword. She lunges at him with a reckless charge, but the boy senses it. Dodging with ease, he drops into a fighting stance, warning her he doesn't go easy on girls. But luckily for her, someone appears and interrupts the fight. With a warm smile, a girl Akira shows up. She asks if he studies here now. Jin confirms it and asks her the same. The girl replies that she's a senior. Jin finds this odd, since his teacher never mentioned it. In any case, he walks her home. Akira clearly looks uncomfortable with the sudden closeness, but then she spots the main character. She says her goodbyes, promising to see him tomorrow. Turns out she's staying for a month, leaving the boy stunned. She heads to a car where Seth is waiting. Jin's expression immediately darkens. As the car with the two of them drives off, the other girl senses the sudden tense mood and asks if he's finished. But he doesn't answer her, his gaze fixed on the man who left with Akira. Changing the subject, she asks if he knows that person, which seems to confuse him. She clarifies she means her friend, but she was really talking about the guy. She tells him that's Seth Kang, the student who reached the school's absolute peak. Seeing his blank expression, she asks if he never watches videos on his phone. It turns out Jin doesn't even know what a phone is. He apologizes for not owning one, which just about breaks her brain. Later, at some diner, the bald kid devours some amazing-looking food, praising it with every single bite. The girl finally finds the video and puts her phone on the table for him to see. Well, confused, he's curious enough to watch what looks like a fight. The video shows the main character's last battle, where he took on multiple opponents at once. The girl explains this is Seth Kang, and he's back at school for 1 month for his graduation. Later, the boy heads home. But as soon as he walks in, his sister is waiting. It seems there's an unexpected guest in their living room, introduced as the principal of Youngjin's school. They stare at each other, but Jin shows his respect with a bow and asks if something is wrong. His sister suggests he have dinner, but he tells her he already ate and asks about their training. She says she's taking a break for now, but her younger brother decides to drop a bomb. He casually mentions meeting Akira today, and right after, he also ran into her son, which clearly shocks her. Jin bluntly asks if he was brought down from the mountains specifically because of his sister's son. A heavy silence fills the room for a few seconds before his older sister says it's nothing for him to worry about. The boy accepts this and prepares to go, but states he'll always be ready to help if she needs it. He then starts up the stairs until his sister calls out to him. Though reluctant, she asks if Jin sees her son again, to please tell him to come home. So the boy asks what to do if Seth refuses. Without a second thought, she tells him to convince him. Her son won't listen to her anymore, but that's all Jin needs to hear to agree. Later, at the Sunshine Group headquarters, 3 of the hero's allies stand before him. As he waits, each one looks more ready than the last, holding incredibly powerful bladed weapons. Without a hint of fear, the boy taunts his partners, telling them to bring it. It's an order from the boss, so the warriors don't hesitate. The girl moves first, throwing a volley of blades at the main character. As the knives fly, the other 2 move in to set up an ambush, but Seth just smirks, dodging both the blades and their attacks. With a swift kick, one of them goes down, the other lands a punch, but Seth's counter is far more brutal. Akira strikes at the opening, but our hero easily dodges. As expected, they share a look. A pincer attack is their only move. The boy, however, seems unconcerned. In the slightest. After training, the protagonist checks on preparations. The girl informs him she's gathered the competitors with the invitations. Meanwhile, in a French training hall, 2 fencers clashed. Their swords dance in a duel until one lands a perfect touch, felling his opponent, making him land right on his butt. The blonde fighter knows he can't win. And Pierre removes his helmet, noting a real sword would have been fatal. His friend then asks why he skips the Olympics when a gold medal is a sure thing. However, Pierre says it would be totally boring. Just then, a man enters with a respectful bow. He then reports on his mission and swiftly hands over the invitation letter. Once it's in his hands, the boy looks thrilled. Over in the United States, someone's having a bad day. He was just knocked flat by Brock's kick. After, the victor looks bored as his coach gets a phone call. The situation is explained over the line, even without the physical invitation. After the call, the coach tells Brock the boss wants him back, and Brock gets it immediately. At the same time in Japan, a messenger from the sunshine group also arrives. He enters a dojo, greeting Master Oscar after a long time. Back at school, students head to class when a luxury car roars by, making noise. Its engine startles everyone. They're annoyed by such an inconsiderate driver passing through. But when the door opens, it is none other than Seth Kang himself. In response, someone with a serious face suddenly appears. Jin simply asks to speak with the protagonist for a moment. This request gives Seth pause, as everyone around them shows their concern. Our hero hesitates, so Akira shouts out, questioning what Jin is trying to do. She then explains who this boy is for everyone's curiosity, which only leaves Seth even more stunned. As they stare down, a crowd gathers. Seth asks if the boy is one of his mother's students. Jin confirms she sent him to take him home, but then turns away, advising the hero to listen to his teacher. Before the bald guy can leave, Seth shouts, grabbing his attention, questioning how he dares to cross the line. Akira tries to calm her boss. Since a huge crowd is watching, the boy sees a real commotion has gathered. Thus, Seth simply asks what the bald kid will do if he refuses to go home. Jin replies he tried to hold back, for his master's sake, but not anymore. And without any fear, he states that he will have to teach the boy a lesson for his sensei. Suddenly, Sophie arrives, shouting the hero's name, and panting heavily, looking at the girl carefully. The protagonist cools down a little. But the bald kid doesn't back down and calls out, mentioning this school has a rule about fighting whoever you want. So, with great confidence, Jin tells our hero to prepare. However, instead of being afraid, Seth grins that his mother's apprentice is very interesting. Sometime later, in third year classroom 8, students gossip about the incident. The hero decides to ask Akira about this boy, since she appears to know him. Memories flood back of her and Seth's mother at the dojo. To pay respects, Seth's mother talked inside while Akira waited outside with Jin. Then, as they were leaving, Akira feeling nervous, the hero's mother greeted the master and told her to stay there a while to erase the past. Accepting. That is how she met Jin exactly 2 years ago. However, Akira reveals that even then, he was stronger than her, and even Seth. This leaves him completely shocked. The most vivid memory she has is of Jin kicking a tree without protection, and practically felling it. Back in the first year class, a girl asks the bald boy if it's really true, that he is fighting Seth. He doesn't say a word, unlike the others who won't stop gossiping. In this case, she asks again but gets no response. At that same moment, the legendary Brock and his coach arrive. The school, instantly, all gossip dies. The students are more focused on Brock's return. As the two walk with a casual air, the coach suggests visiting the principal's office. However, the fighter refuses, needing to decompress before dealing with formalities, without delay. Brock heads for the training hall, and they slowly approach the ring. Once there, he prepares, shedding the clothes that restrict his movement and unleashes a powerful straight punch into the bag. Next, he lands an even sharper cross punch. The thundering sounds echo, drawing Victor's attention. He approaches Brock with a friendly greeting. While training, they catch up on the latest news, but nothing much is new. Victor notes that Brock is raising the bar for his opponents, and the fighter asks about his friend's boxing tournament. But since the Asian League wasn't on TV, he lost all motivation. So, Brock suggested a spar for old time's sake, but Victor declined with a grin, saying he preferred not to die today. After a brief stare down, the fighter accepted his friend's choice, changing the topic. They discuss the protagonist's return, which is Brock's main reason for being here. However, it's unsaid but clear, the boy still isn't ready to defeat Seth. This leaves Victor a bit disappointed. He thought Brock would be strong enough, but the protagonist's power is seared into Brock's memory. During a past training session, the two of them sparred, but Seth simply dodged everything with a smirk. Time and again, he evaded every blow until he was finally cornered against the wall. At that moment, the fighter saw his opening and prepared a full power punch, but Seth dodged it, making him slam the wall instead. Seth only feigned a counterattack, stopping just short to avoid any real damage. With his usual confident smile, he wished Brock luck in his upcoming match. Knowing this, the Fighter thinks that if he is a monster, the protagonist is something far worse. At this, Victor suddenly recalls something interesting. The protagonist got into it with some strange new kid, so he mentions they're fighting soon, and that it's a freshman, which immediately piques Brock's curiosity. Later, in the first year classroom, some students chat about hitting a cybercafe. However, one of them asks if his friend heard the news. The quiet kid from their class is going to fight the boss, which sounds insane but is really happening. At that moment, right before the big showdown, an unexpected visitor enters the room, shocking all the students. Wasting no time, Brock approaches Jin, asking if he's the one who's going to fight Seth. After they stare each other
down for a second, the fighter rests a hand on Jin's head, trying to provoke him. The boy then asks why this giant is touching him without permission. Brock is trying to teach the kid some humility before he faces Seth, but
suddenly, his arm is easily pulled away by someone, leaving him completely stunned. The bald kid's friend then tries to explain that fighting isn't allowed here. Brock demands to know who this student is, which only makes the other kid more nervous. He decides to press on, but Jin simply places a hand on the fighter and politely asks him to please stop, even while being held by two people. The fighter only gets more annoyed, so Jin sees this is inevitable. He twists his hand, delivering a strike that sends the big guy stumbling back. For a few seconds, Brock is pushed backward until he finally plants his feet and stands firm. Jin, meanwhile, remains completely serious, but the fighter is thrilled by this unexpected power. Naturally, Brock advances again to counter, but suddenly feels something strange in his body that forces him to his knees. Then Jin stands and informs him it'll be hard to move for a bit, advising him to rest for a few days. But Brock just laughs at the arrogance and springs back up, claiming he's perfectly fine while mocking the kid. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open again, and this time, it's the coach, sensing the tense atmosphere among the students. He brings up Brock's UFC career. But shockingly, the fighter says he couldn't care less about those boring matches. This fight looks way more fun. Later, rumors about Brock getting floored by a freshman in one hit spread like wildfire through school. And of course, as the rumors fly, the story gets twisted, with some saying Jin is a Yakuza enforcer. Because of the chaos, Akira reports everything to the protagonist. Soon, all the other members get wind of it as the news travels to the principal, back in classroom 5 of the freshman year. The air is thick with tension thanks to Jin's mere presence. And even trying to avoid trouble, only his old friend dared to approach, asking if he was okay. A faint smile appeared, as he admitted things weren't great. But the rumors raged on, until the student council arrived to scatter the gossips. Henry, the one in charge, stormed into the first-year class, already stressed, muttering that the bald kid was trouble. He shoved a clipboard at Jin, a message from his brother. On it was a document needing his signature. A quick glance revealed a consent form confirming their last fight was officially sanctioned. Jin signed it easily, but then asked for another form. This time, from the student council. At this, Henry's face went pale, hoping the kid didn't want to fight with him. He was relieved to learn it was for Jin's upcoming match with Seth Kang. Later, at the school boxing gym, the coach was grilling his star athlete. With clear disappointment, he asked Brock if he had time to fight every challenger. The coach was let down, but the fighter was insistent. "This guy is special," he said, pulling off his shirt to reveal the bruise from their last encounter. He added that Seth must know. Seeing the injury, they stood in silence until noon. Visitors arrived, bringing a chill to the room. Jin's group entered with overwhelming determination. The kendo girl warned Jin he was breaking the rules, skipping ranks to challenge the king. There's a ladder to the top. Even UFC champions avoid Brock, but Jin just smirked. "You think I'm going to lose?" Her eyes widened in shock, while the bald kid stared down Brock. She urged him to apologize now, but Jin trusted his own power, and with a single leap, vaulted stylishly into the ring. He faced the champion, hands still tucked in his pockets. The crowd absolutely erupted. Elmira, watching nearby, was vibrating with excitement to see the outcome, while Victor observed the scene with an icy calm. Before the bell, the coach called for good sportsmanship. Seconds later, the fight was on. At that very instant, Jin launched a powerful kick, slamming the fighter to the mat in a cloud of dust. As the audience roared, Seth grinned wildly. Jin then provoked him, calling him out as the next opponent. But a few seconds later, the fighter was back up, asking who he was looking at. He recovered fast, and Seth noted that Brock always had monstrous endurance. Wasting no time, the UFC pro charged, trying to grab the boy. But Jin moved like smoke, dodging every attempt until a hand finally caught his jacket. Another grabbed his leg, allowing a perfect takedown that slammed Jin to the ground in a submission. Even then, Jin seemed completely bored. The fighter ignored this, raining down brutal punches with everything. The thud of each blow made the audience cringe and brought a flicker of concern to Seth. The fighter kept attacking until the coach moved to intervene. But at that moment, Brock realized the horrible truth. Looking back, was Jin, completely unharmed, who simply asked, "Are you finished?" Hearing no reply, his expression hardened. "Then it's my turn." Stunned, the fighter tried to attack again. A punch flew dangerously close to the bald kid's face. But before it landed, Jin smashed a knee into his back. As Brock's stance broke, a lightning-fast punch connected squarely with his face. This sent him crashing down, forced onto his hands and knees to avoid total collapse. Naturally, even though he wasn't knocked out, this second knockdown made the crowd lose their minds. And this time, our hero seemed less than impressed by his opponent's grit. Still, the champion rose again to continue, but the moment he attacked with a high kick aimed at Jin's head, Jin simply hopped over it and countered with an unbelievably heavy punch. Brock struggled to stay on his feet, but the bald kid instantly closed the distance. He threw that same strike from before, now with full power, straight to the fighter's stomach. Despite bracing for it, the unreal impact sent the champion flying backward as Brock slid across the canvas. The deep bruise was already visible to the entire shocked audience, and because of this, no one knew what to believe, not even Seth. Because although the fighter was still standing, Jin simply reached out and tapped him with a finger. That alone was enough to make him collapse. Ground, putting the boy's raw power on full display. The initial shock wears off, and the students absolutely erupt with excitement. From the stands, Jim seizes the moment to glare down at our hero. But despite this intense gaze, Seth just tells Akira to add the kid's name. Later, inside the car, Akira musters her courage to finally speak with her boss. She pushes past her fear, warning him that Jin isn't one to follow the rules. He's not a follower. So she suggests that Seth should ask his mother instead. And without a second thought, our hero orders the driver to turn the car around. When the driver asks for their destination, Seth calmly replies. He informs them they are going to his house. The surprising command is obeyed instantly. A short time later, they arrive at the residence. Our protagonist tells Akira to wait outside while he enters alone. The instant Seth is inside, the sound of the door echoes through the house. Because of this, his mother, already in the room, is a bit startled to see her son home so unexpectedly. Wasting no time, Seth strides directly to the table and takes a seat. In one of the chairs, he demands to know about the bald kid she brought home. A heavy silence fills the air. However, his mother drops a bombshell. If he can defeat the boy in combat, she will finally reveal his father's killer. A deal is struck. Elsewhere, before a distant mountain, Joan tells his companions to wait for him. He then starts passing through a bustling festival on the mountainside. After navigating the crowds, he reaches a breathtaking location, at the summit, where the dojo stands. However, the boy looks incredibly nervous to be there, and the reason becomes painfully clear as he approaches his master. Joan gives a deep, respectful bow to Master Juan. He introduces himself as a member of the Black Group. As the master turns, his stare alone is enough to send a terrifying chill down Joan's spine. The master asks if he wasn't warned what would happen, if he ever dared show his face here again. Terrified for his life, Joan desperately tries to apologize, with every ounce of respect he can muster. But he had crucial information to share. The master pauses for a moment, stating that this news will determine his very fate. Trembling with fear, the boy finally speaks up. He announces a competition is being organized, gathering many powerful fighters, all betting their lives on the outcome. The master approaches, striking the boy's throat with unbelievable force. The mere thought of being grouped with such weaklings is a grave insult. And all that power was unleashed with just 2 fingers. Gasping, Joan quickly adds that a successor from the Sunshine Group is also set to compete. Now this is valuable information. The master releases his grip on the boy, asking if that martial arts girl will also be present, but Joan has no idea. So the master ponders if it would be worth his time to participate. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine Group HQ, Akira explains that only the heir of the old arts knows the style's true origin. Since his mother was the previous heir, that makes the bald kid the current successor. Clearly, our hero has no clue what these old arts are. So the girl elaborates. She says there's a sacred warning passed down among all martial artists. A warning that says if you encounter the master of the old arts, you must flee at all costs. Seth, on the other hand, can't help but laugh it off. When he asks what the big deal is, she explains it's an ancient martial art, originating before the Three Kingdoms, period, with roots in Goguryeo warriors. Legend says that the master of the old arts
continues these traditions to this day. But Seth is completely unimpressed with the history lesson. He asks if she's implying
he's going to lose to some bald kid. But honestly, Akira isn't sure. As the boy's true power remains a mystery,
Seth declares there's a simple way to settle this. That way is a direct fight between the two.
On another morning, Jin enters his house as usual, but his sister quickly calls for him. The boy clearly has something to say, but his older sister calmly invites him for tea first. As they sit, she says that he must have questions. But first, she asks for the prime virtue of a successor. Jin replies that it's to not cause trouble for others without a justified reason. His answer, naturally, is correct. But then his sister reveals that she herself has broken that very rule. With her brother's full attention, she begins to explain about her son, but struggles to even know where to begin. A long time ago, she visited the city, impressing men everywhere
with her stunning beauty. At the time, she had pleaded with her master until he finally let her leave the mountain.
Naturally, she was instantly enchanted by the city's glow. But suddenly, a person was sent flying past her. A group approached her. In that instant, she saw him. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment until
cars screeched to a halt, blocking their path. Hordes of thugs poured out, and after a tense stare-down,
the other group finally moved. War erupted. With the girl trapped in the chaos, it was absolutely savage. Suddenly, a man hurled a blade at Seth's father's blind spot, but with no time to react, he was saved. The girl had caught the blade with her bare hand, a complete stranger. Yet she risked it all, the steel slicing her palm, stunning everyone. Meanwhile, Seth's uncle retaliated. A single punch left the knife thrower completely finished. The tide of battle turned. The girl could finally release the blade and slip away. But before she vanished, Seth's father, intrigued, called out to her. Later, they met at a cafe, sharing a peaceful time. Their connection slowly deepened, but for her, it was love at first sight. As the day ended, he insisted on driving, her back towards the mountain. The air between them was warm, even as they said goodbye. But that day, another was waiting. Arriving at the temple, she found an intruder there. Wong stood over her master, his gaze filled with scorn. Without a second thought, the girl lunged to attack the trespasser. But her first strike missed him completely. She didn't surrender, unleashing all her skills on Juan. He seemed only mildly surprised that his rival had a student and simply stepped back. Her master was down but awake, making her worry. Wong didn't press the attack, deeming her unworthy, defeated her master.
Asked if taking his last successors wasn't enough. Wong said that wasn't the point. It was about finding a worthy rival. The master asked if he wasn't enough, but Wong considered
him a toothless tiger. Regardless, Wong gave her 3 years, promising to return when she got stronger. With that chance given, her master warned her not to fail him. Then, just as he came, he vanished into the forest. He left behind a beaten master of the ancient arts and his student,
crushed by a wave of powerlessness. Back in the present, the sister explained that was when
her master revealed the history between the old arts and the Supreme Blacks. From that day on, she trained, waiting for that man's return. But Jin asked about the Grandmaster. She explained he tried to stop her, ordering her to leave the mountains. The boy then asked if Wong was really that strong. His sister's face was the only answer needed. Yet, after 3 long years, Wong never appeared. Instead, Seth's father appeared, kneeling before her, bouquet in hand. The moment was so pure, even her master smiled. With his heartfelt confession, she finally left the mountain. After this revelation, she admitted her love for her husband. Happiness and comfort were all she could recall. He shined brightly wherever he went. And because of that charisma, he took control of the Underworld and launched his own business. But even after starting the Sunshine Group, the battles never ceased. This led to war with the Yakuza and the Triad. One day, they all collided with the main character's father cornered. But on that fateful day, standing high above him, on a shipping container, the girl appeared. Naturally, she jumped in to help her love. It was then
she learned he had been searching for her. At that time, she was already pregnant with Seth. So, all she could do was hide from him. She vanished. But her husband couldn't quit the Sunshine Group. Her mother always worried after Seth was born. His father, however, was a different story. One day, he slammed the table in a rage, yelling. He demanded to know the name of this Juan man. But she refused to involve him in her past. Simon argued he could protect them both, her and Seth.
But his wife insisted on secrecy until their son grew up. Satan was furious about this Master Juan, so she made him promise not to seek him out. But after she pleaded again and again, her husband was never one to back down from a fight. Back to the present. In a vast desert, a vehicle nears a tent. A man in a hogura steps out. He remarks that it's been far too long since he last saw his old friend, Captiva. Meanwhile, Hogura announces that he has brought some very interesting news. Back at the Sunshine Group headquarters, our hero is lost in a moment of thought. But Akira appears, calling. His name? Wasting no time. She says Joan from the Triad just called, to Seth's surprise, and he confidently claimed he has likely found that man. This is the closest match Vega has had so far. Akira explains the leader of the Supreme Black is the only man his mother would truly fear. Seth doesn't understand. Supreme Black, like the Triad. The girl explains that the Triad is less than 100 years old, while the Supreme Black's origins are unknown. The protagonist yells at her to just get to the point. So Akira informs him the group helped conquer Central China. Seth then asks if his father was captured by them. All she knows is that he died there. The boy still wonders why Simon went there without a word. But after a moment's thought, he decides he will find out soon enough. Changing topics, the girl reveals there's more to.
Report a list of confirmed participants. Among them is Pierre Stéphane from France, known as
the master of fencing. Also Hogura from Brazil, a legend when it comes to jiu-jitsu. From China, 3 competitors appear, including Joan Lee. Rumor is one of them is from the Supreme Black. In that case, Seth asks if that's everyone. Akira mentions Sakurai Ogara, the father of Japanese martial arts. In the past, Kayano failed to defeat him 5 times in a row, which greatly excites the protagonist. Akira then informs him that many others are vying for a spot on the list. With dead seriousness, Seth states that he needs the absolute strongest for this competition. Back in the desert, Hogura finally gets Captiva's attention with his news. The Brazilian tells him a tournament is being held. Each fighter earns $100,000, with a $2 million bonus if they win. Most importantly, the key rule is that finishing opponents by accident is allowed, even with weapons. Hearing this, Captiva rises inside the tent, revealing an arsenal of blades strapped to his waist.
Without a second thought, he leaves with his friend, heading for this so-called competition.
At Sunshine Hospital, Victor tends to his old friend, who is laid out on a stretcher. Brock wakes up. The two stare silently for a moment, until the boy tells him his organs and ribs are severely damaged. Despite this, the fighter tries to get up, but Victor tells him to stay still. Agonizing pain shoots through him as he moves. After that beating, he'll need 2 months to recover. Memories of the fight with Jim return to him, clearer than ever. The fighter recalls every single blow,
while he failed to land a single hit. The attacks to his face and chest were brutal, until that last one hurt him
in a way he had never known. Victor asks if Brock even knows the guy who defeated him, but upon getting no reply, he calls it depressing. In that case, he declares he will face the bald guy. However, he tells his friend not to worry about his safety, because he's going to use his boxing sometime after school. Henry nervously watches the entrance until Jin's footsteps make him break out in a cold sweat as the monster walks right past him. At that moment, a girl with a camera calls out to the student, making him wonder what she could possibly want. She just smiles and introduces herself
as Kathy Yun, a reporter for Daily Sports. Wasting no time, she says she heard of Jin's victory over Brock,
and that she wanted an interview. However, Jim coldly says he has nothing to say, leaving her behind. Feeling defeated, her focus shifts as Victor suddenly appears beside her. Yet again, the reporter finds herself completely ignored by the boys. But looking closer, she sees they're talking, and realizing what's happening could be a much better story. Back at the boxing club, punches are thrown at the bag with precise dodges, until James realizes he's not alone, pausing for a moment, because Victor has just walked in. With a bit of respect, he greets the club leader but is shocked to see
that the boxer brought a guest along. None other than Jin. In seconds, Victor locks the door and hands a pair of gloves to the bald guy. Jin asks what's going on. He was told they were here to talk.
But Victor claims that real men talk with their fists. And though this irritates Jim, it wasn't his intention. Look at the difference. Jim still didn't get it, but Victor swallowed his immense pride and
asked with surprising politeness. From afar, a reporter's camera captured the entire scene.
Wasting no time, they took their corners. The club leader began pulling on his gloves, while Jin just held his. Victor then told James to gear up the new guy. And despite his reluctance, James instructed the boy to raise his hands, fitting the gloves for him. Jin, meanwhile, was totally lost. What was happening, James declared the bald guy should be honored to fight a boxing champion. Either way, Victor announced he was ready, urging them to finish before class. But first, the boxer,
Asked if this was Jim's first time, explaining the match 3 rounds, 3 minutes each.
James would be the referee, understanding. Jim called for the match to begin immediately. With that, Victor's excitement peaked, ordering the bell to be rung. The moment James struck the gong, both fighters prepared. The boxer made the first move, but despite his speed, none of his jabs landed. The target was untouchable. Even his straight punch missed by a mile. So, the boy tried,
Closing the gap to strike from above, but Jim simply sidestepped, dodging with ease.
Clearly, Victor grew frustrated. Unable to land a single hit, he instinctively threw a kick, but Jim stopped, freezing mid-motion. He apologized, remembering boxing was a hands-only sport. Oops. Outside, the journalist kept filming, even pulling out her phone for another angle. Who was this kid? And why was he so untouchable with less than 10 seconds left? Victor went all out, but it was useless. Jin dodged every blow as if it were a joke. Then, with 5 seconds remaining, Victor threw a powerful straight, but the bald guy caught. His fist. He twisted Victor's arm, opening his guard for a direct shot to the face, but before.
The punch could connect. The gong rang, signaling the round's end. Jin's fist halted.
Inches from his face. That 1-minute break felt like salvation for the boxer, but everyone else was terrified by the rookie's unbelievable power. Later, a car pulled up to the school, and Seth stepped out, alongside Akira, his face a mask of determination. Back in the gym for round 2. Victor tried. A new strategy, focusing on his footwork, but even with perfect technique, his punches missed, and Jim's presence alone amplified his fear. Sensing that dangerous aura, the boxer didn't hesitate to back away. For a moment, they just stared each other down. Once again, outside, Kathy was amazed by the incredible footage she was getting. Just then, the main character appeared, asking what she was doing. She jumped, startled at being caught. Kathy said they scared her, but quickly recovered her composure. She was a reporter on the job. Because of this, she even asked them to please go somewhere else. But Akira instead demanded the reporter's camera. After getting no reply, she commanded the girl to hand it over.
Of course, Kathy refused and began to boast, claiming she was a famous sports reporter. But in that
instant, Akira snatched the camera from her. The movement was so swift, the reporter barely saw it happen. She lost the device in a blink. Akira immediately popped out the memory card. In response, Kathy screamed, demanding if he knew who she was, but the pair simply turned and walked away. Still, the girl insisted this was unforgivable and that she would tell the principal. Akira then decided to reply, clarifying that the man before her owned the entire school. It took her a long moment to process the situation. In utter disbelief, she realized that boy was Seth Kang from the Sunshine Group. Back in the ring, the bald guy
started throwing his first counterattacks, still barely trying. Even so, Victor had to give his all, just to remain standing. Suddenly, a strike that felt heavier than the others came flying. Despite his guard, the punch, using ancient martial arts, shattered the boxer's defense and sent him flying. But even with Victor trapped on the ropes, dazed and confused, Jim was just warming up. He closed the distance, unleashing a devastating uppercut. But James, seeing enough, signaled for them to stop the fight. He reminded the boxer of his competition next month. Too many injuries, and it would all be over. Jin, of course, understood immediately. Victor, on the other hand, couldn't model. He couldn't accept he'd lost a fair and square fight. Meanwhile, Jim calmly begins removing his gloves, completely unfazed by the tension, until he spots 2 figures outside. And among them is Seth, who locks eyes with Jim in an instant. As emotions flare, the protagonist orders Akira to open the door. Reluctantly, she forces herself to do it, her small stature not helping much, and holds it open for Seth to stride in. He walks slowly toward the ring. A predator assessing his prey, he flashes a wicked grin, asking, "Is it my turn now?" As Victor stares in shock, Seth asks if there's a problem, but Jin interrupts, telling the protagonist to get in the ring, cranking the tension up to 11. But Seth refuses. Instead, he tells the rookie to come on down. Why? Because the ring is far too small for the fight he has in mind. Then, the protagonist tells the kid to lose the gloves. After a moment's thought, Jin does just that. As Seth's excitement builds, the gloves hit the floor, and the boy leaps from the ring. He's now face to face with the son of his master. With a few more steps, the two are mere inches apart. Jin finally asks what the rules are, but true to the protagonist's chaotic nature, he scoffs at the question. Rules, you think we'll need those. The rookie feels the pressure, so he simply suggests they start now, without warning. A fist smashes directly into the rookie's
face sending him spinning through the air as Seth roars in triumph. Jin somehow manages to land on his feet, keeping his balance. But Seth's power was far beyond his expectations. Back with the reporter, she's walking around school, fuming about the footage she lost, but right in front of her, another fight erupts.
This time between two campus titans. A stunning exchange of blows unfolds between them.
And Taffy watches, completely mesmerized, until the principal himself appears, calling her name and making her jump. But the principal isn't looking at her, he's watching. His own nephew's brawl with the freshman. The two fighters display incredible speed and almost supernatural reflexes as they dodge deadly blows. Realizing this, the principal smirks, knowing he'll need the reporter to write an article. He tells her to come to his office later. Then, without hesitation, he enters the gym and bellows for the students to stop. The sound of his shout shocks everyone, bringing the fight to a dead halt. The principal declares that this is over. Seth tells his uncle not to interfere, but he's reminded that on school grounds, he must follow the rules. And the principal reminds him who
put him in this position in the first place. At this, Jin suggests they continue this outside after school.
Just a one-on-one match. As he leaves, Seth calls out, asking who the strongest is. The protagonist is dying to know who's stronger, Jin or his legendary mother. After thinking for a moment, the boy's answer is simple and cold. I have never lost to anyone. To Seth, there couldn't be a more perfect answer. Elsewhere, at the Japan headquarters of the Three Heads Gang, two men are waiting, Kageyama and Sakurai Oga. But they're joined by the vice president of the black group, Joan Lee. He comments that they arrived early, but they don't respond. Joan arrogantly approaches Sakurai, and when their eyes meet, Sakurai is visibly annoyed. Another person arrives, this time the French fencing champion, Pierre Stéphane. He boldly asks the man in sunglasses to serve him some tea. He quite enjoys it. Despite the clear disrespect, Kageyama does it, but Pierre senses the hostility. For a long moment, they stare each other down, the red-haired man enjoying himself. In any case, Pierre focuses on his tea. Suddenly, the Brazilian competitor is the next to arrive,
alongside his colleague, Capativa. With each new fighter, the tension in the room skyrockets.
However, Hoguri announces they're still waiting for someone. Katia adds that the two participants from China will join on the day of the competition. The other two from Korea will also arrive that day, and there are still challengers on their way. Just then, a person appears, claiming to represent Korea. It is the protagonist's mother. Pierre, not knowing her, casually says she's in the wrong place. Joan, on the other hand, knows exactly who she is. He remembers the day he and his men stood face to face with her. He was so confident back then, until the girl appeared behind him in a flash, shocking everyone. Confused, he demands her purpose. But she only seeks Master Wang, shocking the warrior. Either way, she insists a message be left. She has come to find the old master. Back at Jin's place, dawn breaks as he wanders downstairs, still clad in his pajamas. He checks the kitchen for his sister, but it's empty. So he heads to the dojo to meditate, alone. This time, he triggers a shadow simulation, replaying his opponent's moves right before. The fight was halted. After a good session, he leaves, noticing how he's truly alone in the empty house. Later, at school, he overhears gossip about a huge news story. The school made the papers. And Victor, the IBF boxing champ, was seen brawling. In their gym, no one knows who his opponent was, just that it's the same guy who fought Brock. They trade wild theories, totally clueless that the culprit is walking right past them. Meanwhile, in a corporate car, our hero is fuming. The economic daily is blaming him for school violence, which is now affecting his group. Worse, the sports daily questions if Yangju School can keep its reputation after this scandal. But Seth isn't worried, just annoyed by the dirty politics. And in his office, the principal watches it all unfold with a cold, calculating gaze. Elsewhere, Sophie's dad reads the news, deeply worried about his daughter's connection to Seth. But then, a sudden knock on the door. An aide apologizes for interrupting, presenting a report that seems extremely urgent. The timing of this piques the officer's curiosity. He takes the documents and dismisses the aide. Inside, he finds shocking financial reports on several corporations, including the Sunshine Group. He's pondering its meaning when his phone buzzes. On the line is the principal of the athletic school. Sophie's father immediately asks what his game is. The principal cuts to the chase. He wants Seth arrested. Naturally, this demand leaves. The officer's stunned, but the principal offers no explanation. He just insists that this is the only method to stop Chairman Kang. After a moment's thought, the officer agrees. Back at Yumjin, in the first-year classroom, Jin is at his desk when the kendo girl approaches him. She gets right to it. You're different, she says, mentioning she heard all about yesterday's fight. Apparently, he took down both Victor and Seth. Our boy stays silent, but she presses her classmate for answers. But just then, the principal himself enters the class, his eyes locking onto Jin and ordering him to follow. The entire class starts buzzing, worried about what's next. Sometime later, in the principal's office, they sit down. The principal notes the tough time Jin has been having. I'm fine, Jin states flatly, then asks why he was summoned. In response, the principal retrieves a letter from his suit and hands it over, expecting him to read it. Without question, Jin does, but the contents are far more personal than he imagined. It was a direct message from his sister. She's gone to clean up Seth's mess. After reading, silence hangs in the air. Jin breaks it, asking where his sister had gone. Japan, the principal replies. Though surprising, it could only mean she's there to fight. Seeing Jin's calm reaction, the principal asks if he's not concerned. He isn't. If that's all it is, he says, my sister is in no danger. With that, he stands up to leave. But before he goes, he remarks that he doesn't get what the principal is so worried about. With a smirk, he states his sister is way too strong for that. Somewhere in Korea, near the airport, Ram is at the wheel, acting as driver again. Then, he spots it. A car is tailing them. He makes a bold move, executing a sharp maneuver. At an intersection, shaking two pursuers, but one remains. Ram calls his boss to report. They're being followed. Much to Seth's surprise, he asks if he should lose them, but his boss waves him off. Moments later, the group reaches the airport, all three of them disembarking. He chose to face them head-on. The pursuing cars screeched to a halt as men poured out.
Who were these people but his luck ran dry? Sophie's father stood among them, his eyes locked on Seth. We need to have a chat. Later, in an interrogation room, the air was thick with hostility.
The tension between them was almost suffocating, without a word. An officer slid a file across the table.
A glance at its contents made his expression tighten. It was evidence against the Sunshine Group.
Accusations of accounting fraud, $15 million worth, $3 million in unpaid taxes, and illegal slush funds. The officer warned him an arrest warrant would follow the investigation. But Seth just scoffed. He slid the file back. Speak to my company's lawyer, he said flatly. The officer slammed the table. Are you really denying this? But the protagonist's gaze was ice cold. You should watch your words. A smirk touched his lips. Do I still look like the boy? From 2 years ago, he challenged. Sometime later, an assistant approached the officer.
What should we do? He asked. The officer wondered how much time they had. Without a warrant, their hands were tied.
The assistant suggested they release Seth. Sophie's father scoffed, asking if a warrant would even matter. It wouldn't be easy. The evidence came from a faceless source. At the very least, they could ensure one thing. The boy wouldn't be leaving the country. The officer agreed to release Seth, but with a condition. He was to be monitored around the clock. By nightfall, at the prosecutor's office, the three of them were reunited. Seth was free. Rod immediately suggested Calvin was behind it all. However, our main character refused to speculate. He changed the subject to Japan. Akira reported that preparations were nearly complete, but she hesitated before adding, "Your mother is also there," a fact that clearly shocked him. And Akira
had a feeling his mother was the one pulling the principal's strings. Hearing this, a grim look
crossed his face. He remembered the travel ban. Is there a way around it? Rod just grinned. Leave that to me. There are plenty of boats headed for Japan. Seth seethed at these complications, but he braced himself for the coming storm. Meanwhile, at the Royal Hotel in Japan, the protagonist's mother stared into her reflection, lost in thought. Her mind wandered to a day-long past. In a cafe, she'd asked if school was stressful. Seth had simply said it never was. Just then, Simon arrived. His car pulled up outside the building. The woman rushed out to meet him, a rare smile on her face. The father caught a glimpse of his son inside. It was a fleeting moment of pure happiness for them both. Are you going somewhere far? She asked. Simon promised he would be back very soon. After all, he wanted to live with her again, once business was settled. He vowed he was going to clean up Sunshine. He would make it a legitimate company. Trust me, he had begged. I want to be a better father. Before his wife could even reply, Simon hugged her tightly. He confessed his feelings under the pale moonlight. When she grew flustered, he laughed. I'll finish this quickly. Then, as suddenly as he'd appeared,
Seth's father was gone. Even now, she blamed herself for not stopping him. Back in the present,
a sudden noise came from her door. The woman moved quickly to see who it was. Kaviyama stood there, with Sakurai. They apologized for the intrusion, but Sakurai made an unexpected request. To the master of the ancient arts. He wanted her to train him. The young man's eyes showed no hesitation. The woman studied him. "Are you the true successor of the Japanese martial arts?" He affirmed that he was. She noted the competition was only 2 days away. But like her, the young man had no interest in such things. She turned to Kageyama. "Is there a place where we won't be disturbed?" He revealed that there was, later, atop a skyscraper's helipad. The three of them met.
Kageyama stood opposite her. They stared each other down. Not a single word exchanged. "Are you ready?" she asked.
"I am," Sakurai replied from behind her. With that, he urged them to begin immediately, without wasting a second. He unleashed a storm of shurikens. They flew straight for the woman. However, despite their incredible speed, the master dodged every single one. Next, the air to avoid them all. They slammed harmlessly into the wall. She landed, perfectly poised and ready. Sakurai presses forward, his weapon leaving no gaps. But before he can land a blow, the woman counters, flicking a shuriken back with deadly speed. It nicks his cheek as he realizes she'd snatched it midair. Before he can process this, Seth's mother is above him, readying a vicious kick. Sakurai barely dodges, creating distance. She smirks, warning that fighting unarmed is a disadvantage, and asks to borrow a blade. The question alone sends a chill down his spine. Without another word, she unbuttons her shirt. Revealed is an equipment belt, holding a deadly folding sword.
That snaps into its full, rigid form. She taunts him, asking why he's just standing there.
Does she need to make the first move? Meanwhile, Jin is pushing his limits in his basement. He senses his own progress, training harder, until a sound from the door breaks his focus. He calls out, asking if Akira is coming in. The girl is mortified at being discovered. Jin is clueless. They're just friends. Right? Seeing her odd behavior, he asks if she is. Here on Seth's orders, inevitably, Akira confesses. Jin just shrugs, reassuring her it's okay. He trusts his friend has her reasons. So, is it time to fight Seth now? But Akira clarifies. It's not about that at all, and hands him a letter. Reluctantly, she explains that Seth is waiting in Japan. It's sudden, so she offers to make an excuse. But Jin only has one question. Will his sister be there, too? When Akira says yes, his decision is made, he'll go, but with one condition. This makes Akira incredibly nervous. But Jin's only condition was to travel by plane. Akira accepts, completely relieved. She explains the passport will take time and promises to let him know when it's ready. Jin seems thrilled, but then his smile vanishes. His true face revealed. Back with our protagonist, the boat plan is a success, thanks to Rod. However, he wasn't working alone. He flashes a light, and Jab signals back from the shore. The two exchange quick greetings. Rod announces their arrival, but Seth remains utterly silent in response. Meanwhile, at Japan's Central International Airport, Jin is in awe. It's his very first time on a plane. Because of this, Akira asks if he enjoyed it. He excitedly says he's always wanted to fly in one. She sometimes sees him as a total kid. But then she remembers that brutal fight against Seth. The memory left a deep mark on Akira, who watched every terrifying moment, though she decides to keep that thought to herself. The bald guy tells his friend not to worry. He will handle absolutely everything, claiming he's the strongest of the strong. Later, at Narita International Airport, the two are walking quickly when a car pulls up. Out steps Kageyama, looking as grumpy as ever. Akira greets him politely, while Jin is just goofing off and looking around. But when the man orders the girl into the car, Jin asks where they are going. She just tells him he'll see when they arrive, and Jin trusts her. But before he gets in, a sudden chill snakes down his spine. Akira notices immediately and asks what's wrong. Jin does not respond. His face becomes incredibly serious. His eyes dart through the crowd, searching, until among them, he spots him, the master of the supreme black cult. And beside him, in the crowd, stands another dangerous martial artist. Akira repeats her question, but the boy's stony silence just confuses them both. A little later, they're driving in Kageyama's car, but the girl asks if something is bothering. Her friend, not wanting to worry her, he deflects, claiming he's just a bit carsick. Then changes the subject by asking their destination. Akira informs him that she has booked a hotel room, so he can get some rest. And just like that, the boy is shouting with excitement again. Jin asks if his sister is there too. She replies she probably will be, making the bald guy go quiet and serious again. Meanwhile, the protagonist is greeted by Jab, who's treating President Kang with deep respect. However, Rod questions what that piece of trash of a car is. Jab explains it was the best he could find on short notice. Regardless, they have to use it. Rod is disappointed he can't drive, lacking an international license. But to his utter surprise, Jab reveals that he has one, saying he is always prepared. Rod has no choice but to let him take the wheel, for the time being. As the miles blurred by, our hero finally broke the silence. How much longer? He demanded. but jab.
Calmly replied that the road ahead was long, advising the president to rest, a suggestion he finally accepted.
Hours later, the arena emerged from the dark. Their car approached a heavily guarded barrier where security ordered them to a halt. But a single word from Jab changed everything. Instantly, the henchman bowed and cleared the path. And so, our protagonist stepped out under the Japanese moon. Its pale light bathed the scene just as Joan appeared, greeting Seth with a smirk. "Hope you're ready?" he sneered. Seth, of course, offered no reply to his
taunts. Just then, another vehicle pulled up. "Well," Joan remarked, "looks like the stars have arrived." And from that car emerged figures of immense power. Master Juan and his delegate from the Supreme Black.
Group. A heavy aura immediately pressed down on Seth as Joan greeted the master with fawning respect, then began to lead them inside. But just before turning, the master's gaze locked with our protagonists for a chilling second, then shifted to Jab beside him. "This boy of yours," the master asked Joan, "will he be fighting? He reeks of blood." However, Joan quickly shook his head, pointing directly at Seth as the chosen competitor. Juan simply nodded, his eyes lingering. Seth, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled by the old man's words, but the master simply turned his back, leading his group away. However, before he left, he warned Seth, "I hope this little show is worth my time." As they vanished, Jab noted that the old man was a tough one, and Seth found his eyes unsettling. He merely told them to hurry up, and his subordinates instantly obeyed. Back at the hotel, Jin was deep into his training, even on this trip. In his mind, he tried to visualize the master's aura, but the sheer pressure of that man's image alone shattered his concentration, leaving him panting and weakened from the attempt a few seconds. Later, a knock came at the door. To his relief, it was his master. Without a pause, his sister
apologized for the trouble, but Jin didn't mind. That is, until he saw an unexpected guest with the
woman. As their eyes met, Sakurai said, "A pleasure to meet you," which only confused him. After a few awkward seconds of staring, his sister explained that she'd brought the young man because she believed he could be of use, but this only confused Jin more. So she clarified that his practice was good, but a real tournament is a different beast. At this, Jin glanced toward Sakurai for a moment, triggering a memory of their last fight. Back then, the woman had decided to go on the offensive. He became instantly alert, instinctively meeting her advance by attacking first with his kunai. However, the heir to the ancient arts was fully prepared this time and managed to defend herself, without even needing to dodge. Seeing this, Sakurai created distance, using his kusarigama to attack from A's more advantageous position. But as the chain fell from above, the master dodged it with ease, and with the blade now stuck, she closed in. Victory seemed hers, but Sakurai had one more trick and managed to detach the kusarigama for a surprise rear attack. However, the master had already predicted this move and caught the chain with her bare hands, simultaneously throwing her sword at the young man. With this one, move, he was pinned helplessly against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Seth's mother vanished and reappeared behind him, the flexible blade of her sword already at his neck. With no way out, Sakurai admitted his defeat. As the memory faded, everything clicked into place for Jin. It seemed Sakurai was his new training partner, which his older sister confirmed. The next day, outside Saitu Stadium, the protagonist's team walked toward the control room. Upon arriving, Seth's entrance surprised those inside, but they quickly bowed with proper respect. The elder among them informed Seth all was ready, and that every competitor had already arrived. At this, the conversation paused as our protagonist looked at the big screen displaying the participants. Including himself, there were a total of 10 competitors, and among them, he noticed his own mother was also fighting. Additionally, the matchups would be drawn tomorrow, and people worldwide were eager to bet on this tournament. The old man boasted the minimum bet was $100,000. But to his shock, Seth declared he wasn't interested in the money and that they could keep it all. After all, he was there only to fight. The staff could probably figure that out. Anyway, our hero's focus shifts back to the fighters, especially his mother and the infamous Juan. Later, Akira is driving, with Sakurai riding shotgun, while Jin and his master sit in the back. They finally pull up in front of the stadium, and Jin steps out, his face a mask of pure determination. The four of them proceed down the corridor, drawn toward the bright light of the arena. Inside, all the other combatants are already gathered, waiting with the organizers. With their arrival, the lineup for this deadly tournament is now complete. For a moment, Seth's mother stares at him, but he only gives her a cold glare. Suddenly, Whine shatters the silence, announcing that the weaklings have finally shown up. Of course. This makes every single fighter turn to face him. Before a brawl can break out, Joan intervenes, thanking them all for attending. He announces this is a little meet and greet before the real competition. Kicks off tomorrow, as they know. This is a locked exit tournament, a match only. Ends when an opponent gives up. Or, alternatively, when one fighter can no longer move on their own. With a vicious smile, Joan adds that accidents do happen, and he warns them. There's still a chance to back out now, but to his utter surprise, not a single fighter even flinches. In that case, Joan moves on, telling them it's time to choose their opponents for the battle. He states each fighter gets $100,000 just for participating, plus an equal amount for every victory, and 10% of the bets. Hearing this, Kagaria gets greedy and says he'll pick an easy one. He then points directly at Seth, a blatant insult that instantly makes his blood boil. Next, Caped follows his lead and chooses the main character's mother, likely due to her fragile look. The two accept the challenge with a silent nod. Kaviyama is third, and he's gunning for Joan, having a personal score. To settle. Since Joan was Pierre's first choice, the redhead reconsiders and instead sets his sights on Sakurai Yuduki's calm expression. But despite his taunts, Sakurai completely ignores him, turning his back. He walks right up to the Supreme Black Master and asks if he would grant him the honor of a duel. Wang genuinely considers it, holding respect for Japanese martial arts. However, Sakurai clarifies, the duel is not for him, but for the young boy beside him who will take his place. That boy is Jin, who meets Wang's gaze with a fire that impresses the old master. However, the Supreme Black Master simply laughs at the idea of fighting this kid. He sneers that they clearly don't know who they are messing with. But while Sakurai is quiet, Jin bluntly asks why that should matter, his serious expression never changing. He asks if Master Wang thinks he isn't a worthy opponent. Knowing who he is, yet seeing such raw confidence, has the old man intrigued? Meanwhile, turning back to the other matchup, Capita and Seth's mother have a silent stare-down. At that moment, Wang declares that he will save the best for last, refusing the duel for now. Instead, he turns his gaze to Pierre Stephen with his usual cocky attitude. The redhead demands to know who the old man is. Wang simply states he wishes to see the skills of a Western swordsman. Pierre scoffs that he doesn't like pushy old men. And this time, the master's patience finally begins to crack. As the two trade insults, Jin observes from the side when the man who arrived with Wang catches his eye. He asks if Jin really dares to challenge his master, which makes the bald youth realize he's a disciple. The man then declares Jin will be fighting him. Instead, a challenge the boy readily accepts. With the matchups decided, Joan announces the pairs will face off in tomorrow's tournament. After a few tense minutes, 5 bouts are officially scheduled for the competition at Osaka Arena. Joan then states the first match begins tomorrow at noon, and dismisses them all to rest. Elsewhere, back at Yongjin Public Athletic School, the principal gets some new intel in his office. As he scans the arena's list of competitors on a screen, he sees that Seth is among the fighters, which causes him great concern. Just then, a few knocks echo from the door, and without delay, Sophie's father enters, asking for a moment of his time. The president politely welcomes him in. The officer once again apologizes for what transpired, but the director already knew Seth was in Osaka. An investigator questioned his colleague's strange plan. He glanced at the documents, just as the director motioned for the officer to see for himself, and his jaw dropped. This wasn't a case file, it was a fight bracket. Matchups were listed. The director grimly explained it was a duel-style tourney where lives were on the line. The boss demanded to know if there was any way to stop this. His officer vowed he would do his best to reach out to the Japanese authorities. It was a long shot, the director knew, but he had to insist. If anything happened to Seth, his own daughter's world would shatter. Meanwhile, at the hotel's ground floor, Capiva started a blazing bonfire. His friend soon appeared, asking why he was there, but Capiva was not one for conversation. Hogura scoffed, wondering why he wasn't celebrating. His opponent was just some middle-aged lady, after all. The silent man finally spoke. He had a grave request for his friend, asking if he could be buried in his hometown, should the worst happen. His Brazilian buddy was utterly baffled. But Capiva simply offered a piece of chilling advice, axe in hand. He warned that if Hogura wanted to return, in one piece, he should just quit now. Naturally, Hogura was offended by this lack of faith in his skills. Smirking with pride, he told Capiva to just watch. He would crush that kid in tomorrow's match. However, Seth was a feared name in Korea. But Capiva wasn't talking about the boy. Back at the Royal Hotel, the triad was meeting. The elder praised Joan's excellent work, to which the young man replied that he hadn't done anything special. The old man waved off such humility. Thanks to Joan, they were about to make
A killing. Whispers of Master Wang's entry had people throwing money just for a peek. Changing the subject.
The elder inquired about the South. Joan reported the bets were scarce, as not many people knew.
About this tournament. That was to be expected, the elder noted. But he believed
They should raise the stakes and watch the money move. On the betting board, most
competitors had even odds. But the old man questioned if Joan's participation was truly necessary.
He wanted to test his own limits. Joan replied. Still, an early loss meant he couldn't possibly take the elder's seat. Joan was keenly aware of this fact. Looking at the board, a clear balance showed in the odds for Seth versus Hogura, all due to their posturing. But the triad knew to stay calm and back the president. On top of that, the protagonist's mother was gaining massive popularity in the polls. Only now did the elder realize she was even competing, so he placed a $1 million bet on her. He justified it by saying there was no way she could lose. She was the only person to have ever faced Master Wang. Moments later, in the arena's control room, the heroes' team noticed the triad was making its move. They believed it was time to get involved, placing their own wagers. One of them went all in on Seth's mother while the other backed the boy himself. The elder noted the other matches weren't drawing much money, and it was explained this was due to a simple lack of information. The old man asked for their next move to eat. So, colleague mused that money sharpens people's judgment. He added that a person's intuition is rarely wrong in these matters. The next day, cameras were positioned all around the arena, ready to broadcast the tournament. Akira casually mentioned the suit she ordered for our hero, asking if it fit. Meanwhile, in his mother's camp, Jin declared he was ready. One by one, the factions began to assemble, with their respective allies. Danger filled the air, but the fighters all seemed thrilled for what was to come. At ease, that moment, a voice boomed over the speakers. Match order would be determined by the highest wagers. And now, the first matchup was decided. As a result, Hogura swaggered over to the boy, leaning in to declare he would
finally shut down the overhyped brat for good. Yet, our protagonist's expression remained like solid stone
as he stared down the blonde loudmouth. Without delay, the production team called the fighters into Santi. The arena, hands casually in their pockets. The two opponents stepped forward. However, with the cameras rolling, Hogura put on a confident show. He questioned if the young man even had the guts to fight. After all, it wasn't too late to run home. That comment clearly struck a nerve with Seth. So, the blonde asked if the kid wasn't terrified of him. Hadn't he heard about his previous opponents? One lost his legs. Another lost his mind. Hearing this, Seth simply remarked that the Brazilian talked way too much, making Hogura absolutely livid. The betting closes at 4.3 million. The victor and I get a 10% cut of the pot. No rules, just as promised. With the terms clear, the battle ignites, without any hesitation. Hogura rushes forward, full of arrogance, but our hero stops him with a single, calculated punch,
putting him back in his place. This was just a warning shot, not an attack meant to finish him.
The humiliation makes Hogaria's blood boil. He furiously switches to his grappling stance, using his signature takedown. He shifts his weight, his footwork a blur, executing his favorite move. However, a sharp slap connects with his ear, instantly scrambling the fluids in his auditory canal. Dizziness overwhelms him. In seconds, his ear practically implodes, with his inner ear completely wrecked. His equilibrium is shattered, along with his hearing, even though he's still conscious. Hogaria's world is a spinning mess, and he can't even make a proper fist. He tries to find his balance, but Seth just turns his back, prompting him to scream for the boy to wait, insisting the fight isn't over. Our protagonist glances at the cameras, asking if this farce truly needs to continue. On screens across the arena, future opponents watch the situation unfold. Some are shocked, others thrilled. Once more, Seth asks the Brazilian if he really wants to keep going with this pointless struggle. But Hogaria spits curses, throwing away his chance to escape. His reward, another savage blow. This one carries real power, slamming him straight to the ground. Instantly, Hogaria is out cold. Seth looks down on him with pure disgust while his allies celebrate. The victory is sealed. After that display, the betting odds skyrocket. And for the next fight, Wang's chances are now on par with Pierre's. Later, the next fighters enter, but the redhead is skeptical. He still wonders why he must fight an old man. Fearing a setup, Pierre asks if his opponent is really fighting all alone. He warns that he'll go easy, but can't guarantee the old man's safety. This threat doesn't faze the master one bit. Since the fight is starting, he advises the redhead to do his best.
Pierre scoffs. This isn't a sport. The master's reply is chilling. If you don't defeat me, you will be
eliminated. The threat hits home. The redhead drops his hesitation, ready to crush this boastful old man. The match begins. Pierre explodes forward at blinding speed, aiming a deadly thrust with his sword. But the master simply sidesteps. Pierre attacks again, but the result is identical. Frustrated, he drops technique for pure speed, but nothing changes, and his irritation grows. The protagonist's group is amazed by the old man's skill. Jinwoo finds such speed unbelievable. In the arena, Pierre thinks the exact same thing, seething with frustration at being unable to land a single blow. The master taunts him, asking if this is really all he has. But instead of rage, fear grips the redhead. He retreats, repositioning himself, sweating. He wonders if this old man is even human. Then, the master vanishes, reappearing instantly behind him. As if caught in a psychological trap, Pierre's mind cracks and he swings a wide lateral strike. The master questions this move, noting that fencing is for thrusting. Then, without warning, the master delivers. His first strike, it slams into Pierre's stomach, launching him like a cannonball into the wall. He crumples to the floor, devastated. The master looms over him, ordering him to get up and show his real strength. But Pierre is in no condition to fight. Witnessing the old man's absolute confidence, he admits the master is a monster. Gathering his last bit of strength, the boy stands to surrender. With all his breath, he begins to shout, admitting his defeat. However, the instant he was about to, the master moved like lightning and slashed his vocal cords. With that one movement, he declared that Pierre doesn't decide when the fight ends. Pierre was in a nightmare he never imagined. He couldn't even scream. The old man warned, if you came prepared to eliminate, then you should also be prepared to be eliminated. He then grabbed the boy's neck, delivering another powerful attack to the wounded area. As Pierre hung limply, the master struck the fencer's eardrums. The world went black. The boy lost consciousness, collapsing to his knees before falling face first. Ground, utterly defeated. Wine faces the camera, reminding all he had permission to finish. His opponents. But this was too much. The crowd watched on, horrified by his sheer brutality. Eva Joan, who sponsored Wine, knew this man was unhinged. She recalled how Wine almost did the very same attack to her own throat, saved only by a fateful interruption. Fate, back in Korea, inside an office. Sophie's father roars that these monsters are committing murder on a live broadcast. Even without a personal connection, both the officer and the president felt a surge of pity. With 2 fights down, the bets were now locked for the next match. With a staggering $48 million at stake, Joan would face Kathy Alma. Each held a large share of that pot. Minutes later, what began as an even fight concluded. Meanwhile, Jim took a moment to train, focusing on his inner battle. But when facing a phantom as strong as Juan, his focus shattered, waking him in a cold sweat. Just then, his older sister appeared. She informed him that Joan and Kabiyama's fight was already over. Then, she declared our bald hero was next to step into the arena, back at the duel. Joan Lee stood victorious and mercifully, without any fatalities. And so, the next match was announced. Jin Kwon of Korea versus his challenger from China. At this, the bald guy stood. His master warned him to be cautious, as his opponent was the heir of the Supreme Black School. However, as usual, the boy simply told her not to worry. He couldn't imagine losing. Finally, the two fighters stood face to face, their gazes practically crackling with hostility. Wangzel smirked, commenting that he heard Korean martial artists were weak. But rather than get angry, Jim replied with chilling confidence, telling him he'd soon see the truth. With a roar, he declared that the only pathetic person in the arena was the so-called heir of the Supreme Black School. At that instant, the organizers announced the fight's start. Wang's disciple cast off his cloak, revealing a powerful physique. Then he provoked Jin, challenging him to take a fighting stance. The bald guy didn't hesitate, accepting at once. Within seconds of their first clash, Jin was forced to step back, earning a sneer from his opponent. Pathetic. Done playing around, Wang's disciple broke free from the lockup and charged forward to strike. But Jin not only dodged, he flawlessly struck the back of his foe's leg, forcing him to his knees. But he wasn't finished. A brutal kick to his enemy's neck sent the man flying, with his opponent down. Jin mockingly asked if that was all he had. However, the disciple merely smiled and rose to his feet, showing no serious injury. Upon recovering, he even praised the Korean skills. The two locked eyes once more. Wasting no time, Jin unleashed a flying knee. But even after taking the hit, Wang's disciple countered with a devastating elbow to the ribs. In response, Jin grabbed his opponent by the ponytail, preparing one of his strongest palm strikes. The attack landed flush on his opponent's face, smashing him into the ground with incredible speed. As Jin loomed over his fallen rival, all the competitors watched, the scene with rapt attention. While Joan looked shocked, Wine seemed faintly intrigued. Minutes later, as the victor walked the corridor, he was met by his sister's praise, to which he coolly replied that it had been easy. With that, the betting was locked for the next match, and this time Jin's master would fight. At that moment, her expression hardened as she made her way to the arena. Al Capativa appeared equally serious. However, the moment she leaves, Jin's tough guy act crumbles and he begins to shake in pain. That elbow strike from before had hit him much worse than he let on. With both of them in the arena, the announcer declared the start of the next fight. Deciding to attack first, Capativa hurled an axe toward the master. Immediately after, while she dodged, he leaped toward her to finish the job, but only met the ground instead. Not giving up, he pressed forward again, this time grabbing the shirt of the successor of the old arts. He then drew another, bladed weapon to press his advantage, but Seth's mother disarmed him with a lightning-fast vertical kick, and then struck the young man's head with an even more powerful blow. Yet, Capativa was not beaten and took advantage of her lower blind spot to retaliate with another axe charge. Once again, Seth's mother dodged, but the attack managed to slice a light cut on the girl's chin. And from the look in his eyes, her opponent showed he is pushing past their limits. The two charge forward to end it, and Kapatov strikes first. But Seth's mother dodges, using her agility for an aerial kick right to his opponent's face. The heavy blow sends him reeling. But just at the last second, he stabilizes himself. He prepares to charge the girl again, faced. With this, the heir of the ancient arts grabs a fallen axe, barely intercepting the strike with its blade. But his weapon is stronger, shattering hers. Then the man slams her ribs, sending her flying into a wall. In response, Seth's mother grabs her flexible sword. Using it, she gracefully repositions herself. For a moment, the two stare each other down, waiting for a move. Capiva, as usual, takes the lead. But this time, the successor of the ancient arts uses her own weapon. She immobilizes the warrior's hand, wrapping it around his arm. With a sickening pop, she dislocates it. But even injured, he grabs the hand, still holding the axe, and hurls it at her. This desperate move clearly catches her by surprise. She dodges, but it creates an opening for him to close in and pin the woman against the wall. She tries to fight back, but he ruthlessly strikes her with his injured arm. The blow lands with surprising force for a wounded limb, but this gives her an opening to end the fight. Seth's mother warns him not to move. After all, her sword is coiled around him. She warns that his neck is the next target. His fighting spirit hasn't faded, but seeing her cold eyes, he accepts defeat. Seth and Jin can't believe it. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure smirks. Things are getting interesting, with his own disciple crushed. In the end, victory is declared for Anna Jin of Korea. In the arena's control room, everyone is glued to the results. The bets are piling up, but Seth and Jin have the sides, lowest wagers on them. Still, the stakes are rising with each intense fight. Either way, the central elder sees the old man and the lady are true monsters. But his partner just says as long as the money rolls in, who cares? For the next match, they'll start with the lowest betting pools. So, the first fight is the president versus some unknown kid. Next up, the lady and Joan Lee will likely be saved for later. And the old man is obviously the final boss. The elder predicts Juan will face Anna Jin in the grand finale. But his partner seems more interested in the match at hand. All they can do now is wait and see. As night falls, the fighters meet. Joan humbly thanks his opponent, to which Kavama replies that he also learned a lot. Joan then asks if his colleague is really used to training President Kang. Kavama gets it. Joan wants to know how strong Seth is, so he begins to explain that they were once on the same level. And by once, Banemshad, he is referring to just 2 years ago. Now, he's not even a worthy opponent. Shocking Joan. Kavyama then asks if he shouldn't be more worried about Anna's power. After all, Kavama says if it were her, not even 10 of him could win. Those words hit Joan hard. His own fight wasn't easy at all. As Kavama leaves, Joan wonders what to do until his colleague is gone, lost in thought. Kavama sits by the control center, relaxing for a moment, but then he turns to the monitors. He sees an image of Master Juan, but for some reason, it's getting bigger and bigger, causing the young man to tremble. Seconds later, the master of the Supreme Black opens the control room door. much to the boy's horror. But laughing, the master tells the young man there's no need to be so scared. Kavama asks what brings him here. The old man bluntly asks him to take out the trash in his room. His excuse, he doesn't want a loser for a disciple. Juan then gets excited, asking about the other competitors. Kavama begins to tremble at the thought of what's coming and asks why he wants to know. Juan just sighs, bored, saying he doesn't need a reason besides his own whim. But the young man says he isn't authorized to disclose this info. So, the old man opts for brute force. Naturally, Kawayama summons his mech to resist, but his glasses shatter in the old man's grip. He's then slammed hard against the wall while holding. The young man pinned. Juan warns he's itching for a fight. With his next match 2 days away, the old man grinds the boy's face harder, demanding their location elsewhere. The losers from the last round trudge through the city, clearly miserable with their lot. As expected, Hogaria starts complaining about risking it all for a measly $1 million. However, Capita tells his friend to cheer up since at least they're still breathing. The blonde agrees, but can't help thinking things would have gone differently if he hadn't dropped his guard. Suddenly, he notices his friend's strange demeanor, which prompts him to ask what's wrong. But Capita stays silent, drawing his weapon instead, leaving his partner even more baffled. The Brazilian demands to know what's gotten into him. And then he sees why, right there. In front of them stands Juan. Hogaria asks why the old man is here. Capita quickly tells his friend to be cautious. No. They're outside the stadium's rules. Wang smirks, commenting they look like fun. He then notices the way Capita glares at him, growing excited. This Western boy can actually sense his immense threat. In that moment, the
old man drops all pretense of civility. He decides to embrace his inner beast. Still, the blonde can't grasp what Wang is
doing. Capita yells for his friend to get back, warning him this old man took out Pierre. Naturally, Hogaria is
stunned. His partner explains it all happened while he was knocked out. Regardless, as the master of his
supreme art walks toward them, Capita grips his axe. He questions why the old man is targeting him, especially since he already lost. Wang's reply, it's simply because he was the closest. With that settled, the two brace for a hopeless battle. Capita refuses to go down without a fight. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Jin meditates with Anna. Outside the room, Sakurai stands watch, but just then he senses an approaching presence. His eyes scan the hall as Seth stops right before him. The protagonist announces he's there to see his mother, but Sakurai blocks him, saying she asked him to stand. Guard! The tension between them instantly thickens, but Anna's voice cuts through the door, giving her permission. Wasting no time, the boy enters. He finds his mother sitting with her disciple, Anna. In turn, simply gestures for her son to sit. Jin offers to wait outside, but the master comments that he's welcome to stay, which he accepts. With that settled, Anna asks why her son has come since he acted as if he'd never see her again. After a heavy silence, Seth asks if it was that old man. To his mother's shock, he presses on, asking if Wang was the one who killed his father, and her silence was all the answer he needed. In that case, even though Anna doesn't look pleased, Seth is satisfied. His suspicion was confirmed. He stands to leave, but in a desperate act, his mother screams he'll never defeat him, repeating it again. Jin watches on in silence, but Seth doesn't argue this time. Elsewhere, Rod has a chat with Jab, and both agree that the fighters are on another level. Rod points out Anna's monstrous strength, but Jab also praises that
fighter from before. The short one claims he wants a piece of him too, but his partner states
he'd get completely destroyed. Rod argues he's powerful. He's bloody rowdy after all, but Jab assures him their usual jobs are way easier. Suddenly, they both feel a terrifying presence. A second later, Wang appears, bearing the marks of his last battle. The main character's allies brace themselves, trying to stay calm. Filthy from his last clash against the losers, Wang comments that he's found the right place. Back in that dark alley, the aftermath of the fight was carved into the ground and walls. Hogaria's body was riddled with finger-sized holes, and his bones were completely shattered. Beside him lay Capita, finished off by his own trusted axe. Back outside, the arena, the young men ask if the old man needs help, but Wang just states he can smell blood on them both. While Jab analyzes the threat seriously, Rod just scoffs at the crazy old man, which clearly disrespects him greatly. Regardless, Jab tells his partner to report this, but Rod refuses, saying he's staying to fight too. In that case, Wang suggests they all have fun together, and charges
forward with blinding speed. Wasting no time, the pair draw their weapons and scatter in an
trying to seize an advantage. The boys lunge at the Supreme Black Master. but he casually ducks their attack. He counters, striking them both. With one simple move, the two are sent flying like rag dolls. Enraged, one charges again, driven by a raw urge to fight. The young men begin to grasp the true depth of their predicament. Wangi strikes first at Rod, and with a simple hand motion, his sharp nails tear into the boy's chest. His partner screams in horror, but before he can react, the old man's hands find him. Along with his friend, they are pinned to the ground. The master slowly increases the pressure on their necks, a cruel smile on his face, but at the last second, a volley of blades forces the old man to retreat. Within moments, the master steadies himself to face his new opponent, Akira. Realizing she knows martial arts, Wangi grows more excited, saying it's been too long since he has eliminated one. However, Akira is clearly terrified of this fight. Jiro screams for her to escape. Fortunately, her martial arts training gives her an edge, letting her dodge his onslaught. And before things escalate, Seth appears, crashing the party with a flying attack at Wangi. The moment he spots the boy, he closes the gap with a kick. When Wangi dodges, a second strike immediately follows. But again, it is useless. The old man's arrogance just makes the boy angrier. So he declares this will be his end. But the master merely scoffs at Seth's seriousness. Dodging another of the hero's attacks, the old man finally counters, landing a solid blow to Seth's stomach. Just the sight of Seth's pained expression is enough to fill the master with glee. But instead of collapsing, our protagonist remains, on his feet, spitting a bit of blood on the ground. With this, Seth's fury begins to boil over. But Wangi continues to savor how the fight is unfolding. The main character lunges to finish the old man with multiple blows, yet none of them manage to connect. After evading the final attack, Wangi uses their proximity to grab the boy's arm and smash a fist into his face. The old man pauses, waiting to see if Seth is finally beaten. But the hero is unbelievably resilient, showing no injury and grabbing his opponent's collar. Wangi tries to understand what's happening. As the hero's anger erupts, naturally, this old man remembers Simon, a foe who had a very similar fire in his eyes. Without hesitation, Seth moves in and delivers a headbutt to the Supreme Black Master with all his might. This makes Wangi tremble, and despite the pain, Seth feels a surge of pride. Infuriated, the old man roars, questioning the boy's audacity. And to the hero's surprise, the master's sharp nails are at his throat in an instant. However, before anything can happen, Akusama appears from above, diving directly between them. The attack quickly moves to strike the old man, who is forced to retreat or be hit. As he repositions himself on the Chiami battlefield, new fighters arrive. Seth's mother and his ally, Sachirai, clearly the master of the Supreme Black, was not expecting this. Now facing four skilled opponents, even with allies here, the protagonist declares he will be the only one to face the old man. But Anna reminds her son that he had to be saved just moments ago when he was nearly killed. With that settled, and all 6 of them on the hotel's ground floor, Anna asks if they can just end this already. But the old man just cackles, condemning the woman for spoiling his entertainment. In response, the successor of the old arts says she will only permit Seth to proceed when the time is right. After a tense silence, Wangi realizes the boy is the son of that man and comments on how much they look alike, obviously provoking the family. To that end, the old man continues his taunts, saying he used this very hand to finish the job. And with no shame, he laughs, wildly, saying he tore out his heart and showed it to him while he was still breathing. Unable to stand this mockery, both mother and son become enraged, and Wangi waits for them to attack him. But suddenly, Jin appears first, almost landing a flying kick on the Supreme Black Master. Even after failing to break the Master's defense, the bald man doesn't relent and attacks again, this time with much more force. It was enough to push Wangi back and force him to focus his attention. But Jin simply states that for a strong man, the old man should have some dignity. All this courage and boldness leaves his allies stunned, and Wangi even more enraged. But right then, Jin, he doesn't care, revealing his ancient martial lineage and declaring the old master's end is now. Back at the massacre scene, police are investigating the absolute carnage. Following the bloody trail, they find 2 young men barely clinging to life. An officer radios in the emergency, but the crimson path leads them deeper. Guns drawn, they follow the trail to find the monster responsible for this. They stumble upon the bald man's deadly declaration to the old master. Holsters are emptied as they scream, "Police, everyone freeze." Wang is caught red-handed, drenched in blood. As Anna says, that's enough for today. But the old man scoffs, stating his blood is boiling for a real fight. To keep the party going, the master turns to the officers, picking up a stray blade. The moment they shoot, he deflects every single bullet with the sword. He cuts one down in a flash, and before the second cop can react, he's silenced too. Witnessing this brutality, the allies realize the old man is completely unhinged. Now that the interruptions are gone, he wants to get back to business. Naturally. Jin steps up. He had, after all, volunteered to fight first. But the protagonist shoves past him. His shoulder check sends a clear message this fight is his. Wang simply taunts him. He dares them all to attack at once. But our hero says that won't be necessary. This enrages the old master, who lunges forward. But suddenly, flashing lights appear. His fun is interrupted. He tells them to wait for him, promising he will return. Before he can vanish into the woods, Seth charges, demanding to know where he's going. But the old man dodges effortlessly, bids a hasty farewell, and gives him the slip. He melts into the forest like a ghost, leaving the allies seething with frustration. Anna moves to console her son, but an ally intervenes, vowing to handle the rest. The mother asks them all to follow her, while Seth stays behind to vent his fury.
The next morning, at the Royal Hotel, the brutal crimes are front-page news.
Anna sees the article, and so does Akira. Roth has never seen such madness.
Attacking police officers is pure insanity. Seth glares at Wang's photo with burning hatred.
Later, in the arena, a staff member tells the boss they cannot continue with the tournament. The main character goes to find C, Joan, entering the control room with his group. He finds the administrators meeting with the triad, who immediately drop a bombshell. Kageyama, they reveal, has tragically passed away. Seth immediately confronts Joan, nearly losing his mind. He screams, demanding to know where the old man is. Back at the hotel, the protagonist's mother mulls over the events with her younger son. Just then, Akira enters, confirming things are not good. Oscar is being interrogated.
As for Seth, she regretfully admits she just left him at Osaka Stadium.
The mother's dread deepens. The bald disciple asks if they should go, fearing Seth is in danger.
Anna poses a question. Does Jin believe he can defeat Juan?
After a moment, he declares that as her successor, he has not yet learned how to lose. Pleased, she makes an unexpected request she needs Jin to protect her son. He shouts, reminding her of the danger. But she insists this is something she must do. Unable to sway her, Jin must watch her go, but she refuses his help, wanting to end this.
Alone, no matter what sacrifice it takes. Back in the arena, Joan claims he doesn't know.
He says the Master of Supreme Black never returned. The protagonist demands they find him.
But a triad member informs him the Japanese authorities have everything locked down.
The administrators exchange a look, and one of them steps forward to speak to the president. They push to continue, whining about potential betting losses. This greedy talk earns them a death glare from our hero. He asks again, but the kid insists, guaranteeing he'll be back.
His thirst for battle has just begun. That our hero can respect.
Downstairs, among the gathered cars, Anna notices she's finally alone. She heads straight for the forest where the old man vanished. She searches casually, but her eyes miss nothing. A broken branch. Then, some human footprints. The old man himself greets the girl. Suddenly, he's right behind her, a man of his word. But Anna isn't here to chat. Her flexible sword is already drawn.
Let's end this now, she yells, and they clash in a blur of motion.
The duel between legendary masters begins. At the hotel, Jin is anxious, but Akira tells him to trust their master. So, they wait for the signal. The old man's first strike comes from below, but Anna dodges under it. She shifts her balance and attacks, but Wayne narrowly leaps back. After the brief exchange, Wang laughs, declaring Anna is excellent. She doesn't appreciate it, charging again while telling him to go to hell. Her blade unleashes a flurry of slashes, but none seem to land, until a single lock of her hair is cut, sent flying into the air. Now he's irritated. The old man readies his claws, making Anna tense up. She barely escapes a finishing blow, then wraps her blade around his arm. But he's faster, moving away before it can activate. Wayne is unscathed. Anna, however, now has a deep cut across her abdomen. The old man calls finding her the greatest miracle he's ever known. But she scoffs, calling him a murderer, not a true martial artist. Unoffended. He simply says that martial arts have their own rules. With respect, he warns her the real fight is beginning now. Back in the arena, Akira calls for the bald guy, who agrees easily. They find Joan in the control room, who just stares at them silently. Akira breaks the silence. Asking where the hero is, Joan simply points. She's alarmed. A fight now, but Joan sees absolutely no problem. The bald one decides to act, telling his friend not to worry. He assures Akira she won't need to be concerned by what he does. Within seconds, the bald one appears inside the arena with our protagonist. They stare each other down until Jin stops right in front of him. He calls the protagonist stubborn. Seth replies that he holds no grudge. He's just following orders. Jin reveals his sister asked for his help. Our hero is confused. Jin explains Anna has left a search. For Juan. The news enrages Seth, who immediately storms out. But Jin grabs his collar, saying he'll only get in the way. Naturally, the protagonist tells him to go to hell. A kick comes flying. He barely dodges it. Jin reminds him he promised to help Anna, even if it means taking Seth down first. Enraged, Seth challenges him. Try it if you can. He dares. On a plane, the pilot makes an announcement.
They will soon arrive at Narita Airport. Sophie's father reads the news.
His expression soured. Later, the officer's car sped to a clandestine meeting. He was Nakamura Junichi from Japan's police force. A tense greeting followed. On the way, Sophie's father cut to the chase, asking where Seth Kang was. The Japanese officer simply pointed to his tablet. One look, and the man's world shook. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a live feed of the underground tournament. Why wasn't this shut down? Nakamura explained the killer had already vanished. The stadium was now surrounded. Sophie's father demanded to be kept in the loop. He declared he would personally detain both Seth and the others. On the tablet, the fight raged. Our protagonist couldn't land a blow, but Jin wasn't having an easy time either. They both slid back, creating distance to regain their footing. Seth, however, was livid.
Ripping off his tie, he roared that Jin would die if his mother got hurt.
But the bald man was calm, assuring him that would never happen. He trusted his master.
This only fueled our hero's rage. He lunged forward, and Jin matched his speed.
Suddenly, Seth's fist materialized by his face. He dodged by a hair's breadth. For some reason, our hero was faster now. Jin knew he had to act fast. Before Seth could track him, Jin zipped into his blind spots with blinding speed. A kick shot for our hero's back, but Seth twisted away, a near miss for Jin.
Ironically, it was Seth who connected. A single punch sent Jin soaring through the air.
He crashed, overwhelmed with pain. Seth scoffed. So this is your legendary strength. Back at the other fight, Anna was clearly exhausted, and Wong was also feeling the strain. The old man admitted the girl was strong, but Seth's mother simply vowed to end him. Wong grinned, stating he was enjoying this. Irritated, Anna charged in once more. Just then, the sounds of their battle reached a team of tracking officers nearby. A canine sniffed a piece of clothing, then barked. It had found the target's trail.
"We've found the killer," they shouted, their voices reaching the combatants.
Furious at the interruption, Wong blurred toward one of the dogs instantly. He slammed it to the ground. "Weak," he sneered, his cold words freezing the officers.
Wong faced the men. "You have the audacity to interrupt my fun."
The old man's voice dripped with malice. "I truly hope you are all prepared." The threat was clear. The commander yelled, "Open fire," and bullets rained down.
But Wong used the dog's body as a shield, then hurled the corpse at them.
Using that opening, he closed the distance in a flash and dispatched the first officer. His sharp claws did their brutal work. The carnage left the other men stunned. Before they could even defend themselves, most were cut down. Then, Anna descended. Sword in hand, she appeared from above, ordering the old man to stop at once. Her blade slammed into the earth, missing its mark, but she didn't give up. With a kick to her weapon, she created a whiplash that almost took out Wong. The old man was impressed. The lone surviving officer watched this unfold in horror. Desperate to avenge his fallen men, he grabbed his sidearm and took aim. He fired at the one person who was actually trying to protect him. Anna was struck. The bullet tore into her stomach, crippling her. But Wong didn't seize the chance. He turned to the officer, absolutely furious that his fun had been ruined. He rushed forward, sending the officer to the exact same fate as his comrades. Sometime later, the state of the old man's hands told the story of the battle's brutality. But before leaving, he glanced at Anna, lamenting their fight's sudden conclusion. She admits defeat, asking for the final blow. But he rejects the outcome due to the meddling. He says to return when she's healed. Plus, he'll ensure her return, because he now knows those brats are her family. Because of that, Won vows he will eliminate them both, leaving Anna no choice but to hunt him down. Later, a car glides toward Osaka Arena, and from inside, the Korean officer emerges with a grim expression. He asks if Seth is there, as Nakamura holds a tablet, confirming his presence. The officer then questions the odds of the killer returning. The Japanese officer confirms it, explaining they got a tip from a high-level source, a chief in his own department. Sophie's father scans the area, noticing that the police are everywhere. Even military personnel are disguised as civilian security. But in the quiet, an undercover agent is taken out by a vicious blow from the shadows.
With the path clear, Won returns to the contest, back inside the arena.
The boys are still clashing. Seth attacks relentlessly, yet Jim dodges every move. Seeing a punch coming, he backs away to reposition, already beyond irritated. Seth yells at the kid to stop dodging, panting from sheer exhaustion. Naturally, they prepare for another round, but the lights suddenly die. Before our hero can even complain to maintenance, he sees Wong plummet from above, crashing right between them. The old man's landing kicks up dust and stirs shock. But instead of fear, Seth explodes with fury. Wong calmly asks if he's been looking for him. Jim, however, panics. The old man's arrival means his sister has been defeated. In an instant, both boys' emotions erupt into the deepest rage. Our hero yells, demanding to know
what the old man did to his sister. Wong just smirks, asking what he thinks happened. This only stokes the flames.
That rage makes Seth charge forward like a beast, spotting openings. Jim yells for him to be careful, but Wong is too close. He sneers at the boy's inexperience, aiming his claws for Seth's neck. Shockingly, the hit lands, but the cut isn't deep. Instead of retreating, the protagonist pushes forward. Seizing the moment, he almost lands a massive punch. As Wong evades, Jim appears from behind and launches his own attack. Without a word, they work together, forcing the old man to fall back. Now side by side, they focus all their killing intent on Wong, vowing they will finish him. But their determination just makes the old man grin with excitement. Back outside Osaka Arena, Nakamura's tablet dies. He quickly reports the system is down. Sophie's father knows this isn't a simple glitch. Without losing a moment, Nakamura calls to find out what's happening, only to hear something terrifying, not wanting to hide the truth. He explains their forest investigation team was just attacked. Apparently, they found a woman who'd been shot. The Japanese officer states he has to go. Sophie's father then asks if the killer could have already slipped inside the arena. After all, if he escaped, he would likely return. Nakamura agrees and tells his team over the phone that they are entering the stadium. However, he tells Mr. Kim to wait, as this is Japanese jurisdiction. Over the radio, Nakamura calls for Plan B, warning that the target may be inside. He instructs all units to stay on high alert. Back in the arena, Wong declares he's getting more and more excited. The comment just fuels Seth's rage. Yet Jim acts first, dashing forward, at high speed and launching a powerful kick. Predictably, he misses, but stays determined to land a Svingengas blow, when suddenly Seth closes in from behind at top speed, landing a clean hit, right on Wong's face, sending him flying. Seth yells at Jim to stay back, shouting that he's next. Wong reappears before our hero, mocking his overconfidence, and strikes him with a vertical slash from his claws. However, to his shock, the attack meant to shatter the boy's shoulder blades did nothing. Seeing this, Wong acknowledges Seth's skill, telling him not to disappoint. The two clash once again, until something new approaches, stealing their attention and striking them both. And Seth, a sharp kick from Jin forces them apart, letting him claim the center stage. Seth's fury ignites at the interruption, but Jin declares he's fulfilling his mother's wish. His stance is set. He vows to destroy Wang. The old master simply smirks, granting Jin the first move. But this display only fuels our hero's rage. He bellows that he will take down anyone in his way. With that, the three fighters explode into action, charging at each other from across the arena. A legendary battle erupts. Jin leads the charge, soaring through the air with a powerful kick. Wang is forced to defend, but right behind him, Seth's determined fist comes flying through. It whistles past Jin, nearly striking the old man, who's forced to duck. But the moment he crouches, Jin instantly seizes the opening to strike. This time, Wang's perfect guard is shattered. Seeing his chance, our hero surges forward, fueled by pure rage. Seth lands a heavy blow. His fist slams into the master's chest, sending the old man flying, but that is not enough. The two boys have no plans of stopping. Wong, however, looks utterly insulted to have been hit. Jin recalls his promise to Anne, but Seth cuts him off. He growls, suggesting they fight together. But our hero has a better plan. He tells Jin to just stay back and watch. Seth charges the old man again, but alone. The protagonist doesn't stand a chance. A swift counter breaks his defense. He barely dodges a second strike that could have ended it all. Seeing this, Jin dives from above with a kick, which Wang barely manages to block. But the distraction was all Seth needed. He slams a precise knee strike right into the master. In that moment, his defense is wide open. Jin seizes the chance, unleashing multiple attacks. In seconds, he rises with a grin, saying he's having fun. He asks if he'll ever get to play like this again. Sensing danger, Jin warns Seth. He's told to shut up, not wanting to be cautious. Their chat ends as Wang rejoins the battle. Just then, police storm the arena. They make for the control room, where Nakamura kicks the door open. What they find is unexpected. It's a scene just as gruesome as the forest. Nakamura roars, demanding to know where the killer is. Then he notices a large screen showing two boys fighting their target, with Seth briefly behind. Wong charges Jin, landing a brutal strike to his stomach. The injury is severe, but he refuses to surrender. He fights to stay standing, clinging to Wang. This allows Seth to close in, preparing. His most powerful punch nears the master's face and lands perfectly. Even then, the old man opens his mouth to praise the boy's talent, taunting that he's better than his mother and father. Seth becomes enraged like never before at that moment.
Wang releases Jin, who crumples in pain.
The old man retreats to the back of the arena, stopping before both boys. Wang feels his injuries, but Jin collapses to his knees. His condition is far worse. Seth in turn scolds him. He reminds Jin he was told to stay back. He won't let him explain, because now, the protagonist has decided he no longer needs his colleague's help. He faces Wang again. Seth demands one last time what happened to his mother, but the old man gives no straight answer. He simply states that if the boy is curious, he should finish him and search for her himself.
Furious, Seth charges forward with all the rage in the world to end Wang back in the forest.
Anna is still slumped against a wall. Sakurai appears, asking the officer's permission to help her. It's granted. He quickly apologizes for being so late, and Seth's mother thanks him.
Seeing her condition, he suggests a hospital, but the woman insists she must go there, and Sakurai accepts. Returning to the battle, Seth is still unable to land a single hit on the old man.
He is struck repeatedly by the master of the Supreme Black. But then, a punch from our hero breaks through.
It shatters Wang's defenses. As he recovers, another stronger strike follows, but this time,
the old man manages to dodge and escape, but the protagonist gives chase and lands a solid blow to the gut, launching Wang skyward. Once again they face off, but Seth takes the lead, diving from above with a roar. Both fighters scream, showing the battle's intensity, until the old man feels a tug. He sees that despite his wounds. Jin is grabbing his feet, but before he could finish the boy, Seth appears from behind, unleashing the most powerful punch of his life, a blast of pure fury. As Wang tried to stand, he was slammed hard into the ground. Now,
completely helpless, he was forced to take a merciless storm of non-stop attacks.
Still, the hero's rage burned on, forcing Jin to get up and physically stop him. Because whether he knew it or not, Master Warren was already beaten. But instead of feeling good, Seth only got angrier that his revenge ended so fast. A short distance away, police rush in, reporting on the radio about more victims. The call was to bring in the SWAT team while the front line held their ground. Slowly, the officers crept toward the arena center. And from the command room, Nakamura warned them to be careful, as the killer had already attacked some of them. He then authorized them to take him down if he fought back, an order everyone clearly understood. Back in the fight, Jin held the old man's foot. At that moment, Nakamura gave the order to move in. They charged through the dark hallway. But inside, Seth was still venting his rage, forcing Jin to step in. To keep fighting was pointless, since Master Wang was in no shape to defend himself. The first thought was to find the main character's mother, but hearing her name just refueled Seth's hatred in a desperate move. Seth dropped to the ground again, unleashing his frustration on Wang's still body, leaving Jin stunned. Again and again, he screamed between punches for the bastard to get up, until, amazingly, Wang actually stirred. He woke up suddenly, asking if he had blacked out. However, Jin coldly told him that he had already passed on, and even though he had no clue how he was revived, Seth grabbed his neck, declaring he would never let the old man get off so easily. Because, like he had said before, he wasn't done with him yet. Wasting no more time, our hero resumed the beatdown, striking Wang and throwing him into a wall before landing a brutal knee from the other direction. At this
point, the old man was falling apart, but Seth just held him up, saying he was still
not finished. Meanwhile, Jin watched it all, speechless, until suddenly a group of
police officers burst onto the scene, ordering everyone to freeze, to show they were serious. One of them warned
he would shoot at any sudden movement, but the protagonist declared he didn't care if he got shot. He would finish off the old man as many times as it took. The officers trembled at his nerve, but
seeing such insane violence, the order to open fire was given. In that split second, Jin reacted, shocking the main character. And because he promised Seth's mother he'd protect him, he jumped in front of Seth. The boy, in turn, was furious at this heroic stunt. But just then, Sakurai appeared with Anna, ordering everyone to stand down. Both boys were confused to see Anna, and for the first time, Seth showed a hint of happiness. However, his mother just walked right past him to face Wang's beaten body on the ground. Jin then said the master of the Supreme Black was done for, but Anna still drew her sword and walked closer, making Seth curious. And so, the woman finally got her revenge for what the old man did to her family. While some watched the scene in shock, and others in fear, Anna stated firmly that she had dealt with Wang, and she asked if everyone saw it. But when she spoke, she was staring deep into her son's eyes. Faced with this, the officers were terrified. And from the command room, Nakamura ordered the unit to arrest everyone.
Following their orders, they aimed their guns at the group standing near the old man, and, naturally, they took Anna into custody, who surrendered calmly without any resistance. Seth, in turn, felt disrespected by the police, but his mother let out a sharp cry, telling him to stop. And as he looked closer, she shook her head in a silent plea. So, Nakamura gave the order again. And even though he hated it, Jin was arrested with the protagonist. At that moment, another person showed up to the scene, a bit late, Officer Kim. He was there for Seth, but the boy was already cuffed by the Japanese police. The police left no room for argument. In that moment, Anna's only thought was for the children, begging the officer to protect them. As they were hauled away, an overwhelming frustration boiled inside Tim. He was utterly useless. Later, at the station, the air between the Korean and Japanese officers was thick with tension. He reminded them this was not the agreed-upon deal. Nakamura had promised the suspects would be sent back to face judgment at home. But the Japanese official took this as a personal insult, a blow to his pride. After all, 12 of his men were dead. Kim argued that the man who caused this had already paid the ultimate price. But Nakamura smashed the table, roaring that this was the very heart of the problem. Letting them all walk free now would make his department look like a complete joke. Releasing them was not an option. Kim then suggested involving the International Alliance, since Wang was Chinese, but the officer refused. Letting another country handle this mess would be an unbearable humiliation. As a last resort, Kim pleaded for Seth and Jin's return at least. He could maybe arrange Jin's release. Nakamura conceded, but Seth was a different story entirely. The kid not only snuck in illegally, but he was also the mastermind behind the entire underground tournament. There was no chance of letting him off easy. Veins pulsing with fury, the officer swore the boy would face Japanese justice. At Narita International Airport, the famed director of the athletic school arrived. Over at the hospital, Rod was just happy to be breathing, while Jav worried about Akira. They learned she was in a private room, but still hadn't woken up. Just then, a formidable presence filled the doorway, the school president. The boys nearly jumped out of their skins to see Jake. They scrambled to stand up and show proper respect, but he simply waved them down. Knowing they messed up big time, they offered a meek apology, not that it cooled Jake's simmering anger. His phone buzzed, breaking the tension. On the line was Congressman Genzo, calling about the Sunshine Group. After a moment, Jake noted this was the perfect chance to repay a certain corporate favor. And with that, the president left, promising he would meet Genzo at the agreed-upon place. He left the two boys with a chilling promise.
Their real punishment begins back in Korea. They could only nod in acceptance. Later, outside Japan's City Hall,
Jin walked out a free man beside the director. He locked eyes with the officers, though the bald one couldn't even look at him. Jake delivered the news Seth was coming home in 2 days. The Korean prosecutor's office had taken the case, but his face darkened. There was nothing he could do for Anna. She would face judgment here. Jake trusted Kim to handle the rest. But before he left, he gave a cryptic warning. Remember the kind of man Wang truly was. The officer pondered this, as the director promised they'd meet in Korea, then parted ways with Jin. 2 days later at Narita International Airport, Officer Tim emerged from a car, followed by Seth. A simple cloth was draped over the boy's wrists, hiding his shackles. Sophie's father urged him forward, and he complied. Meanwhile, in a cold Japanese prison cell, Anna meditated. Her eyes burned with the fire of someone
who refused to surrender. Then, at the Japan Supreme Court, the chief judge's voice boomed, starting Anna's trial for the crime of murder. She faced the court, her posture radiating a calm patience for what was next, while her friends watched, their hearts pounding. The proceedings began. A prosecutor stepped forward
to lay out the charges. He stated the defendant already confessed to eliminating the brutal killer Wang, but there was far more evidence proving her guilt. The screen lit up with damning proof, and it all established a clear connection to the Yakuza. It showed her participation in an illegal fighting ring for immense personal profit. Naturally, the prosecutor acknowledged,
Wang deserved his fate, but claimed Anna interfered for personal gain. As the prosecutor, the man
demanded the ultimate sentence for the woman capital punishment. Outrage swept through the courtroom. Rod and Jav erupted in fury, but the accused herself showed no emotion at all. However, the case was not over. "Objection!" cried the defense attorney. The judge granted him the floor. The lawyer reminded the court Wang had killed many Japanese police, and despite massive manhunts, law enforcement couldn't even touch him. However, he was finally stopped. Thanks to Anna, without her, the madman would still be on the streets. But most importantly, The defense stressed that Master Wang had publicly threatened her son's life. Therefore, he ended his argument by asking if protecting her child was a crime, stating he rests his case. The prosecutor then asked for the court's attention, preparing to show a video. It contained footage of the actual crime. He explained Anna's son was Korea's strongest gangster, Seth Kang, president of the Sunshine Group. But the video clearly showed the boy had already defeated Wang before the murder. So the claim she did it to protect him was ultimately
a lie, crushing the defense attorney's hopes. The judge began to weigh his decision while Anna
braced herself for the coming sentence. Meanwhile, at the Young Gunpo Detention Center, the director went to see the protagonist himself. There, he asked about his mother, and Jake explained the details of the trial. The hero then asked how things were, but Jake told him to worry about himself. He was stuck there for another 3 months. He explained they had cleared the boy's illegal entry into Japan, but getting off completely without consequences would be difficult. The protagonist simply replied that he didn't care. Only his mother mattered. But now, the director's patience snapped. He asked Seth if he knew who was truly responsible for putting Anna in this mess. In response, the protagonist tried to argue but fell silent as guilt dawned on him. Having deep respect for them both, Jake just called Seth an idiot before turning to leave. Before walking out the door, the director told him Sunshine was pulling every string to negotiate. So, for now, the protagonist needed to keep a low profile, in order that even Seth, in his current state, couldn't refuse. Later, at the Southern District Court, a smaller hearing was underway. Both defense and prosecution prepared to present the case of Seth Kang, who stood as the accused. In the gallery, the director, Jin, and even Sophie watched intently for the outcome. The judge reviewed the case files. From his reading, the boy had not only entered the country illegally, but had also run an illegal fighting ring. And though he was the Sunshine Group's president, he was still just a 19-year-old kid, since it was his first offense. And with Sunshine's powerful influence, the judge announced a fine of $100,000 and 120 hours of community service. Until Seth suddenly shattered the verdict by yelling that he had something to confess. Naturally, this outburst sent a shockwave of tension through the court. Without a shred of fear, the protagonist confessed that he killed the master. At that moment, his allies stared in disbelief, but Seth only doubled down on his guilt. Before the judge, declaring with total conviction that he was the one who ended Wang in Japan. As this new trial began, Anna sat in her cell, lost in thought about her uncertain fate. Time in jail passed in the blink of an eye. The seasons changed, and winter soon arrived. Then, on one ordinary day, a guard ordered Anna to come out. When she didn't move, he repeated the command with more authority. At that moment, the protagonist's mother changed into her old clothes and was met by the Sunshine Corporation team, led by the director who quietly welcomed her back. Seeing her, Jake understood what he had to say. Offering a silent, heartfelt apology, Kim then informed them that Anna was acquitted of the murder charge, but would face another trial back in Korea. As for Seth, unfortunately, the officer said 7 years in prison was the best deal he could get. Regardless, Anna showed no emotion and simply told the group it was time to leave. Naturally, the mood among Nanese them was grim, but Jake gave the order to keep moving forward. Sometime later, at Young Public Athletic School, students were gathered for their high school graduation. With everyone seated in the auditorium in neat rows, the ceremony began. One by one, seniors were called up to get their diplomas. After that, the boys listened to a few parting words from their classmates. And though it was a happy occasion, Sophie couldn't bring herself to. Victor beams, thrilled they've finally closed this chapter, and asks Brock if he's heading to the United States now. But Brock's reply is firm for now. He's sticking to martial arts. This makes his friend wonder what his next move is. In response, Brock declares there's a place he absolutely must visit. Meanwhile, at Sunshine Group headquarters, all the executives have been assembled. And of course, the mood is unbelievably tense. Jake explains they're taking the heat for Zhang Li's downfall. And to make matters worse, Bokdol reports a flood of Chinese nationals entering Sagmadam. He reminds them the Yakuza are also on the move. The director's response: they need to strike first, but Emma, the new president, disagrees. It's better to just keep an eye on them. For the time being, she declares that if things get messy, whether in China or Japan, she'll handle it personally. The executives simply nod, not daring to question her. Later that day, in a snow-covered mountain, Jim is training harder than ever before. During his intense strikes, Akira appears. She knew she'd find him here, and praises his dedication. Naturally, the big guy is thrilled to see his friend, but then he's shocked to see Brock standing right behind her. He immediately asks why they're together, wondering if something is going on between them. But Brock, looking totally uninterested, just asks if this place can make him stronger. Jim gets the hint and smiles, confidently confirming that it will. That's all Brock needed to hear. Meanwhile, at a Korean prison, a bus full of new inmates arrives. The officers tell them to get acquainted with their new home. A guard barks at them to move it. And then Seth finally appears among the criminals, hands tied. An officer yells that he's with the last group, but his partner is surprised by how young he looks. The first officer just scoffs, saying his parents must have done a terrible job raising him. He shoves the kid inside, joking that he'll probably get beaten up. Oh, how wrong they were. To their shock, the complete opposite happens. The inmates see him and immediately bow, welcoming their boss with a smirk. Seth says it's good to be with his men again. At the same
time, at Cheongsong prison, inmates are being herded inside when one of them bumps into a tough pin.
Looking bald guy. The bald man tells him to watch it, asking if he has a death wish. The spectacled man quickly apologizes. The officers see this and decide to send the bully to room 404. One of them thinks it's odd putting a tax evader in the violent ward, but someone's apparently been asking for him. The smaller prisoner is still shaking in his boots when an officer announces that the spectacled man is also going to room 404. The poor guy falls into despair. But the bald man is suddenly thrilled. Ironically, the walls are covered in plaques about law and order. An officer leads the spectacled man to his new room. And surprise, the bald guy is his new roommate. So, the guard announces the two new arrivals. He casually tells the veterans not to mess with the newbies too much, since there are no more spare cells. But the bald guy is still fuming about that bump earlier. He walks up to the man with glasses and kicks a table,
trying to show who's boss. The bald man screams, asking who runs this cell, but one prisoner just laughs at
the whole display. This makes the bully furious, and he demands to know what's so funny. That's when the former president of the Sunshine Group, Jae-min, remarks that a cute little newbie has arrived. Being a criminal himself, the bald guy slowly recognizes him and asks if he's the leader here, but the young man just nods his head to the side. As big as he is, the real leader is someone else. And to satisfy
the bully's curiosity, Seth Kang appears, hands in his pockets, wearing his usual proud smirk.
But the bald man doesn't get it. Being way bigger, he asks if this little kid is the leader. So instead of talking, our hero decides to show him. With a single tap on the guy's bicep, he sends him flying across the room. It wasn't meant to injure, just to earn a little respect. Without delay, Seth approaches, the second newbie. He'd heard the man was a professor at SU University, which the guy fearfully confirms. A tense silence fills the room, but then our hero makes an unexpected request. Model. His lesson stunned the professor. It seemed strange, but once he was finally out, the main character planned to attend college elsewhere. A crowd watched an intense fight. One fighter was clearly fading. A swift punch suddenly landed square on his guard, shattering his defense and sending him stumbling back. Another blow followed, a vicious shot to the ribs. It sapped all of his opponent's strength. He crashed to the canvas, defeated at Brock's feet. Brock was crowned the tournament's undefeated champion. The host praised him for becoming the strongest human alive. Excitedly, he offered Brock the mic to share his feelings. But instead of celebrating, Brock questioned the title. The Sunshine Allies beamed, but the host was just left completely baffled. Holding the USC championship belt, Brock revealed his contract was now over. He was done, announcing he wouldn't join these boring fights anymore. He dropped the prize. It clattered on the floor. The host was clueless, but the coach offered praise, unlike Victor, who called his attitude shameful. Brock couldn't care less. His focus had already shifted to another young man, despite his different look. It was Jin. Meanwhile, in the USCCCO office, a man reviewed footage of an illegal Osakake tournament. He considered Brock's words about USC fights being boring and saw the huge difference. If fighters like that existed, then yes, the USC would seem dull. But an event like the one in Japan, now that could make him a fortune. Later, everyone gathered in the prison's social area. While benching, Seth got a lesson on derivatives and integrals. He nodded, saying he understood. But then his focus broke. Someone new had arrived. Chisholm thanked the professor for his hard work, which terrified the poor guy. He asked for a private word with the boy, and the man quickly accepted, leaving our hero a bit confused. Seth immediately asked if there was any news about his mother, but her absence suggested Anna wasn't in Korea. Noticing the hero's frustrated expression, he ruffled his hair, telling him not to stress. After all, Seth knew his mother's personality best. She was tough. Still, he missed her badly. It had been nearly a year since they were separated. During a past prison visit, Anna told her son to stay well. He didn't answer her, so she just asked him to wait a bit longer. Seth replied that he was fine, but really, the boy wanted to know how she was doing. With a smile, she claimed to be fine, too. However, the woman admitted she had to go away for a while. The protagonist asked where she was going, but his mother called it a secret she'd only share upon her return. She told him not to worry, and then got his attention with a flick to his forehead. Instead of worrying, Anna reminded him of his promise. He had to pass the general educational development test. Seth smiled, but took it to heart. Back in the present, our hero asks about his uncle. Jamin reveals there had already been 3 assassination attempts, so if the boy reveals something new, he could make the case a whole lot worse. Initially, a Chinese man named Juan was blamed, but a call to the triad revealed Anna had been in China all by herself. Jamin's theory this was all happening because of the past fights and the Black Society's Dragon King. In the end, he made it clear that this affair was far from over. Seth absorbed this with grim seriousness. At a fast food joint in Los Angeles, USA, the customers were terrified. Some very unusual foreigners had just walked in and were eating like absolute maniacs. They ignored the judgmental looks and kept going. Outside, Sophie surveyed the area, certain Kim's diner was the spot. Without hesitation, she headed inside. Spotting her colleagues, Jin waved excitedly, while the others, including Sophie, just looked embarrassed. Later, at their hotel, the formerly bald man thanked everyone for coming. He confessed that they had some rough times, arriving there without an interpreter. For that, he playfully blamed his colleagues, joking they only trained their muscles, not their brains. Trying to lighten the mood, Sophie said she liked it, and that it was good seeing everyone again. She also recalled an upcoming fight for Jin in 3 days. Victor boasts that victory will grant him the title, but she coldly declares she won't be watching. Her hatred for fighting crushes his excitement. Still, Jin coolly predicts his certain victory.
They both agree. He's not a monster like the others, but Victor believes in his own power.
Invincible in the ring, a title Brock scoffs at. To him, only Jin and Seth are true monsters. Jim acknowledged Brock's immense growth. In just 2 years, he was already nearing his level. But Brock's true goal was clear to surpass the protagonist. This made Victor wonder, what came next? But recalling the legendary Osaka battles, Brock fell into a heavy silence. To break the tension, Sophie announced her retreat, suggesting a trip to Las Vegas tomorrow. Vegas an idea? Jin instantly accepted. Then, a sharp knock echoed from the hotel door. The boy moved quickly to answer it. He was respectful, but when he looked up, the visitor was a stranger.
An imposing figure he'd never seen before. Wasting no time, the man addressed Brock directly.
He asked for a moment of his time. Sensing their hostility, he assured them it was a quick matter, a business proposal he might find interesting. The air in the room instantly grew heavy with suspicion.
A tense distrust filled the air as they waited. Brock stated his contract was finished.
He insisted he wasn't interested in anything else. But the man claimed to know Brock's true desire. The boy doubted it. Then, a USC CEO played a video from that arena, shocking some. Even Jin was intrigued. The man continued, saying Brock secretly craved that kind of battle, a fight where your very life is on the line. The fighter's silence was his answer. The man announced he would prepare a grand stage. Brock's silence spoke volumes. The answer was clear. Turning to leave, he declared that Brock would be hired soon. Jim immediately questioned Brock about the man and the video. The fighter then revealed the truth. He planned to reopen the match, which Jim felt was insane. Brock then asked the former fighter
what it felt like to be a participant in that. For ages, he'd wanted to understand,
to know what the protagonist and Jim felt in battle. Therefore, the disciple reminded them, martial arts exist for destruction. Brock knew this truth deep in his bones. Still, after seeing them, in that video, he refused to remain a frog in a well. And amid the tension and the frustration in his colleagues' eyes, Jin understood. He stated that not a single word was false. When Brock asked if anything was said about him, Jim revealed a surprising comparison. He was compared to the protagonist himself. Both were men born to fight, without needing to train. They were destined to live on the edge, a fate the fighter deeply identified with. Since Seth once craved the same, Jin wouldn't object. However, he made one thing crystal clear. With all seriousness, he warned Brock of one thing you learn nothing when you go and lose. With a confident smile, Brock replied, "When I return, I'll take down Seth, back in prison." Inside a monitored cell, the protagonist faces the GED exam while thinking. He realizes one question is insanely difficult. Frustrated, his pen snaps with a loud crack. The sharp sound startles the officers. Later, Jingman asks if Seth did well on the test. Thanks to his professor. He says he did. In that case, the man declares it's time for the boy to handle matters he'd postponed for studying. The protagonist grins. His body is itching for a fight. Jingmin calls him out, but Seth surprisingly refuses. He arrogantly states the lower rank should come first. This completely irritates the man. Jingmin charges with a powerful punch, but the protagonist isn't just fast. He not only dodges, but grabs his arm. Still, an uppercut from below connects with his chin. A small cut appears. Seth makes the smart call retreat and form a new strategy. He comments that he's seen this move before, but Jingmin remarks he's been training nonstop. Even so, the protagonist was still dodging. Scythe then questions how his uncle learned it. Let me explain. A near-fatal river plunge sent him wandering the continent, where he learned the hard way. Noticing our hero's grim face, his uncle asks if he's afraid, but Seth scoffs at the idea, claiming it's pure disgust. He warns his uncle use Wang's technique, and you're going down. Once more, unfazed, Justin just taunts him, daring him to try. With that, both of them erupt with emotion and charge. While Seth is consumed by fury, his uncle is having the time of his life later. A brutal clash. Justin hits the dirt, completely spent. His nephew, however, still stands. He finally admits that our hero has grown incredibly strong. Seth boasts he could defeat anyone. Hearing this, his uncle asks, "Even your mother?" But Seth snaps at Jasmine to cut the nonsense. Her son would never dare to. Regardless, the boy's freedom is near. His uncle then asks about his plans, without a chanda. Moments thought, our hero says he's going to university. Justin then brings up Sunshine, but with so many relatives around, he figures things will be fine. Besides, he plans on telling his mother. First, his uncle agrees he can do as he pleases, but warns him not to forget one crucial thing. Communication is key. Those uncles exploited his power, and our main character is well aware of this fact. Yet he just smiles, unbothered. Later, upon release from prison, most inmates slink away in shame. Not our hero. He walks out with his head held high, because waiting for him is the director himself, with the entire force in tow. Even so, Seth scoffs at the display, muttering, "This is why people call the company useless." But Jake just praises his hard work as old comrades. Swarm him for a reunion. Rod missed him the most, you could tell. Even from a distance, the others were clearly thrilled. After a few playful, enthusiastic punches, Rod suddenly pulls out a special snack from his pocket. "It's a gift," he says, part of a tradition. Though confused, Seth is genuinely happy. Without a second thought, he takes a piece and eats it right there. And just like that, with their number one back, the Sunshine Group's hierarchy was restored. Sometime later, on the way back to the city, our hero asks about his mother. Jake says she's in China, leaving Seth baffled as to why she would leave without a word. The director suspects she's at war with the Triad. To explain, he mentions Joan, the Triad's successor from the competition back in Osaka. Seth finds this odd, since Juan already defeated Joan, the director. Confirms it? So, Seth asks what this has to do with his mom. Jake explains that since their original target is gone, they're still out for blood. They lost their chance for direct revenge, so they've turned their sights back on Sunshine, as unfair as it is. Furious, Seth yells that they should be coming for him, since he's the one who beat Juan first. But Jake reveals they were targeting him, even if he never knew. That's exactly why Anna stepped in herself. Realizing there's nothing he can do now, our hero's rage intensifies. The director then produces a letter saying it's a photo from last week. To his shock, the Hanger Tribe's branch caused a stir, turning a place into a wasteland just a week ago. Jake says he shouldn't worry, but Seth stares intently at the photo. So when the director says they're heading to the company, our hero refuses. This is because he's done with business matters. To his uncle's shock, he declares he now wants to live a normal life and study. Jake is obviously furious. Anna has been handling everything, just to maintain Seth's responsibilities, a fact the boy acknowledges. However, given the circumstances, our hero tells his uncle to take over. His decision is final. He wants to live a normal life, at least for now. Later, arriving at his home, our protagonist can't help but feel a wave of nostalgia after being gone so long. But his mood sours when he sees that Rod followed him against his wishes. The kid reveals he had orders to escort Sith, but our hero wants to be alone. Rod insists he'll guard from a distance, without interfering. But Seth just asks a simple question. "Are you stronger than me?" Rod shamefully admits he's not. Still, Rod begs to stay as his driver, just in case he's needed. But Seth ignores him and walks to the house. Before going in, he calls the man's attention. He didn't want a guard, but a friend to help him clean house. Thrilled by the offer, Rod happily accepts, finally stepping inside. Sometime later, in a distant temple, a woman sat before a sacred symbol. A young boy named Subin appeared, bowing to his master. He announced a new letter's arrival. Black with a red seal. She demanded to see it at once. The disciple asked what it was. The master said strange men were sending cryptic letters. In fact, the envelope was completely empty. So she simply tossed it into the air and drew her sword, slicing it to pieces. Yet, Sasaki Shinto sensed a message of life and death within. Meanwhile, in France, at a fencing academy, a man received the same deathmatch invitation. Excited, Jen? Sackman crumpled the paper, calling the entire thing absolutely insane. Then, in Iraq, at a military base, a man slices wood with his machete, a cigar in his mouth. He suddenly noticed the out-of-place letter in his room, which immediately piqued his interest. At the same time, a man fished peacefully in China. A delivery boy soon arrived, informing Chen of a letter. The old man seemed oddly thrilled to get
A reward. The boy just dropped the package on the ground and left without another word.
But Chen simply flicked his fishing rod, snagging it from the dirt, little by little. The old man examined the package with mild interest, before his expression turned deadly serious. With one simple motion, he wrapped his fishing line around the letter, shredding it to bits and letting the pieces drift into the river. Back at Seth's house, he cooked lunch while Rod waited patiently. Naturally. Seeing his boss work made him antsy, so he offered to cook, but Seth insisted it was almost done. Still, the boy tried to take over, but the hero reminded him he was no longer his sunshine representative. To Rod's absolute dismay, Seth added that the company nicknames were no longer needed. This just made him feel worse. He loved his title as the #1 subordinate. Right on cue, a knock came at the door. Rod leaped at the chance to prove his worth. Seth wondered who it was. As Rod returned with a black letter in hand, it looked official, but opening it left Rod completely stunned. The hero asked if it was news about his mother, but no, it was an invitation to decide the strongest person on Earth. Though everything was in English, Rod had no idea what it said. Seth then took the letter to read it himself. His former subordinate admired his fluency, but as it turned out, the main character knew his math, but he wasn't so great with English. Instead of being disappointed, Rod quickly changed his tune. He praised Seth's honesty, overwhelming him. Anyway, they decided to eat some ramen first. Elsewhere, in a U.S. factory, a crowd watched an illegal fight. With a single punch, one competitor collapsed, giving the muscular blonde man the win. A boy filming it all on his phone said it was expected, asking for the next challenger to step up. He even offered $500 to whoever could beat Jimmy. When no one moved, he called them all cowards. But Guy warned him he'd get no views unless he raised the bet to $1,000. He was ready to go higher. When a new challenger finally appeared, seeing the newcomer, the cameraman was shocked by his monstrous size. The champion, however, just looked irritated. He asked if they seriously expected him to fight this guy. Jimmy was clearly insulted. Suddenly, the CEO of USC appeared, laughing. He declared that this wouldn't be a simple duel. From his pocket, he pulled out $100,000 for all to see. The businessman promised it to whoever could defeat the champion, even in a group. Jimmy and the streamer were both shocked. The CEO continued, saying even weapons were allowed. All they had to do was defeat the champion. To prove his point, he raised the prize to $1 million. Brock questioned what the businessman was thinking, but the CEO just told him to follow the script, and the fighter finally agreed. Instantly, the spectators grabbed whatever they could find, surrounding the former USC champion. High above, the businessman asked the boy if he was filming this. Him on, using his 7 million subscribers as leverage. With a sigh, the kid starts recording again, which makes the CEO practically giddy with excitement. Wasting no time, fighters and spectators alike join forces to take down the champion. Brimming with confidence, they close in, but Prox just looks bored by it all. Then, at the first hint of a threat, a powerful kick sends one of them flying. Another swift strike takes out one of the guys who dared to challenge him. Seeing this, the businessman jacks the prize up to $10 million, and, in a desperate frenzy, he doubles it again to $20 million. Finally, he declares that if anyone wants more than cash, he'll give them literally anything they desire. Because until he finds the strongest man on Earth, this whole spectacle will never end, which finally gets a stressed reaction out of Brock. Back at our protagonist's place, he and Rod are glued to Victor's title match on TV. The guy's moves were flawless. He was landing one devastating attack after another. Of course, they were thrilled to see their close friend succeed. However, as the announcer spoke, our hero spotted two familiar faces in the crowd. One of them was Sophie, but right beside her, Jim was cheering for Victor. Not him. Seeing that, Seth couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. But Rod, noticing his boss's expression, spoke up. He mentioned that Seth's old friends had actually reached out and asked if he should connect them. But as much as he wanted to, Seth said no. He needed to get accepted into college first. Understanding this new goal, Rod declared that he would find a university that was truly worthy of him. He whipped out his phone with dramatic flair, making Seth crack up. Then, back on screen, the new lightweight world champion was announced Victor Chu. Sometime later, a crowd of students gather at a commercial building. It's the perfect spot to prep for the GED exam, and for the very first time, our protagonist truly commits himself to his studies. Sometime later, both the hero and his subordinate leave the building for a public table. But even there, Seth's nose is buried in a book. He pays no attention to Rod, who's dying of boredom. So, the guy starts messing around on his phone until a certain YouTuber's video catches his eye. He realizes the channel had streamed a fighting tournament, and Brock was one of the contestants. Before long, the day of the academic ability test at Korea University finally arrives. Our protagonist is there, feeling the pressure like all the other candidates, quite nervous. Later, as he leaves the exam hall, Rod is waiting outside, yelling his congratulations. But the sheer public embarrassment makes Seth feel like his college career is over before it started. Either way, Rod asks if his boss aced the test. With a confident smile, our protagonist says he thinks he did. Hearing that, even more hyped than before. Rod suggests celebrating with pork belly and soju, which Seth happily agrees to. At a restaurant, the loyal subordinate praises his boss's hard work. Then he asks Seth to grab a glass for their drinks. But when Seth just calls him Rod, he gets all formal again with a deep bow. As they eat, the kid clarifies that for him, nothing's changed. A boss is always a boss. But if that's true, Seth points out that Rod won't be able to stick by his side. Hearing this, his subordinate fakes some dramatic tears, whining about how sad he is. So Seth grabs the bottle and tells him he's being serious. Spending all that time in prison really made the protagonist do a lot of thinking. He realizes now that for the longest time, he was just a foolish, bad person. Of course, Rod protests that his boss isn't like that. He's charismatic and stronger than anyone, but our hero replies that that is precisely the problem. To argue, the subordinate reminds him that he has the best fists in all of Korea and is heir to sunshine. However, the real issue was that he loved to fight but absolutely hated to lose. He admits, downing another shot, a little irritated. Seth stated that if he stayed in sunshine, he would just keep fighting stronger and stronger opponents. He would grow to crave that feeling more and more, until perhaps he could no longer be stopped. Even now, Seth admits his blood boils for a fight, bringing back memories of past battles and the thrill of those moments. However, he can't let things stay as they are, as he has matured during his time in and out of prison. More than anything, Seth knows he is responsible for what happened to Anna. He was so bent on avenging a father he never knew. He didn't care that he was endangering his mother. Rod, in turn, tells his boss not to worry, saying Anna is strong and sometimes calls to say she's fine, but even knowing that our hero understands how he would feel if something were to happen to her, because he knows one taste of battle would shatter his resolve, an excuse to return to the fight. And that terrifies him, the fear he might never stop. Hearing this, Rod places a firm hand on his boss's shoulder, reminding him of who he is, Korea's greatest fist, the legendary leader of Sunshine, a man all respect. Rod swears that no matter what, he'll always be the best. With that, he dives back into his drink with renewed vigor, and soon, completely wasted, he yells for everyone to protect the boss, then promptly collapses. But even then, he shouts even louder for Seth to come closer, leaving his boss speechless. Later, our hero is stuck carrying him. Home, Ra is still shouting nonsense like, "Get them!" as Seth begs him to be quiet. Seth threatens to just leave him there, but suddenly, his mother opens the door. She just smiles, asking if he did well on his college entrance exam. Balrog is passed. Out on the couch, the main character asks when she returned. She apologizes, saying she wanted to be there to make him breakfast for the test. Seth asks if she knew he was studying, and Anna says his uncle told her. He then asks if her dangerous work is finally over, and his mother confirms she finished it, bringing him immense relief. In this heartwarming moment, Anna marvels at how much Seth has grown, now that he's heading to college, since he feels he did well. His mother praises his effort, yet Seth's hands tremble as he says she did the real work. So, Anna gently holds his hands, telling him to stop worrying and just do what he wants. She says that she and Simon feel responsible for all the turmoil he endured. Then Anna reminds him it was never his fault, and he's free now to live for himself. And with that, our hero's burdened expression finally melts into a genuine smile. Sometime later, at the Sunshine Group, The director congratulates Anna. The triad will no longer be a problem. Still, Jake mentions there's one last thing to discuss. From his suit, he reveals a black letter with a red seal. After some digging, he found an influential figure is behind it. But after reading it, Anna asks if it's unrelated, if they can just ignore it. The director confirms they can, but even so, Jake hands her a tablet, leaving her stunned. It seems Brock is at the center of a new no-rules fighting tournament, drawing huge crowds. It's just like what happened with Seth's tournament in Japan. Anna asks if June would stop this, but Jake says he is in college, completely focused on his studies. Understanding? She tells the director to handle his work. But before he leaves, she stops him. Without even looking up, she asks if he will hold a full board meeting. After all, Seth wants a normal life, and she admits she wants to be a normal mother for him. This news is a complete shock to the director, but Anna explains that there is no reason for her to hold her position. Her son is not coming back. Because of this, she believes the best person to lead Sunshine is Jake, though he is frustrated at first. The director finally accepts his new role. Meanwhile, at Korea University's soccer field, a player tosses the ball high into the air. As the language and literature teams battle for victory, Sophie watches with excitement, because on the field is Jim, who is about to take a ball right to the face. But being a master martial artist, he meets it with a devastating headbutt. This sends the ball rocketing down, then straight back up. He leaps after it, and with his back to the goal, he unleashes a bicycle kick more perfect than any pros. The ball is sent, flying straight into the net, scoring an unbelievable point. His team goes wild, and the crowd goes wilder, except for Sophie. Outside that very university, Seth Kang stands, looking on. He stares at the college, feeling happy, but he turns to leave. While Sophie and Jim have their moment, Seth continues to study. The seasons change from autumn to winter, until spring finally arrives at Yanni University. With the new season come orientation signs for the freshmen. Later, inside the gymnasium,
A professor congratulates the new students, leaving the rest to the seniors, and everyone applauds.
And just then, the senior students arrive, demanding respect. Seth, with a fresh look, watches as Lee Gang-wook introduces himself as the student council president. He proclaims
their 100-year tradition with pride, a fact the freshmen better not forget. To make it clear,
Lee orders them to chant that seniors are absolute, like the sky itself. Not satisfied, he bellows for more passion in their voices to prove their loyalty. Everyone chants again, but he still demands it louder. So our hero joins in enthusiastically, unlike the exhausted faces around him. Regardless, Lee continues, stressing that their department demands discipline. He points out one student has repeated a year 4 times aimed right at Seth, but he uses this to declare that here, what matters isn't age, but absolute loyalty. Everyone gets the message. With that, the welcoming ceremony
finally begins, letting the freshmen breathe. Later, everyone raises a glass for a toast at their picnic. Lee then orders them all to take a shot, but one student hesitates, admitting he's never had alcohol before. Immediately, a senior steps in to ridicule him. After all, if a non-athlete wants any social life, one shot shouldn't be an issue. Seeing the freshman's fear, Seth shoves the senior's arm away. He then grabs the kid's shot and downs it himself. The senior is furious, but our hero just reminds him the boy said he couldn't drink. The senior snaps back, asking if he's being mocked. But Seth just starts singing
the initiation chant. The senior holds back his rage only because Lee calms him down, pointing out that Seth is a returning student. Despite his late start, our hero declares he will work hard,
humbly asking for their guidance. Nearby, a huge student from Seth's old school notices
the commotion. He freezes when he realizes the person at the center of it is Seth. Naturally, he trembles in pure terror, remembering their high school days, back in the fray. A senior tries to give
our hero a lecture, but he's furious because Seth just keeps smiling, which makes the big guy
even more terrified. Soon, people notice his clubmate's strange behavior. Later, as Seth leaves the gathering, he's still smiling and spots the big guy in front of him. "Hey," he says, without wasting a second. The guy says he's also from Yeonjun High, making our hero realize they must know each other. The guy nervously adds he was in Jin's class, but the protagonist asks him to keep his past a secret, since he's determined to graduate this time. The big guy quickly agrees. Seth then suggests they should work together, but before they can continue their chat, a voice suddenly calls out his name provocatively from a dark alley. 3 athletic club members are waiting for him. While his new friend trembles, our hero knows things are about to get interesting. In the past, the main character's mother heard about him joining athletics and was confused. He always wanted to study literature or languages. Unfortunately, it was the only department his grades could get him into. Anna was a little worried since it was the athletics department, but Sid just saw them as kids. Still, Rod had a bat ready just in case, though Seth obviously wanted no help. Anna suggested he could transfer to Korea University later, just like Jin, if he focused on his studies. But Seth argued that once he was in, he could study anything he wanted, so he'd be taking literature and philosophy regardless. Anna then asked if he even had a real shot at being accepted. With immense pride, Seth announced he aced both the theory and practical exams as a result. His mother was incredibly proud of him, and so was our hero. Back in the present, the three bullies
call out to Seth from the alley, shamelessly beckoning him over. As his new friend shakes in fear, our hero
actually feels a jolt of excitement, trying to prevent a disaster. The big guy asks what they're doing. The seniors sneer, saying they're teaching a freshman some manners. Then the hero's old schoolmate tries to protest, but Seth stops him. "It's fine," he says, surprising the big guy. So, our hero strolls toward the seniors with open arms and a huge smile. But the big guy wasn't worried about the hero. He was worried about what was about to happen to those three idiots. Later, in the auditorium, they demanded their focus, promising they were about to be blown away. The senior he invited was an almost impossible person to contact. He was, in fact, the pride of their entire university and the athletics department. Victor was called to the stage, looking slightly bashful from all the hype, but the instant he appeared, the crowd roared like he was a superstar. Chu gave a cool wave to the room. Instantly, the women swooned hard while the guys looked on in total awe. Without wasting a second, Victor said he only came because Lee begged and told the freshmen to behave. Switching gears, the champion boxer asked if any Yangja High athletic grads were present. Surprisingly, a sea of hands shot up. As their senior, Victor declared he would be paying for every single one of their lunches. And just like that, he dropped the mic and said he was out. Lee, meanwhile, was totally stunned. Victor explained he was in the middle of a training session. The student council president wished him luck as they said goodbye. A bit later, Chu started stretching for his workout. Routine. That's when he spotted a familiar face trying to sneak by without a word. So he called out, asking him just what he was up to, shaking with fear. The large guy was speechless. From afar, Victor saw another student being forced into push-ups. Grasping the situation instantly, he understood what was happening and moved in to stop the bullying. The champion's mere presence made the seniors freeze in terror. His reputation was so huge, they bowed instinctively. But one of the bullies got annoyed that our main character didn't stand to show respect. Victor then demanded to know what was going on. They claimed it was a lesson for a rude freshman. Unimpressed, the senior asked if the new guy would just ignore Chu. But hearing that name, the main character suddenly grew interested. A flicker of memory made the big guy think it was all over. Just as the bullies started
taunting the hero for his silence, it finally clicked for Victor. And then Seth just said,
"It's been a while," words that made Chu's blood sing with excitement. Without a second thought, he shot
forward at blinding speed, throwing his strongest punch, but the attack didn't even graze him. Still, despite
the effortless dodge, Victor pressed on, shifting his weight for another blow. This time, though, Seth caught the fist easily with a single hand. More thrilled than ever, Victor asked when he got there, and of course, the bully's jaws hit the floor in pure shock. Stopping a world champion's punch with just one hand isn't an everyday sight. The big guy explained they only needed to know one thing. Seth is a legend from Yangja High. If they learned anymore, their peaceful school lives would be completely over. Their school lives peacefully again. Later at that restaurant, Rod smoked outside while the two talked. Victor asked our main character when he got out, and he replied it was last year. So the boxer asked why he never tried to get in touch and if the others knew. But Seth said there was no reason to tell them, since that was all in the past. Unconvinced, Victor called him a jerk, saying they should have remained friends. Seth then poured a shot for his old comrade, but Victor refused. Having a title defense match next week. Our hero then asked how he was supposed to find them, thinking it was better to live without seeing them again. Victor just ignored that comment and instead asked if Seth knew what Brock was. Up to now, seeing that he didn't. The boxer put his phone on the table to show him, not wasting a second. He played a video from a brutal underground fight. With 7 million views, a blonde guy had tried to rush the fighter with a knife, but Brock dodged every strike, showing off his insane agility despite his huge size. Soon he was cornered against a wall. The blonde man lunged, thinking he'd finally claim they $1,000 prize. But as he attacked, Brock ended the fight, finishing it all with a single punch. That landed like a freight train. With the blonde man out cold on the floor again, the massive fighter was crowned the champ with just minor scrapes. Apparently, that media team guy helped make Brock even more invisible to the authorities. After showing the entire clip, Victor told him that this was the video that dropped just this week. Hearing this, our hero asked what that idiot was thinking. Chu explained that things have been getting crazier lately. They first tried to block the video, but it had already gained. Their fame had exploded beyond all control. And now, with the censorship gone, they're showing absolutely everything. This makes Victor wonder if the hero can even handle it. He worries that if Brock keeps this up, he'll die, and Shu will lose her mind with worry. So, Seth spends time analyzing the footage. Later, the main character rides out with Rod behind the wheel, just like old times, since
Seth is completely silent. His subordinate asks if there's something on his mind. But at that moment, the
hero is lost in his past, hiding his true intentions. Still, Rod can tell this isn't the face of someone who's doing fine, but he doesn't push it. And soon they arrive. Back at the house, Rod
acts more like Anna's son than the protagonist, so she fusses over him. Changing the topic, his
mother notes Seth is a bit late, but hopes he enjoyed his study day. Meanwhile, in the underground, the mastermind of Terman watches it all, convinced Brock is his masterpiece. So he rises from his chair, lights a cigar by the window, and clears his thoughts. With pure excitement, he feels the time is coming to officially open the ring. It seems the businessman has received RSVPs from the competitors he mailed. On top of that, he's counting on people like Jin and Anna, and even Seth to show up. The next day, our hero tells his mother he's heading out, and she begs him not to get into any trouble. With a soft smile, he promises he's not a kid anymore and leaves. With Rod, slowly, Anna's expression hardens, because the director is also waiting. For a word, Anna asks what this is about, warning that if it's about sunshine, she's done interfering. However, Jake tells his sister-in-law it's not that, but it does involve her and her son. A strange message came from the United States, and the director believed Anna should see it for herself. On the video, the USC businessman taunts that if the strongest won't come, it's no fun. He insists that she cannot refuse his invitation, which only ticks her off. To be clear, the man admits he's obsessed with her. Without the strongest fighter, his grand plan is a bust. Still, he scoffs, knowing if she really refuses, his hands are tied. Surprisingly, the man insists Anna should at least invite her. Two friends. Based on the skills he saw in the underground videos, they could provide great entertainment. But instead of tempting her, his offer had the opposite effect. It made her dangerously curious. The UFC head finds it hilarious. They're living as normal people and can't help but laugh. Manically, in a flash of fury, Anna hurls the tablet, shattering it on the ground. Jake informs her that Brock is already tailing this man. But now, Anna needed no convincing. With rage etched on her face, she ordered them to gather every scrap of intel. Not that it was needed, as Jake already had a full dossier. Back at Korea University, students file in for class until at the entrance, Jin spots Sophie waiting for him. The two exchange greetings and start to chat as they walk, until another figure appears. It's Victor, and their talk comes to a halt. Seeing the boy's silence, Jin asks if Shu shouldn't be training for his fight next week, but Victor simply says he has something to tell them. After another tense pause, the boxer reveals that guy is back. Of course, at first, neither of them knows who he's talking about, so Victor clarifies he means Seth. Ken, haunted by her past. Sophie's face falls into shadow, while Jin grows visibly tense. Regardless, Victor pauses for one final blow, revealing Seth is a freshman at this very university. At that moment, the air grows heavy, the boxer says his piece and leaves. Sensing the crushing silence, Jin asks if his friend is all right, as she claims she is. He suggests they go see him together, but Sophie suddenly rejects the idea. With a forced smile, she says the past should stay in the past. She tells him to just keep walking, leaving Jin utterly confused. But the truth is, as she walked on, the girl couldn't stop thinking about her last time with Seth. It was some time ago, when she had visited him in prison, desperate to see him and share her worries. But the protagonist just yelled that those pathetic visits only made things worse. He then stood up and ordered her to never come back again, leaving Sophie completely shattered. And that's where the story cuts off. If you want to see what's next, hit that, ring the bell, and await the next chapter.